Here, Russ, this is November 5th. So, we got another tape starting here. Thank you now.
Right now, Trump is ahead by 106,000, almost 107,000 votes over Biden, 50.2%, 48.5%, but there are several hundred thousand votes still outstanding. Right now, 92% of the estimated vote is in right now. Let's talk about Pennsylvania. We know it's so important. If Biden wins, it's over. He wins the presidency. But Trump must win Pennsylvania, otherwise there's no way he can win.
So let's start here, and then we can break down the vote, because you're getting at the big picture, and today could be the decisive day. We'll hear from the Secretary of State next hour. One of the things she'll do is update us on the vote total. The other thing, there's a lot of pushback from the Trump campaign, challenging this and challenging that. We'll see how that plays out. But we do the math right now. As you noted, Joe Biden at 253 this hour, President Trump at 213. That would do it. That would do it. Joe Biden thinks he can come back and get Georgia. Joe Biden leads in Arizona. Joe Biden leads in Nevada. That would be gravy if he can hold the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, he's trailing right now, but the president's lead has been shrinking every time we get votes, and we know the outstanding votes, many of them, most of them, are in blue counties. Suburban, first urban Philadelphia, and then the suburbs around it. This is why this is so important, because if Biden can do this, and if Biden can hold here and hold here, not only is he winning, he's in the ballpark of 300 electoral votes. There's a chance the Biden campaign believes that he can get here. That's 306. That was Donald Trump's total in the Electoral College 4 years ago. Biden thinks he can get there and match it. The rest of this looks to be out of reach. North Carolina, Alaska, and Maine's 2nd Congressional District. But this is the Biden campaign best case scenario right now in their war room. Doesn't mean it's a guarantee. We're still counting votes here, Arizona, and Nevada. Still counting. But when you come out, but here's the challenge, Wolf. If you come back to this map here, if President Trump must win Pennsylvania, must win Georgia, must hold North Carolina, that would get him in place, and then he could get there, even that would get him knocking on the door. You see that. So the President Trump, if he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia, he has a couple of different paths. But he must win the two of those, and right now his leads are shrinking every time we count the votes. So when you're looking at this right now, we're not at the finish line, but Joe Biden is knocking on the door, and he has many more options. And when you come over here, you have a question?
No, I just want to check in with Kate Baldwin in Philadelphia for us. She's getting some information. What are you seeing over there, Kate?
Hey there, Wolf. With all eyes on this largest county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia has updated its total of mail-in ballots counted. So the latest number that we just received, the updated number, is the number of outstanding mail-in ballots still out there left to be counted. Their estimate is between 85,000 and 90,000. It's a significant number still. For perspective, a little context, they started the day with 140,000 mail-in ballots outstanding to be counted. They're now, they estimate, between 85,000 and 90. So they are cutting into that number, but it's still a significant one. I'm also told by a source involved with the canvassing that they're estimating now, Wolf, that they will, in total, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday combined, have a total of 1,000 of those ballots that need to be segregated. Those mail-in ballots that came in after the election date deadline that that are obviously contested. Those segregated ballots, Philadelphia believes they will have 1,000 total, and those have not yet been counted, the ones that they have received in. Well,
so, Kate, just to be precise, are we talking, when you say 85 to 90,000 ballots uncounted, is that in the city of Philadelphia or the county of Philadelphia? Well, it's in the city of Philadelphia.
County of Philadelphia. That's where all of this counting is going on. Yeah, all of that is happening in this convention center beside me. That's that cavernous space where they're doing all of this counting. That is the total for the county commissioners run this site. That is the county of Philadelphia. They have between 85,000 and 90,000 mail-in ballots still outstanding, have not yet been counted.
All right, thanks very much, Kate Baldwin in Philadelphia for us. 85,000 to 90,000 votes. He's behind by what, a little bit more than 100,000 votes. And if he's getting 80% in Philadelphia County right now, that's a pretty impressive number.
And the lead just went down a little bit more. It's 101,000 right now. The lead has been shrinking. Yes. And so as we come back into Philadelphia, if you come back and just try, so I turn, look, this is where we are in this race now. They're beginning to report them. So 97,900, right? 97,900. Let me clear this and bring Philadelphia back up. The locals sometimes do get a little annoyed with us. Philadelphia County is the Census Bureau designation. That's how the wall operates. They just call it Philadelphia. It's their city. Look, Kate says 85,000 more votes, so think about that, right?
Go right now what Joe Biden is doing today. For that, we go to Jackie Heinrich. Jackie.
Good afternoon, Neil. Interesting development just in the last couple of seconds, actually. They did a sound check on the microphones behind me. Team Biden is very comfortable right now. They were touting this morning more votes for the former vice president than any presidential candidate in history, and a greater share of the popular vote than icons like Richard Nixon and JFK. And they say that Team Trump is likely seeing the same data, and they believe that's why he's pushing this strategy to try to stop counting votes. On a press call this morning, Biden's campaign manager said Trump and Republicans are trying to create a cloud of confusion that might be effective with some of the public, but in court they're litigating over issues that have already been litigated. They say they're running out of ideas and they're getting desperate. Now, back in September, Biden's team expanded their existing legal team of hundreds of lawyers across the country to prepare against what they saw as the president's continued efforts to suppress the vote and sow disinformation and distrust in mail-in voting. The Biden Lawyers Committee is headed up by General Counsel Dana Remus and former Obama White House counsel Bob Bauer, plus two former Solicitors General, Donald Verrilli Jr. and Walter Dellinger, both of them Supreme Court and Appellate Court advocates who each served at one point as the fourth highest ranking official at the Department of Justice. Former Obama administration Attorney General Eric Holder is also part of that effort. Now, while Team Biden takes on Team Trump in court, the transition team is pulling together, and the former vice president is preparing to become the president-elect.
What I'm focused on is getting these final votes done. We're very focused on making sure the counting goes on. The vice president is continuing to do the things that he's been doing every step of the way, not losing sight of the fact that COVID cases are rising day after day in this country as well, and making sure that he's briefing on that.
Yeah, part of Biden's day today was getting a public health briefing on coronavirus from advisors. He's been doing those weekly for a few months now. Now, in terms of the vote, the campaign is still confident they're going to hit that 270 number. Might be today, might be tomorrow. They say that the margins are great in Pennsylvania. They're also comfortable in Arizona and Nevada. Neil.
All right, Jackie, thank you very much. Speaking of Arizona, Trump campaign folks are commenting on that. A state that they argue is theirs. It's just in the wrong column here.
200,000 votes. There were hundreds and thousands of votes were still out. Hundreds of thousands of votes that are still out. And even still today, there are hundreds of thousands of votes. And I can tell you that it is trending in the direction of President Donald J. Trump. We have the team on the ground, we have the people, we have the momentum, we have the activist community that is not going to allow this race to be stolen from President Trump or from Republicans all the way down the ballot. You can count on me, I can count on you. I'm going to leave it at that because you don't need to hear from me. You all know I think we're going to win this state for Donald Trump. I've got some awesome people here with me, and you're going to hear from Dave Bossy in just one moment, but I do want to introduce our Congressman Gosar. We've got Congresswoman Debbie Lesko. We've got COO of the Trump campaign, Jeff DeWitt, former...
Telling his supporters, I do want you to go and vote on Election Day. And I think that's what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Yeah. That Election Day vote just so favorable to Trump. Trump voters want it. That's the message. And the mail vote so favorable to Democrats. Again, that's the message. And so it's just, again, when you look at what's left there, it's not on a normal election map. I'd say here's the Trump county, here's the Trump county, here's the Trump county. He could offset a loss here. He could offset a loss there. Even in the Trump counties overall, the mail vote is Biden.
Yeah. It's so interesting. It just sort of pulls the curtain right off of their legal strategy. Clearly, a Hail Mary political strategy. Steve Kornacki could do this for the whole 2 hours, but I know you have many miles to go before you sleep. Do me this favor, though. If something changes dramatically for you, wave your arms and we'll zoom right back to you if you have time for us.
You got it.
Thank you, Steve Kornacki. Let's bring into our conversation NBC's Mike Memoli, who's live at Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. And in Nevada, Mr. Nevada, John Ralston, editor of the Nevada Independent. Also joining us, MSNBC contributors, Alexi McCammon of Axios and former Florida Congressman David Jolly. Mike Memoli, obviously, Steve Kornacki has got a county-by-county understanding of where all the vote is, and there are other states we're watching, but it's my sense that both campaigns are right now watching Pennsylvania, because if there's a call tonight, that could be the whole ball game for Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's right, Nicole. And every time Steve Kornacki goes to the big board and shows that margin's shrinking, Joe Biden takes a proverbial step closer to taking that stage behind me to potentially speak to the country as the president-elect. In fact, just a few seconds ago, we heard a sound check happening behind us on stage, something that we didn't see yesterday. So the Biden campaign, short of final results, though, we're seeing them operate on two tracks, really. On the one track, we're getting these regular updates from Biden campaign officials, both about what they're seeing in terms of the data, their confidence that when all the votes that are outstanding come in, he will be in position to win in either one big state or a combination of those states to put him over 270 electoral votes. Also talking about the legal strategy, of course, dismissing what we're seeing from the president. And then on the second track, we're seeing Joe Biden really begin to act as if he is somebody who's going to be taking over as the president of the United States. Yesterday, you saw in this hour the former vice president speaking to the country, hailing the election results, talking about the need to bring the country together after what has been a long and divisive campaign in 4 years, frankly. Today, he's just finishing up a briefing in downtown Wilmington that he's had with both his economic advisors and his health advisors, clearly getting ready to tackle the two enormous challenges that will confront him as president in January. And so this is obviously, as we saw also yesterday, the transition website being launched. So this is a campaign that is clearly projecting nothing but confidence, and a former vice president who's projecting that he's ready to become president.
Those moves that you make in the first days after an election, whether it is known yet or not, are so important. They're the earliest signals you're sending to the whole country that you're about to lead. And I know that's something that seems to be important to Joe Biden. How is this team holding up? We've talked a lot about their stoicism. We've talked a lot about their, sort of being able to withstand the early setbacks in this Democratic primary, where I think Joe Biden went 0 for 3 in those first 3 contests. This is, have you been on a recount? This is one of the most brutal tests for even the most disciplined campaigns. How are they holding up?
Yeah, I mean, Nicole, this has always been a trust the process campaign, even in the darkest of times after New Hampshire, especially confidence both in their plan in the primaries and their plan to win in the general election as well. I can tell you, having spoken with a number of aides, last night a lot of them got caught up on sleep just a bit. There wasn't much expected in terms of the vote count, so many of them took that as an opportunity to really begin to put the past long sleepless nights behind them and get ready for what they expect potentially to be a celebration in the next few days. And then, what's been interesting is we know that this is a team that's also fairly well separated from the work that's ahead. There is the campaign.
What you can't see when you look at the map. The map tells you a lot. What we can't see is these mail-in ballots. And so he's talking about, counties like this where, again, the president's getting 67% of the vote. But in the mail-in ballots, maybe there's only 50, 60, maybe there's a couple hundred. They are coming in predominantly for the Democrats, even in the red counties. That was the point Senator Casey was making, including one place to watch when we get finally done is out here. This is a place, look at the numbers. Larger county, to the east of Pittsburgh. This is part of the Trump base in Pennsylvania, Westmoreland County. It's where the president tried to make the fracking argument, for example. You see 64 to 35, but again, even there, what we are told by local officials is the mail-in ballots, those left to be counted, are predominantly for Joe Biden because that's how Democrats decided to vote to be safe. Republicans, it's also a tradition, even before COVID, Republicans have more of a tradition of voting on Election Day, and that was exacerbated this year because of all the mail-in balloting.
I want to check in with Jeff Zeleny, who's covering the Biden campaign for us. I take it we're going to be hearing fairly soon from the former vice president, who's been in briefings on coronavirus and other policy issues so far today. Is that right?
We are indeed, Wolf. I'm being told at any moment now we are going to hear from the former vice president about really what he's been up to the last couple hours, and he has been receiving briefings on coronavirus. As, of course, his campaign has been unfolding, the coronavirus numbers have been going up across the country. So Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been receiving briefings on that, as well as the economy here in Wilmington. Going forward with their daily briefings, even as they are keeping a close eye, their advisors are keeping an eye on what is happening in Georgia, in Pennsylvania in particular. So I am told by advisors that the comments from Joe Biden are going to be similar to what we heard him say yesterday. He wants every vote to be counted. He's going to be talking about democracy. He's not going to declare victory at all, but he will be projecting optimism. But again, Wolf, here the point is clear. They are trying to show that he is already at work. He's being briefed on the challenges ahead should he get the job. A stark contrast, of course. We've not seen the president really in almost 48 hours here not talk from the White House about the daily challenges that are undergoing at this time. Wolf, I should also point out the stage behind me here that you've been seeing in the backdrop. Really, it's been quiet for a couple days. There's been some activity in the last several minutes here. We're doing some sound checks, getting ready for something possible. I'm told the former vice president is not going to speak here. He's going to be speaking in downtown Wilmington, but they're getting this stage ready in case they need it at some point. But Wolf, that would likely only happen if this were called, and that has not yet happened. Many votes still being counted.
Absolutely true. All right, Jeff, we'll stay in close touch with you. John, we're going to hear from Biden. He's been getting a briefing on coronavirus. Just want to point out, yesterday was a record high number of new confirmed coronavirus cases in the United States, more than 100,000, and more than 1,000 Americans died yesterday from coronavirus. These are awful, awful numbers that we're seeing here in the United States.
They are awful numbers, and I don't even know if we still have this loaded. I'm going to see if we do, just to show it out, if I can find it in the map here. Let's see. Here we go. Let's bring this up. We judge our presidential elections in red and blue. This is something when we're not doing our election coverage, and our election coverage has taken us away from the pain of this pandemic for a couple of days. This is the coronavirus across America. We will know maybe by the end of today, maybe it'll take until tomorrow, who will be the next president, who will inherit this in January. Will it stay in President Trump's hands, or will Joe Biden pick it up? The deeper the red is the higher the case count. You see confirmed cases per 100,000 residents. Just look, it's stunning. These are numbing. You go through them every day, and you go through the counties, and it is numbing. And as you note, another record yesterday. I looked earlier, we were well above 50,000 new infections today already, so the possibility to go over 100,000 again today, or at least back into that ballpark, record territory. You're adding 100,000 new infections a day. We're in the middle of this fall peak. It was the defining issue in the campaign. And one of the big questions here is if Joe Biden wins the presidency, Donald Trump is still president for 3 more months as this plays out. If Donald Trump wins the presidency, obviously he has 4 more years. But just, Joe Biden has received these daily briefings throughout the campaign, and this will anger the Trump supporters. It's just a simple fact. The president has not himself attended a coronavirus task force meeting in months. The president doesn't even meet with the experts anymore. The United States is setting record new infections every day this week, just about. And the president of the United States was out on the campaign trail. Somebody going to take charge of this. Our attention is focused on who's going to win the presidency right now. The president said during the campaign, it's going to go away. We're going to stop talking about this. No, we're not. No, we're not. We can't. Because it's not just here, too. People are watching around the world. They are dealing with the same thing, especially across Europe right now. This is a problem and a crisis for the American president, whoever that is.
More than 100,000 cases, hospitalizations going up, and at least 1,000 Americans are dying almost every day right now. Anderson, back to you.
Well, thanks very much. David Axelrod, we are waiting to hear from Vice President Biden. What do you, we heard from Jeff Zeleny saying that he's going to be sort of projecting confidence, not declaring victory at this point, but ready for the challenges if he does win.
Well, what a contrast between these two candidates at this moment in this process. You've got the president who seems cloistered in the White House, and they're firing off lawsuits and threats of lawsuits, and but we haven't really heard from him other than through Twitter. And you have Vice President Biden, who is clearly projecting confidence and a sense of transition, a sense that this is going to come to an end and we are ready to move forward. And it is a smart thing to do, to be out there, to be reassuring people and to be sending signals of confidence that this process is about to come to an end.
I think also it's about stability. To say that, you may think that there's chaos, demonstrations, whatever, but I represent stability here. Peaceful transfer of power, should that come to that, and I'm already working for you with my briefings not only on COVID today, but on the economy, which he does regularly anyway. But I think they want to make sure the public knows that.
Yeah, look, I'm excited to hear from him. Actually, it's the weight of the office as it's coming to him. It's not there. You know, we could still have some surprise ending. It's 2020. Anything can happen. Anything can happen in 2020. But I want to see how it lands on him. When he was a kid senator, people said, "You're going to be president. You're going to be president," and it looked like it was never ever going to happen for him. And he went through personal tragedy after personal tragedy, showed up for the country over and over again. And here, the twilight years, you would imagine, he gets this massive responsibility, and it's got to be hitting him. Well, I want to see how it sounds to him.
Look, yeah. David, you had mentioned something about...
Yeah, the night that Barack Obama got elected president, I have such a clear recollection of going over to see him. And, you know, we'd been friends for a long time since he was a returning law student from Harvard, coming back to Chicago. Oh, here we go.
And let's listen to
Senator Harris and I just completed briefings on both COVID and the economic crisis facing this nation.
And I think this...
You may pay as little as $25.
This is on the rise nationwide, and we're nearing 240,000 deaths due to COVID. And our hearts go out to each and every family that has lost a loved one to this terrible disease. In America, the vote is sacred. It's how people of this nation express their will. And it is the will of the voters, no one, not anything else, that chooses the President of the United States of America. So, each ballot must be counted. And that's what we're going to see going through now. And that's how it should be. Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. But that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance that's been the envy of the world. And we continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So, I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon. So, thank you all for your patience. Count the votes. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you so much.
All right, you've been listening to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Troops, thank you so much.
It was Joe Biden in Wilmington, Delaware, doing what Mike Memley describes as in an abundance of optimism and prudence, I have to say. All signs point to a very likely victory for Joe Biden at the end of all the counting. But Alexi McCammon, Joe Biden already getting to work on the two biggest problems vexing this country. A pandemic raging out of control. We were up all night waiting for vote counts. This country passed its broke our own record for the most cases in a single day, surpassing 100,000, which was Tony Fauci's nightmare scenario that heading into winter, that would be our rate of new infections. And obviously, you didn't need the election results and the sort of polar views on how to deal with the pandemic to understand that economic anxiety still courses through every corner of this country. What do you make of his approach, Alexi?
You know, what is so interesting, Nicole, is that Memley earlier was talking about how the Biden campaign has kind of always been slow and steady and methodical and comfortable and careful. But you're seeing that reflected in the way that really over the last several months, no matter what was going on in the election, no matter what President Trump was trying to lob in Joe Biden's direction, he consistently made appearances virtually and in person talking about two things: the COVID-19 pandemic and the economy. And that just shows that he is showing the American people that he's focusing on the issues that are affecting their lives the most. And that's also reflected in the polling. Joe Biden isn't president. He doesn't have a hand in how the country is handling the coronavirus. Yet the polls suggest and show that the American people trust him to handle this better, which is a hypothetical situation that they're seeing and hearing compared to what they're actually seeing from the sitting president. And Donald Trump isn't talking about the new single-day cases, over 100,000 new coronavirus cases for the first time yesterday. That's a big deal. He's not talking about the fact that we're about to enter the winter season. Over 100,000 restaurants have already had to shut down because of this pandemic. Businesses are going to be slammed and shut down because of this for months or permanently, and our entire way of life in the winter is going to change. Joe Biden, between the transition website yesterday, the way that he's getting out and giving these brief remarks to talk about the issues that are affecting people at home, in spite of the lawsuits and the legal challenges and the stress of this election, he's showing that he's focused on leading the American people forward and past this moment. And that's a huge contrast that we've seen over time, but a consistent one that I think has really helped him in the polls.
You know, it's such a good point. And David Jolly, I've been waiting to talk to you for a couple of days now, my friend, because I feel like Joe Biden is... it's almost like that American president scene where he says, you know, I'm Andrew Shepard and I am the president. And Alexi makes such a good point on the poll question of who's handling of the pandemic do you approve of? Well, we haven't seen yet how Joe Biden would handle it, but we do know that he would marshal the resources of our scientific and medical and health community and not attack them on Twitter and troll them on 60 Minutes.
Yeah, it's very true. Look, you're seeing the contrast between a steady hand in Joe Biden and an erratic disruptor that has been unsuccessful in proving to the American people why erratic disruptive leadership is to their benefit. You know, Nicole, it's often overlooked in this moment, but Joe Biden is somebody who has been seeking the presidency for 32 years. He started in 1988 with an eye towards how he may govern this country. He tried again in 2008 and now in 2020, and very methodically came through a Democratic primary where, you know, he was left a little bit on the sideline as we were having this Democratic debate over some of the more progressive issues. When he emerged out of South Carolina, remarkably, he coalesced the Democratic Party, and to the party's credit, they decided to put aside some of the ideological debate within the party and focus on the main goal here, which was to defeat Trumpism on the next.
I mean, he didn't say anything. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of as a conservative, as someone who's been in the fight. I mean, there was nothing there that was a poke in the eye or that stirred the pot a little bit. I think his call for calm was a call for calm generally, not saying you people who aren't you stay. He was just saying, look, just let the process work. So
I've been told that CNN is reporting that that some people around the president are concerned that seeing Vice President Biden speak, that the president is going to want to come out and echo the message of calm.
No, they're just going to want to speak. They didn't characterize.
Let's get his transcript.
There was nothing there that pokes the president. And not that the president doesn't have every right to go out and say something. I think it's appropriate for the president, if he wanted to say something today, to say something. But I don't think there was any intent to poke the president or prod him to say something. Look, the campaign's over. I mean, there's the decision's made. We have to figure out what that decision is. And so I give credit, frankly, to both sides, because I think the president, you can say, well, he's tweeting everything. Yeah, he is, but for Donald Trump, he's being fairly restrained, and I think that's
Dan, and then we got I do think that you have the eyes of the world on these TV cameras, the eyes of the world on these devices. I mean, literally, you got billions of people around the world. So I think leaving a vacuum out there isn't good, because what's happening in the vacuum, you have disinformation and a bunch of hysteria going on, and frankly, the president is not helping. So I do think that having Biden come out and give that comment that's being now shared around the world, that's medicine. That's medicine that we need right now. Let's go back to Jake, Dan, and Happy. Jake.
All right, thanks so much. And it is very different to see what we're hearing, see what we're seeing from Joe Biden, calming the temperature, saying everything's going to work out, just let the system work, and the opposite from not President Trump, who they've kept safely ensconced in a sack in the basement of the White House so far, but there are conservative activists out there who are just alleging all sorts of, they're just lying. I mean, let's just you put it bluntly, they're just out there lying.
I'm just pulling up, because I took notes on what the former vice president said. He said, democracy is sometimes messy and requires patience. Obviously, the latter is true. We all are experiencing that right now, the need for patience. But I don't actually think that this is that messy.
Nope.
It's remarkable in how unmessy and how clean this process is, considering the fact that we are talking about millions of votes well, tens of millions of votes, obviously hundreds of millions total. But when you look at these battleground states, it's a lot, especially for places like Pennsylvania, which has never had a culture of mail-in voting. And they were behind, the eight ball for a long time. People in Pennsylvania even admit that. And this is the first time, even pre-pandemic, that they decided to make mail-in voting more available. And the fact that they are doing it rather quickly, given the volume that they have, is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's just taking a little bit of time. But it's actually, and what's interesting is that so many of our reporters who have been in the field all week have heard from all of these election officials in towns and cities all across the country, and so many of them saying it's been a boring election day. They have not seen widespread problems. Even the Biden campaign, a lot of Democrats who've been on the lookout for widespread problems, we haven't seen them really alleging anything crazy happening. So now we're just counting the votes and we're just waiting to see what happens. And I was really struck by how Biden, in some ways, you heard Rick saying the campaign's over. Biden seemed very much in a post-election mindset, almost as if he wasn't even thinking. I mean, I'm sure he was thinking about Donald Trump, but it was almost as if President Trump was not a factor in what he was saying as he was going out there and
exactly
speaking.
Right.
His mind is clearly in a transition mode. We're not quite there yet in terms of the numbers, but that's clearly where Joe Biden, the former vice president of the United States, who has been in politics and in Washington for decades, that's where he is right now.
Well, I mean, if he does want to do what he said he wanted to do as a candidate, which is unite the country, bring everyone together, that's what he needs to do, is to not poke the bear, as was just said. Let's go to Caitlin Collins, who covers the White House for us. Caitlin, what are you hearing from the White House, from the Trump team?
Well, Jake, all day yesterday and today, I've heard that President Trump has wanted to come out and do just what Joe Biden did there. Appear in front of the cameras, address the nation. Obviously, it's a safe bet to say they would say very different things than what Joe Biden just said there about urging calm, counting every vote, confident they're going to win, and waiting to see what the ultimate outcome is. But here's the concern for Trump world, is they've been trying to keep the president from speaking publicly. They've told him, just let the attorneys handle this right now. That's the best message you've got out there so far, as we are waiting to see what's going to happen in somewhere like in Arizona, because, Jake, they know that if the president comes out, his message is not going to be much stronger than what it was at 2:30 in the morning on Wednesday, when he was actually had a much larger margin in a lot of these states than what he has right now, especially somewhere like a Pennsylvania, like a Georgia. And so the concern is that seeing Biden go on camera is going to make the president want to go on camera, because, of course, that is often how he sees things. He watches things through the lens of the coverage as he's seeing them on the television. And we know that he's been in the Oval Office today, but has not been in public since that early morning press conference, or not press conference, appearance at the White House. So the question is, are we going to see from the president? It seems far from determined over at the White House, but there is a concern that seeing Biden go in front of the cameras is going to make the president want to do the same thing.
All right, Caitlin Collins at the White House. And I think one of the issues here,
allegation, not just that that is what he said, but then in addition to that,
Yes, in Philadelphia, still no word on who the next U.S. president will be, and stocks racing ahead. Another triple-digit advance. What does Wall Street see that Main Street apparently does not after this?
I knew about the tremors, but when I started seeing things, I didn't.
State for Joe Biden. It's not quite the same as Arizona here, where we did that one with the Associated Press, but the argument there is pretty much the same from the Trump camp, that was all prematurely done, and not all ballots have been fairly counted or represent what's really going on. Jim Trusty joins us right now, the former DOJ prosecutor, much more. Jim, there are so many states, so many issues, so many briefs. Well, let's focus on Michigan for the time being, because that's a state presumably called, and it wasn't only this, but virtually all major news organizations have called it. So their argument has to be what? To say, wait a minute.
Well, it's very uphill. I mean, let's be realistic about it. When you're talking about procedural challenges, saying there's something irregular about the observation process, or just asking for a recount or doing individual assessments of ballots, those tend to nibble at the margin. They don't tend to overturn overall results in the long run. So I think the lawsuit in Michigan is probably not as compelling, or at least has as much potential, I would say, as something in Pennsylvania might have. And there are real differences. I mean, if you're in compliance in general with your state rules, which is what dictates federal election process, it's very hard to get a court to see sufficient evidence to actually overturn that on any fundamental level. Now, Pennsylvania is a little bit different, Neil, just because you had the Supreme Court altering the legislative plan when it comes to the election. So that could tickle an interest in the Supreme Court someday, reluctant interest, but an interest nonetheless because of the balance of power or the kind of checks and balances that were supposed to be in place may not have worked.
You know, one of the things that is different here is the role eventually the Supreme Court might have to play, and I've raised it with other guests. If you don't mind, I'll raise it with you. The Supreme Court would, I'm sure, prefer not to handle a hot potato. Go ahead and deal with it at the local level, the district level, either at the county level. Have the registrars handle that if need be. Maybe take it to a court at that level. Maybe go all the way up to the state Supreme Court there. And only then, and we pray not, bring it to us. Is that their general preference?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And there's really kind of a practical and a philosophical reason behind that. The practical thing is this. We're talking about state election law, state process. So just in general, you know, it's very difficult to build a record of actual prejudice to your campaign that will stand or withstand the whole process of going up the pyramid, you know, through the state court system all the way through the federal court system to the Supreme Court. The other thing, Neil, and this is really maybe a supreme irony at work here, you know, federalism. I mean, they have a conservative Supreme Court. They generally are not going to want to wade in to state process for the sake of wading in the state process. So ironically, you've got Democrats that are hoping that judicial conservatism wins the day, and conservatives are probably thinking we need a little activism for the Supreme Court to reach out and get involved in this stuff.
Jim, what difference does it make? I know it shouldn't make, but does it make when you see these growing protests and you see that it's gotten heated on both sides? Does that make a difference in when these things and how they are legally advancing?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, hopefully not. The courts shouldn't be responding to mobs from either side. And that brings me to a related point, Neil, which is I don't think that the president is really well served right now by the lawyers spending their time doing basically legal pep rallies. That's not really what matters at this juncture, getting people whipped up and saying we can prove it. It's actually proving it. It's coming up with hardcore evidence that you can put into a civil complaint that'll withstand the scrutiny and be sufficient for a higher court to act on it. And that's the challenge here. It's not just about innuendo or raw numbers. It's not going to be easy. You're not going to have people that say, you know, I confess, I just altered 100,000 ballots. But that's where the focus has to be, is developing sufficient evidence in a race where that can make the difference so it can withstand judicial scrutiny as it goes up the chain.
All right, Jim Trusty, thank you very much, my friend. I'm a good pick on that fine legal mind of yours. All right, at the corner of Wall and Broad today, I know it seems like a disconnect, and man, oh man, today it was a disconnect. Just as has been kind of all this eventful week. Stocks soared again. Technology soared again. Apple, Amazon, the host of other technology names soaring again. In the middle of what we're told is a growing constitutional crisis. What the heck is going on? We connect. You might want to hide.
The most dangerous thing about rheumatoid arthritis is often unseen, because the pain you're feeling could...
Biden sounds like an American president and Trump sounds like a despotic, you know, abnormal one. That's one problem. The second is that all he's got is a bunch of tiny complaints. Like literally in Georgia, he's complaining about 53 ballots being moved off a table. In Pennsylvania, he's fighting about 93 mail-in ballots. And when you have over 100 million votes cast, you can always point to some irregularities. The question is, does it make any difference? And this is the Trump modus operandi generally. He finds one immigrant who did something wrong and he tries to blow it up, or one DACA recipient or whatever. But voting is different because, Nicole, you and I and all of us actually did it. Well, over 100 million of us did it, and we have more personal experience with it. So that kind of Trump maneuver won't work. And then just the last thing is it going to matter? Is it going to make any difference anywhere? Because it's not just one state now, it's more than one that Trump is likely going to have to contest if the projections hold. And, you know, that's different than Bush versus Gore, where it was just one state, Florida, and the message was from the Republicans, count every vote. He's got the opposite message here.
Well, and you hit on something that has been on my mind. I mean, he was always attracted to dictators and autocrats. He now seems to be refusing to accept what appears to be a likely imminent defeat, like a Democratic leader. I mean, you look at the way George H.W. Bush left office. I mean, losing a run for the White House is soul-crushing. I have worked for people who have won. I have worked for people who have lost. But there seems to be no capacity to understand how it's done by the good ones and how it's done in a way that's good for the country. And I'm not saying that I'm surprised, but it's still very painful to see, Neil.
Yeah, no, I mean, you and I have talked in the past about how when we served in government, it's just so inspiring because the mission's always about something more than yourself. I mean, it's about a system, it's about sitting in a chair that legends have sat in before. And there are all sorts of things you can always do, of course, in government to benefit yourself, but you don't do them whether you're a Republican or a Democrat because you care about the good of the system. And Donald Trump's never behaved that way. And he's just showing his colors now once again.
Peter Baker and Neil Katyal, two of our friends whose wisdom was needed more today than ever. Thank you so much for spending some time.
The world are watching right now because Joe Biden is at 253, and we're trying to take the remaining states off the board to see whether Joe Biden wins the presidency or whether Donald Trump can somehow block him and win re-election. When you say Maricopa County, for example, will do their daily build a couple hours from now here in the East Coast, have there been any conversations about several updates a day so people can at least see a trend line, or what is the reason to do it one time a day?
I have not had that conversation with them, so you know, I think that every time they have to stop to upload data, it takes away from counting, and I know that they're just trying to get through those counts and provide a certainty to the public about when those updates will be provided.
Go ahead.
I should say, I think this came up yesterday too, but we have seen, the Trump campaign, understandably watching all of this, but also in a somewhat more curious way in Pennsylvania, for example, complaining a lot and threatening to file suits. In Wisconsin, saying they would ask a recount. I know you're still in the middle of the count, so nobody could ask for a recount now anyway. We did see some protests outside the Maricopa County Counting Center last night. There's democracy and then there's disruption. Are you worried at all about some of the anxiety you've seen outside of some of these counting centers?
Certainly, we're worried primarily about the safety of the staff involved. They worked with Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, and as far as we heard, everybody was safe. And I think that what these protesters need to understand, we are doing...
I think we just lost...
that is what we're doing. We're going to do that whether or not they're asking.
Go ahead, Secretary. We lost you for a second. Just pick up your thought.
We're going to do that whether they ask us to or not. And their being there actually is causing delay and disruption and preventing the employees from actually continuing to do their jobs.
Well, was that an isolated incident, or do you see these incidents occurring elsewhere in Arizona?
We haven't seen them anywhere else in Arizona, but they're out again today in downtown Phoenix.
And I take it it's okay in Arizona for people to show up at these demonstrations armed with rifles and weapons. Is that right?
100%.
That's the law. Go ahead, John.
Just in terms of, as you look in terms of the pace of the count, you're doing it your way, and we've tried to tell our viewers in the United States and all across the world, different states are doing this in different ways. Do you have any concerns in terms of, do you have ballots, provisional ballots being challenged, or any other ballots being challenged, or are you moving along smoothly, even though it's taking some time because so much of this is on paper and mail?
Yeah, it's moving smoothly. We're at the place we expected to be right now. We said from the beginning this was going to take time, and our turnout ahead of where we were this time 2 years ago.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of technical issues. Has there been any? We know that the Trump campaign has threatened various lawsuits in other states. Have they threatened anything in Arizona?
We haven't heard anything at all, and there really, as far as we can tell, there's not really anything he can challenge. Here he wants the votes to keep being counted, and so there's no reason to challenge that. In terms of recount, our recount margin is very narrow, and there's no basis to request a recall if it's not within those margins.
And so I just want to walk through it one more time. We've had a little glitch in the connection every now and then. So tonight, how much of the vote do you expect to be out tonight, and when do you think we will have, if not 100%, 90% or more of the Arizona vote tallied in public?
I don't want to put words in Maricopa County's mouth. Yesterday, they were able to tabulate 140,000 ballots. I would hope for a similar number today, but I can't commit to that on their behalf. The other counties are plugging away and updating their numbers when they have numbers to update.
And so, Secretary Hobbs, based on everything you've seen so far, when do you think we will know the winner in Arizona?
I think that if Maricopa County keeps up the pace that we saw yesterday in tabulating ballots, that we will have a much more clear picture of where things stand by tomorrow. By tomorrow morning, afternoon, evening, can you give us a little better sense? We're all, we obviously are anxious that you guys do it, but do it right. But we're just curious when we'll know. Yeah, I would say by tomorrow evening when Maricopa County does their upload tomorrow evening. Because that's the biggest county, John, in Maricopa.
Right, Maricopa, and the Secretary is saying she expects 140,000 today. That would be almost half the 300,000 outstanding ballots in Maricopa County. And again, that's your biggest clue.
Certain parts of Arizona late last night that I think it was 79,000 total votes, and the president cut into Joe Biden's lead by 13,000. So the Trump camp is making this argument here, and you heard David Bossie a moment ago at the microphone that they think they can still flip the state of Arizona. So that's the lay of the land. I didn't take you to Georgia or North Carolina, but by then you'd be bored. Just take my word for it. It is tight, it is close, and it is changing, not by big margins, but with such small margins, it can make a dramatic impact on so many of these states right now.
Yeah, and as you said, the count goes on, one by one by one, it goes on. All right, thank you, my friend, very, very much, Bill Hemmer, on that. You were probably wondering why the stock market was advancing today as it was yesterday, as it was the day before that, as it was the day before that, as it was the Friday before that, in the face of all of this tumult and confusion. In fact, even more so now, post-Election Day, and all the new confusion. Why is that? Why are we now looking, with one day to go, one of the best weeks for the markets since back in April, after one of the worst weeks for the market since back in March? John Bussey, the Wall Street Journal Associate Editor, with us. Heather Zumaraga, Zuma Global President. Heather, what's going on? It's got to be a disconnect, or is there a connect?
Right. Despite all the election uncertainty, the stock market is still heading a lot higher, Neil, because of a few things. Mainly because there's no blue wave, right? The Senate is going to be in control by the Republicans still, while the Democrats keep the House. And that means less likely for corporate taxes to head higher, less likely for capital gains to go up, less likely for the Green New Deal and other radical job-killing energy policies, regardless of if it's a president-elect Trump or Biden. And that's why the markets are heading higher. They actually do better if you look back in history when Congress is split, regardless who's in office.
Yeah, but John, I thought the markets didn't like uncertainty. There's a lot of uncertainty around this election. I could see the Senate thing, I get that. But this could drag on a while for the White House.
Uncertainty. And so what the markets are probably discounting here is that they have one of two possibilities. One, President Trump wins the election, in which case the markets are familiar with that policy. The other is that Joe Biden wins, and that it's a split government. It's a divided government with a Senate that is not necessarily in Democratic control. We may have a couple of runoffs that happen in December as a result of the election on Tuesday. But it looks like it's going to be a divided government, which leads to a certain stasis and a certain status quo, and the market likes that. There's no big, sudden changes. Big elephant in the room, though, Neil, is the coronavirus. The Fed raised concerns about it again.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. I was just going to as well, because Heather, on the back front, a couple of days of 100,000 plus new cases has folks wondering, we appreciate the drama around the election, but this virus thing is scaring us as well. Now, there might be some belief that a vaccine is on the horizon, or that death counts are still stable, if not down. But that is out there, is it not? Is it a concern forget about average Americans, what about investors?
Absolutely. And look, we're going into the holiday shopping season. Never too early to start talking about that, because if more Americans lose their job, if the economy shuts down, we're getting the October jobs report tomorrow. It may be the weakest since May when we reopen the economy. So I want to look at the retail sales data. I'm also keeping an eye on jobs. It is important to keep the economy open, as was evident in the GDP report. But the coronavirus surge in cases will have an impact on the stock market if we don't get a vaccine soon.
You know, then comes stimulus. You know, that's something sort of like waiting for Godot for the markets for everybody, I guess, John. But the argument that something could be cobbled together even in a lame duck session of Congress, how likely is that?
Well, we haven't seen it up to date, have we?
No,
We've seen splits that just have not been resolvable. And the market seems to have kind of digested that, metabolized it, and said something is eventually forthcoming. The Fed's not quite as sure. It's been raising it's been setting up a couple of flares on this, saying that Congress needs to really be thinking about fiscal moves. It needs to be thinking about stimulus. It's keeping that very much front and center for Congress to act on, and yet we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that yet. You know, the other thing is that at 100,000 cases a day, at some point, this is going to grind down economic activity. The market seems to feel that that some kind of a vaccine will kind of resolve that, but that's several months out still, and you've got a period now that the Fed is focused on, and is thinking, what's going to get us from here to there? It's going to be spending by the government. It's going to be additional worker benefits. It's going to be more help for small businesses, and we don't see that program yet.
You know, I'm wondering, too, the drip of allegations we get on these various states, on how that's going to factor out, Heather. The reason why I mention it is we're getting a statement from the Department of Justice on some ballot counting irregularities, in which they say the Department of Justice will pursue all actionable information it receives, and it always is the case, encourages anyone who suspects a federal crime to report it to their local FBI office. So that's almost stating that you expect crimes. And I'm wondering if that shakes support in the system itself.
Well, so far so good. We've had peace and law and order for the most part, and I think that the stock market is really counting on the judiciary system to work, right? Let it go through the court system if necessary, and the stock market, again, is overseeing, regardless of Biden or Trump uncertainty as president-elect, that a divided Congress may be the best thing for the American people and the stock market at this point in time.
All right, guys, I want to thank you both very, very much. We mentioned about what
because of this pandemic that they don't really believe is real, or they don't give legitimacy that it deserves because of the way that their preferred president and candidate is talking about it. And, Donald Trump talks a lot about the economy, but he's not necessarily talking about the economy after the coronavirus pandemic. And that is the one curious thing that I hear from the folks who even voted to reelect him. They can only point to the economy pre-COVID, but the economy post-COVID will be forever different. It'll be decades before we get to the pre-COVID economy. And that's something that I think Donald Trump has done well about not really allowing those folks who are still sticking with to even understand that reality.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the most important point to end on. It is not reality, but I think what some of these exits show, and I think what you're getting at, Nick, is understanding what people's sort of feeling about what their reality was and what their existence was and what the choice was. Such an interesting conversation. I'm so grateful to both of you for having it with me here. Thank you so much. Up next for us, another trip to the big board for a look at where the race for the presidency stands at the top of the hour. We'll be back after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Today, smart tech is everywhere.
One more.
Way to
you're still in that battlefield. I think it's going to be really important. I think back to that 2000 election, those nerves were still raw. You still saw Al Gore, go see the then President-elect George W. Bush, and I think there's going to have to be some real repairing of this so that we don't undermine the foundation of our democracy any more than we have to in a period in which we know that there's going to be greater anxiety. I still am surprised that we haven't seen Donald Trump in person. We've seen him, of course, on Twitter, seen him like that for 4 years, but I am surprised he's been off camera for this long.
Well, the last time he came out, of course, he virtually claimed victory. So, I mean, what would be in it for him right now to come out? What would be in his best interest if he did come out to say?
Well, I think you're right. I don't know that he's got a great message. I think I'm surprised, though, that he's just not giving lift to his argument and getting his supporters galvanized by that. I think he got, smacked down a bit for getting too far ahead of the process. And to Chuck's point, I think you haven't seen a lot of elected officials that have backed him up on that. In fact,
happening now at 4, an anxious nation waits as the fate of the presidency remains undetermined. The latest coverage of the ongoing count coming up. And a bad week continues to worsen South Dakota's COVID-19 pandemic as deaths continue trending upwards. Hey, Tyler.
Hey there, Sam. It's another beautiful day across the area, and we're not done with these nice days just yet. I'll let you know how many more we have ahead of us coming up. You're watching Dakota News Now.
This is Dakota News Now.
Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday. I'm Sam Wright. Counting continues at this hour in the 2020 election with Joe Biden holding a healthy electoral lead over President Trump. All eyes are on Nevada and Arizona, but those states aren't the only ones that we are watching. Ballots are still being tallied in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and in North Carolina. In each of these battleground states, the margin between candidates less than 2%. These states could reveal by the end of the day whether the fight for the White House is all but over or destined to continue in the courts. NBC's Alice Barr has more from Washington.
As the battlegrounds finalize their vote counts, Democrat Joe Biden is gaining ground in a game of inches. President Trump hoping to chisel his own path to victory, filing a flurry of lawsuits to stop the counting in Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Nevada, where Trump campaign officials spoke today.
Ballots are not automatically legal votes until they're checked. We are not being allowed to check.
The Trump team claiming fraud but offering zero evidence, and campaigns don't verify ballots, election officials do.
We are not aware of any improper ballots that are being processed.
Give us access! But on both sides today, very serious concerns. Protesters gathering outside of Philadelphia Counting Center forced to pause its work this afternoon because of a legal challenge. The mail-in ballots being counted there have trended strongly for Biden, rapidly eroding the president's lead in Pennsylvania. On Twitter, President Trump demanding stop the count. Several other tweets claiming fraud were flagged as potentially misleading. Biden offering a starkly different message, to be patient, saying we feel good about where we are. The day began with a tightening race in Georgia, Biden closing the gap on the president's lead, and the opposite in Arizona, where Biden had a narrow edge. As the count ground on, tensions building in the streets, with America watching and waiting. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
You may have noticed the electoral vote counts vary by news organization. Now, there is a reason for that. While the major networks each operate independently, they work together on their vote counts. Our numbers here and on DakotaNewsNow.com come from the Associated Press. Its count is independent of the networks. However, we believe the AP and the networks will have a consensus once all these state counts are final. Legal challenges brought a temporary halt to the counting of mail-in ballots in Philadelphia today. That's as dozens of supporters of both President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden are making their voices heard on the streets outside the polling station at the Pennsylvania Convention Center in Philadelphia. Trump supporters were chanting "Legal votes matter" and "Grant us access," while Biden supporters chanting "Count every vote." City officials halting the ballot count for nearly an hour to address a count ruling that allowed the Trump campaign to have closer access to observe ballot tabulation. Taking a break from the news for a second and turning to weather with meteorologist Tyler Roning. Tyler, I will try my best to find as many synonyms as say nice by the end of this newscast.
It's tough for both of us, Sam. I know we're kind of running out of things to talk about with the weather, and it could have happened on a better week, certainly, with all the other news going on. At least the weather has been extremely nice, and that obviously continued again today. Plenty of sunshine right now in Sioux Falls. Temperatures are back in the 70s, 73 degrees. Not quite to the record high today. The record high today is 75 degrees. Very close. I don't think we're going to complain about the low 70s, though, by any means. Wind not very strong, and we're going to talk about that here in just a few moments. The wind is going to be certainly picking up quite a bit in speed for tomorrow. In Aberdeen, you're sitting right at 70 degrees right now. Wind coming out of the south at 13 miles an hour, and a few clouds moving through Pierre, about 79 degrees. About a couple of hours ago, Pierre, you were sitting in the low 80s. So it's just been beautiful all across the Dakota News Now area. Some clouds are temporarily making their way through. We saw this yesterday afternoon, too. Nothing to be too concerned about, obviously. We are going to be in for a very mild night. As a matter of fact, most of our temperatures tonight are going to be not only staying above freezing, but we're talking about only dropping into the mid to upper 40s and even some low 50s beginning Friday morning. Right now, some upper 60s north of Sioux Falls, but further west you go, we do have some upper 70s and low 80s showing up, including 80 degrees right now in winter. The wind is a little bit stronger in west central South Dakota, where it's between 15 and 20 miles an hour. Still not too terrible for the eastern half of the area, where the wind is only averaging between 5 and 10 miles an hour. Weather headlines heading into Friday, breezy conditions will be making its comeback. Saturday, we're still going to be pretty warm, and then as we transition into Sunday, we are tracking the return of some rainfall, as temperatures will be warm enough to support that. We'll time out that rain and let you know when temperatures will be cooling back down again, coming up in just a few moments, Sam.
Thank you, Tyler. 3 juveniles were injured after a crash northwest of Del Rapids. The Minnehaha County Sheriff's Office saying that the car went off the road and crashed into a tree around 5 last night. One of the kids was transported to the hospital by helicopter and another by ambulance. The extent of all 3 kids' injuries is unknown at this point. However, a GoFundMe page has been set up for those involved. A Dakota News Now follow-up: remains found during an excavation connected to a cold case in Watertown had been sent to a forensic lab for analysis. Crews dug up a well on a rural property east of Watertown Wednesday in an attempt to find the remains of Pamela Dunn, who has been missing since 2001. Her ex-boyfriend, David Asmussen, is currently serving a life sentence after being convicted for kidnapping her. However, prosecutors say no homicide charges have been filed because a body was never found. According to the Deuel County Sheriff's Office, digging was completed yesterday evening. Sioux Falls police need your help in finding a missing girl. 11-year-old Nakia Jackson. She was last seen around 7:15 this morning, walking just north of the airport. She's 5 feet tall and weighs around 130 pounds. She was wearing light-colored pajama pants and a black short-sleeve shirt. Anyone who sees her is asked to call police. The coronavirus pandemic continues trending in the wrong direction in South Dakota. State health officials say COVID-19 has claimed 22 more lives in the state, marking a single-day record. An additional 1,300 cases also confirmed, as total known cases in the state surpassed 50,000 today. However, active cases declined by nearly 300 due to additional recoveries. Current hospitalizations also dropping by 8 to 475. Just under 32% of hospital beds and 30% of ICU beds are still available. The auditor of South Dakota's most populous county has now been diagnosed with COVID-19 days after he oversaw the November election. Minnehaha County Auditor Bob Litz testing positive for the virus following a rapid response test. County officials announcing that today. Officials also say auditor staff and all election workers are being notified. They say ballot counting is substantially complete, with the exception of provisional ballots. 3 Dakota News Now staff members who had contact with Litz since Tuesday night are now quarantined. The Minnesota Department of Health reported nearly 4,000 new coronavirus cases and 25 deaths today, breaking the state's single-day record for new cases for the 3rd straight day. In Iowa, the Department of Health confirming 4,500 new cases and 20 deaths. The health department reporting 72 counties with a positivity rate greater than 15% over the last 14 days, up 61 from the previous day. Now the South Dakotans voted to legalize recreational marijuana. Some may be wondering what that next step is. Even with a win on election night for Amendment A, the drug will still be illegal in South Dakota for some time. The South Dakota legislative session begins on January 12th of 2021, where legislators will decide the logistics of recreational marijuana. The first step, the South Dakota Department of Revenue must decide how marijuana will be taxed. Then legislators need to decide things like how it will be sold and who can grow it. District 13 Senator Jack Kolbeck says it helps that South Dakota isn't the first state to have marijuana legal.
Governor of Colorado came right out and said, hey, South Dakota, if you guys do not have an infrastructure set up, you're going to have a mess. Okay, so we need to get an infrastructure set up.
Kolbeck says he spoke with the Board of Regents, Brian Maher, today, and there are also some things to be worked out as far as marijuana on college campuses. Governor Kristi Noem is speaking out after voters approved these marijuana initiatives. In a statement to Dakota News Now, she said, quote, I was personally opposed to these measures and firmly believe that the wrong choice for South Dakota's communities. We need to be finding ways to strengthen our families, and I think we're taking a step backward in that effort. I'm also very disappointed that we are growing the state government by millions of dollars in costs to public safety and to set up this new regulatory system. The number of South Dakotans filing initial unemployment claims increased last week. The state says just over 800 filed claims, an increase of 326 from the previous week. Continued claims, however, stay in their downward trend. Officials say just over 3,700 claims were filed for the week ending on October 24th. It's also a decrease of 835. Nationally, the Labor Department reports that 751,000 workers filed for benefits last week. That's about 7,000 fewer claims than the previous week. Still ahead here at 4 o'clock, it's hard to focus on anything besides the election and the pandemic, with one of the most important drug debates in years is taking place this week. Details on that coming up. Hey there, Tyler.
Hey, Sam. It's still warm today, obviously, but we're actually going to be getting even warmer tomorrow. Not bad for a Friday. We'll talk about that in your First Alert forecast.
Thank you, Tyler. Starbucks is ringing in the happiest time of the year with a...
about things, we've disagreed about things, but at the end of it, we've stayed friends and good friends.
White society. So I'm...
To when this suit was announced yesterday morning and the count was beginning, it was filed at 4 o'clock, at which point the count had largely proceeded, I am told. But as of this point, the essence of the count is completed, and the relief requested, other than the relief to observe the videotapes, is completely unavailable. The court would finally find that as to the one issue for which relief is arguably available, that on this factual record, I have no basis to find that there's a substantial likelihood of success on the merits as relates to this defendant. Nor am I convinced that there is a clear legal duty on the part of anyone who is properly before this court to manage this issue. I will endeavor to get an order out no later than tomorrow afternoon, but I have both an afternoon Court of Appeals case call and a full case call tomorrow morning. With that, I would thank you all for your presentations and would adjourn this matter where I believe everyone here, at their best, seeks to have a full and fair election process. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And vote counting continues in Nevada and in a number of other states today. Looking at the map, Joe Biden has 264 electoral college votes to President Trump's 214. In Pennsylvania, the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, says we definitely could know who wins the state by the end of the day. That's according to the Daily Caller. Secretary Boockvar is holding a news conference, which is expected to start in just a few minutes. You can watch live coverage starting at 5:15 p.m. Eastern here on C-SPAN.
Continue to follow the vote counting on cspan.org/election. Use our interactive election night map for the status of the presidential race with a current electoral college count, popular vote tally, and a percentage indicator of votes counted in undeclared states. See the results of every House and Senate race and the current balance of power in Congress. Watch statements from President Trump and Joe Biden, as well as key victory and concession speeches, and those from past elections. Find it all at cspan.org/election. Women for Trump National Co-Chair Pam Bondi and Trump Campaign Senior Advisor Corey Lewandowski spoke to reporters this morning about a court order concerning their team being able to observe the mail-in ballot vote count in Philadelphia.
Y'all set?
Hey guys, good morning. We're here this morning because we just got a great ruling from the appellate court. The appellate court just issued an order allowing immediate access for our team to observe the voting process. Immediate access. So our team of 15 people will be headed in right now to observe the vote counting process. This is very important because, as you know, they have kept us away 30 to 50 to 100 feet with a barricade. They had a guy in there wearing a badge who is not a sworn law enforcement officer, keeping people away. This is not a matter for the Secretary of State or Supervisor of Elections. The U.S. Constitution and the under the U.S. Constitution, the legislature has the right to make these laws, which they have made, and a judge just confirmed that they must be followed. So we plan on entering that building right now and legally observing the voting process. Because if there's one illegal vote that is cast, it takes away from the great men and women of Pennsylvania who came out and issued a legal vote. So thank you very much. Corey Lewandowski.
Listen, guys, democracy dies in darkness. This is the opportunity to shed light on what's going on inside this building. Our observers are going to be 6 feet behind every person who's counting these votes in accordance with the COVID protocols. This is a win for every person who's cast a legal ballot in the state of Pennsylvania. We're going to go in here right now. We're going to start watching what's going on, not from 30 feet away, not from 100 feet away, from 6 feet away. This is a win, and what you will see is the Democrats are going to try and stop this from happening. They're going to appeal this decision because they don't want the American people to know what's going on in here. It's time to go in and put some light on what's happening. Thanks for being here, guys.
Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, all these folks across the street, you should be allowed to observe and know what's happening with our voting process. That's why this is so important for all parties involved. Thank you. We're going to get our people in the room.
Later in the day, the Trump campaign held a news conference from Las Vegas as ballots continue to be counted in Nevada. The campaign announced that they're filing a lawsuit in federal court because they want to stop the counting of what they call improper votes.
Starting out as a photographer, and I would at night late night theater.
Yeah.
And it was creepy. I was the only person in there to see it was all dark and stuff.
All right.
Thanks to Tunnel to Towers, I'm going to have all these freedoms here.
Joe Biden over the edge in Pennsylvania when all the votes are cast. And you have to believe that Donald Trump sees it that way too, because Rudy and a couple of Trump's kids are there filing largely frivolous lawsuits in the state to stop the counting. Peter Baker reported in the last hour that Jim Baker, who headed the George W. Bush recount, made the point that in Florida, neither side was for stopping the vote. They wanted the first vote to happen. There was an automatic machine recount that happened, and then it was counted another time. And I think news organizations went in and counted it a couple more times after that. So no one has ever overturned an election by not counting. I mean, even the effort to bridge the gap in vote is doomed to failure, it would appear.
I think that's exactly right. I think the underlying premise here is no one besides Trump is working to undermine our democracy. Every single vote should be counted. And honestly, what we've heard overwhelmingly from voters thus far, especially those voters who voted by mail throughout the country, and now we're looking into Philadelphia and other areas in Pennsylvania, is that they're largely going for Biden. So it's absolutely right that Trump's margin is going to continue to dwindle in Pennsylvania as we learn more. And you're about these frivolous lawsuits, similar to what we saw in Georgia and Michigan where they were thrown out, there is no evidence to back it up. All of Trump's claims are unfounded and baseless, and I'm glad to see judges across the country weighing in with that reality, because Trump's behavior is just signs of additional desperation for someone, as Michael so poetically and dramatically put it, grasping at straws on their very last episode and trying to figure something else out. But there is no way around counting all of these votes and what voters decide.
You know, Bob Costa, I thought about your reporting when I've looked at just how disciplined Joe Biden has been and his message of running as a proud Democrat, but being a president for all Americans. I want to read from your piece. The headline is "Election Reveals Deeper Divides Between Red and Blue America." I think this was about Wisconsin specifically. The urban-rural divide illustrates the pronounced polarization evident in preliminary 2020 election results. The split underscores fundamental disagreements among Americans about how to control the coronavirus pandemic, or whether to even try, how to revitalize the economy and restore jobs, how to combat climate change, or whether it is an emergency at all, and the roles of morality, empathy, and the rule of law in the body politic. Each one of those so loaded. We could spend the rest of the hour on this, but just talk a little bit about how that manifests as someone tries to lead the whole country, as Joe Biden has said he would try to do.
Working with my colleague Phil Rucker yesterday, we were thinking through the Biden speech and what does it really signal about this country and where his possible presidency could go. And as much as he said he wants to be a president for all Americans and not just a president for Democrats, the political map and the results from Tuesday present significant challenges to him should he sit in the Oval Office next year, because this is a country not just divided on issues like the economy or the pandemic. It's a country that, as Cornell Belcher, the pollster, puts it in the story, is tribal. And the rural and ex-urban voters, mostly white, are now more significantly with the president and Republicans. Suburban voters more with the vice president at times, but in urban voters even more with Vice President Biden. And that divide, more than the red-blue divide, is something that's going to confront him as president.
It's so interesting, and when you add over, we talk a lot about Fox News, but there's an entire conservative media information ecosystem that, to me, sort of looking at how that has changed the existence of a Republican president with a totally subservient Republican Congress, the fact that it appears Joe Biden won in that climate is to me a real political feat that we'll be talking about for a long time, but that's to say nothing of the task of governing. Michael Steele, Robert Costa, Juanita Tolliver, please stick around, stay with us, because when we come back, we're going to talk about this dwindling path.
Mail-in vote. So you pull it out, Wolf. And
damaged our relationship.
If he wins just that, he's president of the United States. If he wins here, then he's got to pick up one of these two that are still outstanding. He has many paths to 270 of these several states remaining on the board. The president of the United States, of a broken record, but he cannot lose that. He cannot lose that. And at this hour, he is in danger of losing both.
Yeah, and as you correctly point out, Pennsylvania wins 20 electoral votes. If Biden were to win simply Pennsylvania, lose everything else, he'd have 270 electoral votes. We're standing by for news conferences in Georgia and Pennsylvania. The secretaries of state will be speaking, answering reporters' questions. President Trump's lead in both of those battleground states is slipping and slipping tonight. Stay with us. Our election night coverage continues right after this.
Head or laugh really hard when I tell you all this. So this is Wilbur Beast. The French Bulldog is the newly elected mayor of Rabbit Hash, Kentucky. The K9 ran a dog-on-dog campaign, edging out a fierce field of renowned rivals. That included Smokey the Rooster and Stella the Fat Cat. The town has reportedly elected a dog mayor every 4 years since the 90s, with residents casting their vote by donating to the local historical society Wilbur will be followed in the four-legged footsteps of his predecessor, former Mayor Gwyneth Paltrow. No word on Mayor Wilbur's first order of business, but it could be rough in this political climate. Just give me a second to pause from all of these puns. We're done, I promise you. The distinguished mascot for Pringles, Julius Pringle, is dropping his iconic stash for Movember. It's a campaign to raise money and awareness for men's physical and mental health. To take part, men show off the abilities of testosterone by growing out a mustache. Pringle showed Mr. P joining the campaign by doing the opposite, shaving his iconic mustache off. Looks like people are ready to hear some Christmas cheer as Mariah Carey's hit song, All I Want for Christmas Is You, is seeing a surge in stream requests. Billboard reports that the song received more than 1 million on-demand streams on Sunday and Monday alone. That is up 160% compared to the last 2 days of October. Carey's holiday classic was first released in 1994, but it took over a decade for the song to hit #1 on Billboard's Hot 100 list. In your health news, new research suggests nearly 1 in 5 coronavirus patients may show gastrointestinal symptoms only. Scientists in Canada reviewed findings from 36 studies on COVID-19, and they found 18% of people who tested positive had gastrointestinal symptoms such as loss of appetite, nausea, vomiting, and abdominal pain. 16% only had these symptoms. Experts encourage doctors and radiologists to be watchful for these signs of the virus. The FDA will soon consider whether to approve a new Alzheimer's drug. The committee will meet Friday to discuss an experimental treatment for early Alzheimer's. Aducanumab would be the first new Alzheimer's drug in almost 2 decades. If approved, the drug would become the first immunotherapy to reduce the clinical decline of the disease. The committee is expected to decide whether to recommend the FDA approve this or not. The Alzheimer's Association supports its approval. Still ahead here at 4 o'clock, COVID cases continue climbing in battleground states as final presidential votes are still being counted. This story coming up in about 10 minutes.
I'm attorney Renee Christensen. I help people who have become permanently disabled due to an accident or workplace.
Ohio and Minnesota, where millions turned out to vote in person, but the spread of the virus at polling places was not a major concern, say experts. On Wednesday in El Paso, Texas, a record 3,100 new infections. Hospitals there now at or near capacity. Doctors and nurses working around the clock to stop the spread.
We cannot afford to lose any more lives.
In Indiana, 20-year-old college student Bethany Nesbitt died in her dorm room of a pulmonary embolism after testing positive for the virus. The coroner citing COVID-19 as a contributing factor in her death. In a statement, Nesbitt's family writing in part, "This loss is forever. We plead with you to take this virus seriously."
It is a pain that I can't even begin to describe.
Jennifer Seidlich Padana lost her parents to the coronavirus in April. They were married for nearly 50 years and died within days of each other.
I never thought that, these holidays that are coming up, that I would be spending them without my parents.
That statement shared by many around the world as a second wave of infection sweeps through Europe. Italy, Greece, and England are among countries issuing partial or total lockdowns again. This London hair salon busy ahead of today's shutdown. Restaurants, gyms, and non-essential shops in England are now closed for 4 weeks. Measures that experts hope will help the region grapple with the latest outbreak.
A follow-up here at 4 o'clock. A Michigan state court judge has denied a lawsuit sought by President Trump's attorneys. Judge Cynthia Stevens in the Michigan Court of Claims denying a request from the Trump campaign, which asked the state to stop counting absentee votes. According to the lawsuit filed late Wednesday, the campaign wanted an election inspector from each party present at each county canvassing board. In her ruling, Judge Stevens said the Trump campaign failed to offer solid evidence that any laws were being violated. An update in the George Floyd case, a judge ruling the trial against the 4 police officers charged in Floyd's death will proceed in Hennepin County, Minnesota. The ruling is a blow to the defense, which requested a change of venue. The judge also approving the state's request for officers involved to be tried together. Derek Chauvin is charged with second-degree unintentional murder and second-degree manslaughter in Floyd's death. The others are each charged with aiding and abetting second-degree murder or manslaughter. Tyler Roney is back with another look at our pulchritudinous forecast. That's a big one to say beautiful. Check that one out, though. He's back in just a moment.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for this guy.
Thank you.
The Pennsylvania Secretary of State, Kathy Boockmar, holding a news conference, John. Very significant numbers released. We're looking at Pennsylvania right now. Trump is ahead of Biden by 90,542. Basically, she said, go to the website, see what the outstanding mail-in ballots are. And we did 326,348. You're good at math. You've done the math. For Trump to win in Pennsylvania, what percentage of 326,000 outstanding votes will he need?
Trump has to get in the ballpark of 33, 35%, but let me flip it and do it a different way. Because we know so far today, in counting the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden so far today, in the count in Pennsylvania, is getting 78%. Let's just say Joe Biden got 70%, right? If Joe Biden got 70% for the rest of the ballots, if he got 70% of them, that would be 228, 443, right? There's a little rounding in there. Okay, so that means that's a 2. Sorry, it's a little messy. That's a 2. And so then you start from Donald Trump's 90,000 lead, right? So it's a 90,542 lead, and then you add into that, if he would get 97,000, right? It'd be 97,000. So then he would be in the 188 and change, right? He would be 188 plus, right? So if Joe Biden gets 70% of what's remaining, he would pass Donald Trump by about 40,000 votes. He's getting 78% in the count so far today. That just tells you it's possible. That doesn't tell you that it's going to happen, but we know he's getting 78% of the mail-in ballots they have already counted today. So as they count the number left, as you said, 326, 348. So if he gets 70% instead of the 78% he's getting, he would pass Donald Trump by about 40,000 votes.
So basically what you're saying is if Biden wins 70% of the remaining outstanding 326,000 votes, he would win by about 40,000 votes. He would win the Pennsylvania contest right now.
Yes, and that would make him the president-elect of the United States. He would win it by 40,000 votes, so he doesn't even need 70%.
When did Trump win Pennsylvania by 4 years ago?
Let's go back and take a look as we go back through the thing. Telestrator off, 2016. 44,000 votes.
So in other words, Biden would win Pennsylvania by almost exactly the same number of votes that Trump won Pennsylvania over Hillary Clinton in 2016.
If he gets 70% of what is remaining out there, and again, if you're watching at home, and let's come back to this year's statistics, if you're watching at home, you look at this and you say, well, he's only getting 49. Why do you think he's going to get 70? We don't know that he's going to get 70, but we do know. In the votes counted in Pennsylvania today, he's above 78%. And so we're just saying if he only got 70%, only sounds ridiculous, but if he gets 70% for the rest of the count, he will pass Donald Trump by about 40,000 votes. And again, just for anyone who hasn't been with us for the last 2+ days, this is happening for a reason. Republicans vote on Election Day. The president did a fantastic job with his rallies of turning out Republicans on Election Day. That's why he's getting more votes in Pennsylvania now than he did 4 years ago. Joe Biden and Democrats, though, they had a strategy. Many of them voted by mail. Some of them voted early, getting in line. It's the mail-in ballots that they're counting now. The Election Day ballots have already been counted. So Donald Trump's massive surge of votes have already been counted. That's why he jumped out to that big early lead in Pennsylvania. Now they're doing the arduous work of counting the paper ballots, the mail ballots. And as they do that, Joe Biden, again, today is getting 78% of those ballots as they count them. If he gets 70% of what is left, he will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania by about 40,000 votes.
It's pretty amazing. And she specifically said, the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania, that
it's sad. We should have found out on election night. What happens is if you scare the voting public about COVID-19 to the point where they're so terrified they can't even walk to a polling station with a mask on and submit their ballot, you're just going to send out tens of thousands of ballots into the countryside, and then you're going to see how many you need after the early vote and after the Election Day vote comes in, and then you count them in a room where you're not going to have sufficient oversight. Could you guys see anything that was going on from that picture of the poll watcher?
Yes.
You're supposed to have eyes on the ballot so you can see, one, if there's postage there, two, how it's opened, whether it's a naked ballot or not, three, whether the signatures match, and four, whether anything is interfered with while the vote is processed. That's impossible to do from that vantage point. It's corrupt. Everybody knows it, and that needs to be addressed immediately. And I think all Republicans throughout the country should stand up and say that.
Yeah, you want to encourage people to protest a legitimate process in which the lady is doing
I'm
her
not
job.
protesting
You
it.
want people to be over her shoulder, interfering.
6 feet.
This is ridiculous.
The court order said
listen,
6 feet.
Let me just say.
Did that look like 6 feet?
Let me just tell you. Let me
No.
tell you the news that apparently has you in this rage. The news is
I'm not in a rage.
that with Fox News having called Arizona, with the president needing to sweep the rest of the states to have any chance, and of course with Joe Biden doing very well in Nevada, it looks like he has a very strong chance of becoming president of the United States within a day or two.
So if that's
And
the case, why don't they let them watch the count room?
You rage because
Why?
you have nothing to say.
Juan, I
you
just
have
said
nothing to say
if he
except
is doing
there's
so well
there
in
is no-
Pennsylvania, why
But
can't it be
Jesse,
watched?
Jesse, why
Why
don't
can't
you
it be
let
watched?
Jesse? Why don't we let crowds into
Not a
this
crowd,
room
it's
to
a
watch
lawyer,
the
Juan.
vibe?
It's a
This
lawyer.
is ridiculous. Let the
Not a
people
crowd.
do their job. Let the Secretary of State
Let
do
the
her
poll
job.
watcher do their job
They
too.
do. They come in. What
No.
did Eric Shawn just tell you?
Can't see a
That's
thing,
not
Juan.
true. That they are not
You
in
can't
there.
see a
They're
thing.
in there.
Obviously, this morning, there was a problem because the Trump campaign did issue a lawsuit that the judge and the court ruled in their favor on. And if you're in the room watching the count, but you can't actually see the count, that is a problem. And according to the campaign, that is still the issue. And they posted video of back and forth with the local attorneys saying you can't come in yet. We're evaluating what the court order means, what the judge has said in this case. The campaign pushing back and saying we've been in legal work for 30 years. Why don't you understand what the court ruling is? So obviously there was an issue this morning with access. You also had in Michigan yesterday, which our reporters were reporting. Matt Finn was posting video of this, asking questions about why this was happening, papering over windows in Michigan when they were asking for access to watch the counting. So again, President Trump might lose this thing. The campaign says he can still win Pennsylvania, he can still win Arizona, but the fact is that the numbers are tough for both candidates at this point. Right. They both have to make up a gap in both places. But the fact is that just because the end result might be a win or a loss for the president doesn't delegitimize questions about the process, especially because Pennsylvania looks like it's going to determine the future of the presidency for the rest of the country. And the rest of the country has serious questions about the process, and they deserve answers about a lack of transparency, why the lawsuits are happening, what is the outcome of the lawsuits, and why local officials apparently aren't enforcing a judge's order as of earlier today.
And in less than 90 minutes, well, I guess in about an hour and 13 minutes, then the Trump campaign will be back in court in Philly seeking an answer. Greg, and in Georgia, it's 0.2% between the two candidates.
Well, you know what? You know who could really help right now? Hunter Biden. No. He's a really good poll watcher.
Where's Hunter? Oh, God.
He's an excellent poll watcher. By the way, just a reminder to everybody.
Can you serve drinks now? I need a drink now.
Wanted to lighten it up.
This is too much.
Just remember that after the 2016 election, there were a lot of Democrat leaders urging people to hit the streets. Maxine Waters, remember what she said, and it was about getting in people's faces. So I'm not so much worried about or concerned about what's going on with these protesters and whatnot. I do think that it is time for a change. I mean, we are a first world country. We automate so many things. If robots can flip burgers, robots can count ballots. You don't have to stand 6 feet from AI or robots to do the counting. And I think that's where we're headed in the next couple of years. But I just want to mention that I am actually really optimistic about what's going to happen. We keep thinking about what's next, but remember how much Donald Trump accomplished within 4 years, okay? This was probably one of the most consequential political phenomenons we've ever seen. Whether you hate him or love him or you're somewhere in between, you got 200 federal judges, you got 3 Supreme Court justices, you got Middle East peace plans coming out the wazoo. He broadened the appeal of the Republican Party to blue-collar and black voters. Let's hope the Republicans capitalize on that. And you know what? And this is something that the left just should be thanking him for. He didn't start a single war. He upset you guys and kept you up at night with tweets. So the good news is this guy did a lot, and the even better news is he's going nowhere. So even if he loses this election, I said this yesterday and people laugh, but trust me, 2024, he's going to be the nominee, and I'll be in my early 40s, so I can consider being the VP. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I think that barring any health issues, he's going to be back, and the fact that he doesn't drink means that he's not going to change. You know what I mean? But I think that if you're a Trump supporter, you got to feel good. You won. The guy broke the system. He broke the mold. He broke the media. He broke the pollsters. He broke the entire political machinery. Nothing is ever going to be the same. You're never going to see the same thing after Trump, unless it's
backed by zero evidence. Zilch, nada. Biden still has a lead in the state of Nevada. Joining us from North Las Vegas, NBC's Cmgus Vcr. Jacob, I have been watching you all day long, my friend. Take me through your experience on the ground there. What is the Trump campaign even trying to do?
It's a good question, Nicole, and zilch and nada are the perfect descriptions for the amount of evidence that they have for any voter fraud. We know widespread voter fraud is a myth. But here in Nevada, now they're leveling specific allegations. Thousands of improper, is the exact word that they used, ballots. And they are suing in federal court here in Nevada to stop the counting of the votes. And Rick Grinnell, the former acting DNI, was here today along with Matt Schlapp, put those allegations out into the ether. And I wanted to ask him, what is the evidence? Where are you getting this information? We still haven't seen the lawsuit. They still haven't filed it. All they've had is a press conference. Let's take a look, Nicole, at what Grinnell had to say. It took a little effort. Watch this. Can you talk about the evidence? You're claiming thousands of illegitimate votes here in Nevada. What's the evidence?
You should go in and ask the question of the clerk.
No.
Which you haven't
You
done
guys
yet.
just made the claim. No, in fact, you also said there's no election observers. There's Democratic and Republican election observers inside. Mr. Grinnell, former DNI Grinnell, acting DNI. Where's the evidence of the fraud? You haven't presented any evidence of fraud.
Where's the evidence?
They presented no evidence of fraud, Craig. So we're live on MSNBC. You've said thousands of illegitimate ballots. Thousands of illegitimate ballots. Where are they? Where's the Matt Schlapp? Where are the illegitimate ballots? Where are the illegitimate ballots? So with a 12,000 vote margin here, thousands of fraudulent ballots is a serious allegation, but there's no evidence. What's happening inside this building is the deliberate, slow counting of those votes, and we'll find out on Saturday. And if the Trump campaign has a legitimate lawsuit, we'll find out in federal court. But right now, we don't have any evidence of that.
NBC's Cmgus Vcr on the ground for us in Nevada. Thank you so much, my friend. Joining us now, Joyce Vance, former U.S. attorney and an MSNBC contributor, and Washington Post White House reporter and MSNBC political analyst Ashley Parker is back. So, Ashley, let me just start with something Ben Ginsburg has been saying for really weeks now. Ben Ginsburg, I think the Republican version of the most respected and longest serving election lawyer that our party has really ever seen, worked for every former Republican presidential campaign and president, has come out and said that this hunt for voter fraud has been a Republican mission for decades, and it has never turned up anything. And in fact, the only person committing felony voter fraud is Donald Trump by asking his voters, I think it was in the state of North Carolina, to vote twice. So now the big lie that Ben Ginsburg is certainly qualified to diagnose and report to us about is being carried on and carried out by Matt Schlapp and Rick Grinnell in Nevada. What is the end game for them?
Well, there was something incredibly amateurish of what they were doing today. And I think that clip of Jacob kind of pressing them on the fact that they made a pretty serious allegation with no evidence demonstrates that. But one of the things that the Trump team is doing is they are trying to keep the president calm. And they are trying to dissuade him from doing what he woke up today angry and defiant wanting to do, which was go out, speak publicly, and again, prematurely and quite possibly falsely declare victory. And one of the ways they have managed to calm him down so far is by stressing to him all of the people who are out there fighting for him and briefing him on these legal strategies, although, as you point out, they have not been wildly successful yet. So
So I want to be clear, the legal strategies are, on the one hand, they are real. The campaign very much does want to challenge a lot of these states and a lot of these ballots in ways that they think could help them. But part of it is also, again, for that most important audience of one, trying to convince the president to stay calm and convince him to believe that there is hope to fight another day.
And this fight is drawing such meager talent and numbers, Joyce Vance, that the president's kids were, having tantrums on Twitter, basically crying and having hissy fits, begging people to come and help their dad steal an election. So is the state of Donald Trump's efforts. And as Ashley points out, I am certain accurately, it isn't really a political strategy. It definitely isn't a winning legal strategy without evidence. It is sort of the campaign version of giving him some Xanax, it would appear.
It has the feel of a final desperate appeal to the base. Like you say, there's not much legal strategy at play here. Usually if you've got good claims, you go straight into court. You don't let your former DNI roam around announcing claims that can't be backed up. And that's the meat of this. This is a president who struggled to find voter fraud to support any problems that he has at the polls, really since before he was elected the first time. You'll remember that in 2017, he notoriously stood up an election integrity commission that was supposed to search for allegations and for complaints of voter fraud, and it had to fold several months into its operations, not only because it couldn't find any fraud, but because there was concerns that it was actually in the process of collecting voter information that could be used to suppress the vote in future elections. So here again we have this boogeyman of voter fraud that the president is going to try and trot out to explain his loss to his base, but it's unavailing because there is no evidence of voter fraud.
Joyce Vance, Ashley Parker, thank you so much for your wisdom, Ashley, for your reporting, for your calm. It is what the whole country needs. It's great to see you both. I will be back at the top of the hour. Let me tell you what's happening next. Brian Williams, Rachel Maddow, Joy Reid, Steve Kornacki, and I kicking off night 3 of MSNBC's special election coverage. Don't go anywhere. We're not.
Get back to you again. Shed those newfound pounds with Slim Fast. Use our app. Make it easy. Grab a friend. Make it fun. Let's Slim Fast together. Give us a week. Take off the weight and keep it off.
Then sexually assaulted her.
App. Make it easy. Grab a friend. Make it fun. Let's Slim Fast together.
Sees pizza.
We're going to get...
You're excused.
And on the next...
It was like 62,000. I thought we're a little over 47,000 now, but there have been changes even inside that number, like I noted before, the Gwinnett numbers from that one scanner for absentee in person, which is what early vote is. And actually, while I have everybody here, just to clear a few things up, people get confused. Early voting, and they go online and they look for, I've listed as having requested an absentee, I didn't.
Want to do this out on the ocean. I respect what
they weren't in the mouth, Dana.
Yes,
they
sir. They got scooped up. Yes, they were. And then out. I mean, come on. Thankfully, they were fine. And also, they get back to their car and they're like, that was cool.
I can't believe the whale watchers got access to that body of water.
Isn't there
the Biden people wouldn't let them in. They finally got in.
But isn't there a biblical story like this?
Yeah, yes. Jonah and the whale.
That's what I'm thinking.
I thought it was real till I was like 12.
Well, maybe that was Jonah.
I mean, but I do think it has happened. I think that's where they got the story.
Let's go to Greg on his biblical.
Yes, this is. Let's do this. Yeah, see, we get rid of that chart on the right. That's what we did there. No charts there. My favorite cocktail has 3 ingredients. 1, a Bush baby. 2, slow motion. And 3, a leap. Look at this fella. Look at this finesse. This athletic prowess. And the way he lands is absolutely beautiful. Look at that. I could watch this for days. And I have a feeling I probably will. Because I don't know why. It's just something to watch.
Cute.
It is
very cute.
Bush baby.
Bush baby.
Katie.
All right, this is very cool. The Army Museum Enterprise is getting rid of 500,000 plus historical items, duplicate artifacts from its collection over the next 5 years. It's going to give them away to other museums, veterans organizations, national parks, educational institutions, and the chance to snag their own piece of history is now. And if there's leftovers, they're willing to open it up to the American public, which is great because tanks are available. I'm probably going to sign up for one.
That's really neat. I like that.
Yeah.
Tanks are available, you say?
If they're extra.
Might need one, Jesse.
I might need more than one.
My wife always
going to Philly.
Get a tank
right.
to drive.
That's it for us. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Special coverage of the election with Brett Baer and Martha McCallum is next.
Next.
Welcome to New York. This is Fox News continuing coverage of Democracy 2020. I'm Brett Baer.
And I'm Martha McCallum. Breaking tonight, we are waiting for the president to speak over the course of this evening, about a half an hour from now. It's going to be the first time we've seen him, Brett, since the wee hours of Wednesday morning.
This as Joe Biden is still 6 electoral college votes away from the presidency as the ballot count continues in a handful of key states, almost 2 full days after the closing of the polls. Biden sits on the precipice of victory, while President Trump and his army of attorneys file legal challenges in several of those states. The Biden camp saying the president is trying to create a cloud of confusion. The president's people insist Democrats are trying to steal the election.
So new vote totals in Nevada have increased Joe Biden's advantage. New numbers from Georgia and Pennsylvania have narrowed the president's lead there.
We have reporters in all of those key spots and expert analysis to break it all down for you. We begin tonight, though, with Chief White House Correspondent John Roberts and the latest from the Trump team. Good evening, John.
Good evening to you, Brett and Martha. And the latest from the Trump camp is that in a half an hour's time, the president will come to the Brady briefing room to make remarks and hopefully take a few questions as well. Yesterday, the president let his campaign do the talking. But after Joe Biden came out for the second time today, the president thought it was time for him to have something to say on a day that was marked by a flurry of legal action by his campaign. President Trump staying out of public view again today, but in a statement through his campaign saying, if you count the legal votes, I easily win the election. If you count the illegal and late votes, they can steal the election from us. The Trump campaign fighting on 2 points, making sure no illegal ballots get counted and attempting to eliminate extensions that allow ballots received after Election Day in some states to be counted. In a tweet censored by Twitter, the president insisting any vote that came in after Election Day will not be counted. In Pennsylvania today, a victory, then setback for the Trump campaign. A judge ordered campaign observers be allowed within 6 feet of vote counters, but Trump officials say they weren't allowed the access the judge authorized.
We just filed a motion in federal court for immediate injunctive relief. We will not let the people of Pennsylvania go without having an election observer for every single ballot.
In Nevada, the Trump campaign filed a federal lawsuit claiming as many as 10,000 people who no longer live in the Silver State cast ballots.
It is unacceptable in this country to have illegal votes counted. And that is what's happening in the state of Nevada.
The state Democratic Party chair, William McCurdy, firing back. In a shameful display, partisan hacks attacked the integrity of Nevada's voting system without evidence, threatening to disenfranchise the voices of their fellow Nevadans in the process. And a legal setback for the president in Georgia today, a judge dismissing a Trump campaign lawsuit that claimed late arriving mail-in ballots were counted. In Arizona, a glimmer of hope for the president as he cut into Biden's lead by 11,000 in the latest tranche of mail-in votes. His campaign still confident of victory.
If the current trends continue, as we have seen, because we follow the science, President Trump is going to overtake Joe Biden and you're going to win Arizona.
The Trump campaign also expects to prevail in Pennsylvania, though there has been a subtle shift in how they're saying it. Yesterday, the campaign manager, Bill Stepien, outright declaring victory. Today, still confident, but not so sanguine about it.
At day's end, we feel like the president will win Pennsylvania again.
And in a sign of what might lie ahead, Trump campaign officials told Fox News today that they plan to provide to the Department of Justice and local law enforcement authorities in Nevada a list of thousands of names of people they say voted illegally because they were not residents of the Silver State. We'll see what the president has to say about all of this, scheduled for 6:30. Brett?
John Roberts live on the North Lawn. John, thanks.
So, Joe.
Donald Trump's lead fell in the last hour under 10,000 votes against Biden. The big thing here that happened was Fulton County, where Atlanta is. We got pretty much their final votes reported out. It brought that Trump lead under 10,000. Still more votes here to come. Let me show you where in Georgia right now. The bubbles represent the outstanding vote. Now, some of these areas here are heavily Democratic. For instance, I can show you Clayton County. Look at this. Joe Biden's winning at Atlanta Metro here. Joe Biden's winning it with 85% of the vote. You know, and we think there are still something on the order of 7,500 mail ballots to come out of there. So there's opportunities here in a place like Clayton County, in a place like DeKalb, Gwinnett. There are some, oh, here's the big one too, by the way, excuse me, Chatham County, where Savannah is. There are some obvious opportunities here for Joe Biden to gobble up major chunks of votes here and potentially overtake Trump. There are some Republican and Trump-friendly areas here that also have votes. You could see a circle here. You could see a circle here. And the one thing I would just point out that we've been seeing in Georgia that's a little bit different than in Pennsylvania, which I'm going to talk about in a second. In Georgia, you do have the disparity there where the mail-in votes are more friendly to Biden than the same day. So these mail-in votes are more friendly to Biden. But it's not on the scale of what we're seeing. They're just gulfs, universes, worlds apart in Pennsylvania. What I'm trying to say is Trump may do well in some of these counties with outstanding mail vote in Georgia. And so there could be an opportunity for him to offset potential Biden gains. And so when you start to look at that statewide picture here in terms of what's left, in terms of what Biden's trying to overcome, again, a little bit less than 10,000, you know, that could be tight. That could land in a very tight place, and also that could land well within that 0.5 percentage recount zone. It's a recount that a candidate could request if it's within 0.5%. So I think there's a little bit of a complicated picture in Georgia. I want to show you Pennsylvania now, because what's happening here, and you can see Trump's lead now has fallen to 78,000. It was over 90,000, I think, about 30 minutes ago. And what happened here was we just got a big report of absentee votes, of mail votes, and it's from Cumberland County. And I actually think Cumberland County tells the story of what's happening all across Pennsylvania right now. This is a Trump county. Trump leads Joe Biden overall in this county by 12 points, you can see. But what we just got reported out were 30,000 absentee ballots, and Joe Biden, I want to make sure I got the number right here, Joe Biden won them with 69% of the vote. Oh. You can read that. This is what's the scale of difference in Pennsylvania. I can't underscore this enough. Between what we see in terms of the results of the mail votes and what we see in terms of the results of the election day, there's massive difference between the two here. And that's what's now happening. On election night, you got those election day votes tallied up right away, and it's why Trump jumped to such a huge lead, seemingly, in Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, in counties like Cumberland, the absentee ballots, the mail ballots, just sat there. And only now are we finding out how they voted. And Democrats, Biden supporters, were much more likely to use the absentee ballot, the mail ballot, than Republicans were. And so this is the story in Pennsylvania. On a sort of a normal election night, all right, I would be telling you like, oh, Cumberland County, outstanding votes, there's a chance for Trump to make up ground. There's a chance for Trump to gain votes. That's not happening here. Everywhere there is outstanding mail vote in Pennsylvania, Biden's winning it. The only question is by how much. And he's not just winning it. Again, he's winning it by very wide margins. It ranges from, as I say, 69% of the mail-in vote. He just won that in a Republican county. Now take a look in Philadelphia. Let me see if I can move this over to Philadelphia. I have to unselect that to do it. Okay, Philadelphia, Biden is winning the mail-in votes here at a 90% rate. So in the Democratic area, he's getting like 90%. In a Republican area, he's getting close to 70%, but he's winning it overwhelmingly everywhere. Now, what's left here? As you can see, what Biden's trying to overcome is a 78,000 gap, 78,000 vote gap statewide. In Philadelphia, we think there's probably about 80,000 votes left just there. If Biden's winning these at a 90% clip, you could see very quickly he could erase, make it the statewide number there, he could erase just about all of that Trump statewide lead from Philadelphia. Now, Philadelphia has been doing these, in increments. We're getting 10,000 votes here. A couple hours later, we're getting 10,000 more votes reported out. They say it's because their processing can only handle so many ballots per hour. That's why there's a protracted delay here. But if you see that number that looks to be left there, about 80,000 or so, that alone could pretty much close the gap. And then I haven't even gotten into, think about the dynamic I just took you through here that we saw. You see that in other counties too. Lehigh County, I think we still have about 25,000 mail ballots left in Lehigh County. Joe Biden won what was reported out today there with 70% in Lehigh County. So again, that's a big batch of votes. The county itself is competitive, but the mail ballots are overwhelmingly Biden. Look at Erie County. Let me go out here. This is 49.5 to 49.1. That's the overall result in Erie County. The mail-in ballots, however, 69% for Joe Biden. So you're just seeing this in county after county. So everywhere you see a dot here of any kind of size is where we have outstanding mail vote. It's where we have outstanding absentee vote. And I haven't found one of these yet where that's meant more votes for Donald Trump. They just consistently mean more votes for Joe Biden. So you got the, and by the way, I don't know, take a close look here at Philadelphia. If I call that back up there, I'm trying to just get this thing off the screen so you can see it. There are bubbles within bubbles here. See, there's Philadelphia is the big bubble, but then there's Delaware County, right outside Philadelphia. It's already a Biden county, so if he's winning the overall vote with 62, you can imagine the mail-in vote is going to be. You got votes still in Bucks County. You got pockets of vote all over the place, and they are all going to Biden, it appears. And so the opportunity for Joe Biden, I did this contrast with Georgia and Pennsylvania for a reason. In Georgia, I can see potential trade-offs. Trump gains votes here, Biden gains votes here. Who ends up ahead? Let's see. In Pennsylvania, you just see opportunity after opportunity for Biden to gain. You see hundreds of thousands of votes that are still out, and a Trump lead that's now just sitting at 78,000 statewide.
Steve, I have what I think is an easy question for you about Pennsylvania.
Is at least above average mild temps.
Air pollution. Even in the what counties that look like Republican counties, the vote that is likely to still come in may still benefit Biden, even in the most Republican counties that have still to report.
Yep.
Let me just make sure that we understand that every one of those bubbles, every county in the state that has yet to report all of its votes, all of those remaining votes are mail ballots. That's true everywhere in the state.
That's our understanding of it, and I'm going to just check the spreadsheet right here. That is our understanding. Well, now I should say, I want to be clear on this too. There are provisional ballots. Okay. There are military ballots. So there are some other types of ballots here that could come into play. But essentially, yes, it's mail ballots that are the overwhelming share of this.
Wow. Okay. Now, on to Georgia is a timing question.
Yep.
One of the things that's been frustrating...
Act on weight. Now I'm feeling connected.
$1 a month. You'll also get great savings on dental.
Didn't experience another.
Begins on January 12th, 2021, where legislators will decide the logistics of recreational marijuana. First step, the South Dakota Department of Revenue must decide how marijuana will be taxed. Then legislators need to decide things like how it will be sold and who can grow it. District 13 Senator Jack Kolbeck says it helps that South Dakota isn't the first state to have marijuana legal.
The governor of Colorado came right out and said, hey, South Dakota, if you guys do not have an infrastructure set up, you're going to have a mess. Okay, so we need to get an infrastructure set up.
Now, Kolbeck does say that he spoke with Brian Maher at the South Dakota Board of Regents today, and that's another thing to keep in mind on how marijuana will be handled in the future on university campuses. Jacob Sersosimo, Dakota News Now.
Governor Noem weighing in on the approval of recreational and medicinal marijuana. In a statement to Dakota News Now, she says, quote, I was personally opposed to these measures and firmly believe they're the wrong choice for South Dakota's communities. We need to be finding ways to strengthen our families, and I think we're taking a step backward in that effort. I'm also very disappointed that we will be growing state government by millions of dollars in cost to public safety and to set up this new regulatory system.
Well, we can all get behind 70 degrees in November. Feels
this evening's health headlines. Crossing yet another bleak threshold during the pandemic, America logged more than 100,000 new coronavirus cases on Wednesday. The total count of new infections was at least 107,000, the New York Times reported, with 23 states recording more cases in the past week than in any other 7-day stretch. According to a new study, people with long-term exposure to air pollutants may be more likely to die from COVID-19. In an analysis of more than 3,000 U.S. counties, researchers found that just a small increase in long-term average exposure to fine particle pollutants upped the risk of death from COVID by more than 10%. Researchers say the findings aren't surprising, as air pollution also makes flu and other lung diseases even more severe. A new study suggests that a new immunotherapy that has shown success against multiple sclerosis in animals could be promising for humans. Researchers say the new therapy would impede a person with MS's autoimmune response and leave the rest of the immune system fully functioning. Experts say this is a huge advantage when it comes to compared to other therapies. A local man is gaining his independence after having both legs amputated last year. Now he's accomplishing more goals than just walking.
What happens is you progress to the point where, you know, you start out in a wheelchair and pretty soon you're using a walker and then you're using a cane. So I mean you know, the pain isn't there anymore and you're learning to walk. In
tonight's Health Beat at 6, we'll hear what other goals Steve Chambers is accomplishing thanks to physical therapy.
In this evening's business headlines, according to the Labor Department, another 751,000 Americans filed for unemployment benefits last week. That was more than expected. Also last week, more than 362,000 people filed for pandemic-related unemployment assistance. KELOland.com reporter Ray Yost takes a closer look at unemployment.
And, you know, the idea that they want every vote counted, we want every vote counted, but we want every valid vote.
No, he doesn't want every vote counted. He wants to stop the counting.
Every valid vote counted. That's what.
That's the definition of valid.
I'm just telling you. That's what we're feeling. If it's a legal vote, fine. But we don't want votes that are illegitimate votes.
But he wants. Look, the president has said stop the counting. I mean, Van.
You didn't catch my horse whisper last time. My Trump whisper.
Well, you're going to have to do the Trump translation
hopefully,
tonight.
Yeah,
but
I don't think he's going to say stop the counting right now.
So far, there have been 2 cases of voter fraud, and they're both Republicans in the entire country. They're both.
The Attorney General of Texas prosecuted over 100 voter fraud cases. So the answer is that there's not today, but I'm saying
out of how many?
This is just in the last few years.
I think the reason. So you're right in the last few years. I mean, out of how many votes that were cast?
No,
millions of votes.
I understand, but don't say it doesn't exist. It exists.
It's just statistically insignificant.
It may be.
Let me say something about this. I do think that what I'm hearing over and over again, our folks are feeling like there's a lot of voter suppression. We feel like you guys don't want us to vote, and you feel like there's a bunch of voter fraud, and you think there's a bunch of cheating going on.
Well, if we're into voter suppression, we did a lousy job.
Well, I mean,
because there was a record turnout.
Well, I think
some people had to wait 9 hours.
Like when people have to wait in line for 9 hours, that is voter suppression. But I want to say something else. You're speaking for your folks. Let me speak for mine. Part of the reason it's so insulting to have him come out here and talk about fraud is because of the work that is being ignored and being defamed. A lot of that work was done by African Americans. Black Lives Matter has gone, nobody's talked about this, has gone from being a moment to a movement to being a machine. You now have organizations where you're talking about Color of Change, whether you're talking about Movement for Black Lives, Black Future Labs. These are organizations that now have their own polling, they have their own voter turnout, they do their own ads. The Black Lives Matter movement has become an electoral force. And the reason why you're going to win in Pennsylvania, because of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Michigan, because of Detroit. Georgia, because of Atlanta. Wisconsin, because of Milwaukee. African Americans have gone out here and fought and brought home a victory, and now we're going to be accused of cheating and fraud by the same president that's accused us of everything else. And so this rubs a lot of people raw.
First off, Trump is not accusing voters of cheating. He's looking at people within, he's talking about people who are counting the votes. That's not all of these organizations you mentioned. He's talking about the people who are in there doing, not applying the law the way they should. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. That's what he's talking about.
Polish this turd.
It's not polishing.
Listen,
I got a much bigger concern. This is an insult to the people who have done the work.
No,
that's not what it's about.
I'm going to tell you. Incite people.
Well, that is the issue.
Come out and incite people
that is the issue.
and say,
I'm not saying you should do it. I'm just telling you what he's going to do.
His son has tweeted, you got to go to war. We're having an election here. We're not having a war. We're having democracy. And, as I said earlier, you want to make legal challenges? Absolutely, go ahead. Make your legal challenges. But the votes are being counted. And there was a great piece in the New York Times by Peter Baker just now. Mm-hmm. The White House said, Jared Kushner said, what we need is our James Baker, who led the fight for the Republicans on the recount in 2000. So Peter Baker, who's just written a book about James Baker, went to him and said, what would you do? And he said, I would count the votes. This is different from 2000. I would say you need to count the votes.
Yeah,
and by the way, James Baker did not vote for Joe Biden.
Listen, for the whole 4 years, what concerned me as someone who's worked in the White House, and I think I share this concern with people who worked in Republican White Houses, is that the president's words matter, and especially this president, because he has such a zealous, devoted following. When the president says we're being cheated, when he says we're being defrauded, that the presidency is being stolen from us, that is incitement. It's not warranted by the facts. He is inciting people. Now, maybe he'll say something different tonight than he has said right along. But there's a real-life consequence to what he's saying that is deeply irresponsible.
I want to add to that, because the other thing that you're seeing is armed protesters going to disrupt, going to challenge people who are counting the vote. Now, I cannot imagine what would happen. I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk, and you can talk.
You're saying armed protesters as
and you
people,
to finish.
But as if people are actually storming those places. They're not.
They are armed.
They're standing outside peacefully protesting.
Listen, Senator, I don't interrupt you, and you're not going to interrupt me. I'm going to finish, and then
you're characterizing.
I'm going to finish, and then you're going to talk.
All right, fine. Go ahead.
Now listen, you have armed protesters. They're going to disrupt, going to challenge. You just heard elected officials in America saying they are concerned for their safety. That was just on our air, saying that they're having to bring security there, not for Biden, not for Black Lives Matter, but for Trump supporters. And that is that. So if you don't want to listen to what I'm saying, I'm telling you, that lands badly in our community. What say you?
You're characterizing people who are standing there chanting peace, as you would call it, because you've been calling it for the last 6 months, peacefully protesting, who actually are peacefully protesting. They're not throwing rocks. They're not shooting anybody. They're not breaking windows. They're standing there saying, "Count the votes." That's what they're saying.
And some of them have guns.
To suggest,
why are they armed? And some of them have guns.
It's scary. Because people have a right to carry firearms.
No, they have a right to be what?
Because people have a right to be there and carry firearms to protect themselves.
Let me tell you something. If the shoe were on the other foot, if Black Lives,
but they're not using those guns.
Black Lives Matter showed up with guns. If Black Lives Matter showed up with guns to where white people were counting votes, I think you would understand the level of concern in society. Don't you remember when like America right now, because the way Donald Trump is handling this situation? Number one,
you remember when like 4 Black Panthers showed up like a couple years ago at a polling place, and Fox News lost their friggin' minds
for years.
And those weren't armed people.
Like
they were just,
people are losing their mind here when conservatives are showing up.
These are people.
The point is, I agree, it shouldn't happen.
Votes. They're doing their job. They're your neighbors.
I agree.
They're poll workers.
And now they have security.
And now they have security, and they're afraid to go do their job, which is to count the votes. They are being observed. They understand the stakes here just like all Americans do. And if they are afraid to go to work to count votes of all Americans, what does that say? If then the president, we don't know what he's going to say later, and I know we make you the translator here for Donald Trump, which is a hard job, but if the president then comes out and says this election is being stolen from me and they are cheating, what do you think will happen? Will it get better?
So I agree with you that, number one, what happened with Bush v. Gore didn't happen while the votes were being counted. The activity of fighting for the election happens after the votes are counted, and you have proof of people doing things that they shouldn't. You ask for recounts, or you file suits. You go through the process of looking and getting and collecting information, doing the forensics to find out if there were votes that were fraudulently cast or there was illegal activity, and that's when you fight. You don't fight as people do the process of counting the ballots.
But they are now.
I understand, unless you feel that those ballots are being counted wrongly. And I know in the case of the city of Philadelphia, who again, you probably would.
How you move mass-produced beds built by robots.
The misinformation that was circulating online and went through the mechanics of how a potential
coming off its largest COVID-19 infection day since the pandemic began. More than 100,000 new cases were reported Wednesday. The per-day average is now record 86,000 new cases.
AstraZeneca says that it hopes to show its COVID-19 vaccine is effective by the end of this year. The company says it's ramping up manufacturing so it can supply hundreds of millions of doses in January.
Stocks up again today, big. The Dow Jones surging 543, the S&P 500 finishing ahead 67. The Nasdaq jumped 300. A lot of people talking that was about the possibility of divided government and maybe a GOP Senate. That's the word on Wall Street, but we'll see.
Law enforcement and government officials are bracing for more election-related protests at this hour. We have already seen demonstrations in a handful of cities. Correspondent David Lee Miller shows us tonight from New York.
In Philadelphia Thursday, dueling demonstrations were held outside the Pennsylvania Convention Center, where ballots are being counted. Pro-Biden protesters outnumbered supporters of the president. The two sides, separated by barricades, were peaceful. Wednesday night in Phoenix, hundreds of the president's supporters rallied outside the Maricopa County Election Center. The group criticized the decision by Fox News to call the state for Joe Biden. Demonstrators say the president can still win the state and demanded a fair count. Trump backers also protested outside a ballot counting facility in Detroit. Angry demonstrators banged on windows, demanding to be let inside to observe the count. In New York City, a pro-Biden demonstration turned violent.
We're in the streets right now because we want equality for everyone.
More than 50 people were arrested, including this woman, who after screaming at an NYPD sergeant, spit in his face. In Portland, Oregon, an anti-Trump protest erupted into violence. Protesters threw bottles and broke windows. In Minneapolis, hundreds of mostly peaceful protesters blocked traffic on I-94. They marched to voice opposition against President Trump, as well as racial inequality. And here in New York City, like elsewhere in the country, police are preparing for more protests that could turn violent. The governors of at least 10 states have now activated the National Guard to, if necessary, assist local law enforcement. Brett?
David Lee Miller, thank you. As you see on the side of the screen, we had it on the side of the screen, the list of all of the states we're watching and the votes that are separating, the differential, and that is really the whole story there in Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. We could add Arizona, as the Trump campaign is saying they want us to switch that call. We're sticking with that call, but there is a split, and it's getting closer in Arizona.
So let's go to Alicia Cunha, who is standing by with that story for us this evening on our continuing coverage of Democracy 2020, which goes on. Good evening to you, Alicia.
Good evening, Martha. Good evening, Brett. The fury by Republicans right now going all the way to the White House has really been growing today. The head of the Arizona GOP party, Kelly Ward, calling on Fox News to retract the decision made by the Fox News decision desk to call Arizona in favor of the former vice president. Let's take a look at the spread right now as it stands. Biden continues to lead here. However, the president has tightened it a bit in the last 24 hours. Today, Arizona Republican leaders held a news conference expressing confidence that the president will overcome the deficit here.
Trump was just behind by 200,000 votes. There were hundreds and thousands of votes were still out. Hundreds of thousands of votes that are still out. And even still today, there are hundreds of thousands of votes. And I can tell you that it is trending in the direction of President Donald J. Trump.
Now, this morning, 10 voters filed a lawsuit against elections officials in Maricopa County, accusing them of giving Sharpies to voters to use on their ballots, and that those ballots were then rejected because the ink bled through them or the machines could not count them. I asked the Arizona Secretary of State about the Sharpie issue today.
It does not matter what pen you use to mark your ballot with. Your ballot's going to be counted. And even if there's a problem with the tabulator reading your ballot because of the pen you used, or there's lots of reasons that a tabulator might not be able to read a ballot. If you use red pen, it says in the instructions when you get your ballot at home not to use a red pen, but the tabulator can't read that, but your ballot's still going to be counted.
Brett and Martha, Secretary Hobbs says that right now there are just under 450,000 outstanding ballots in the state of Arizona, the bulk of which are here in Maricopa County. The Secretary of State believes that they will finish counting this weekend. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alicia. Alicia Cunha in Arizona.
John Roberts, standing by at the White House. We are just minutes, we believe, away from President Trump making his statement there. John is in the briefing room. John, what can you tell us?
It feels like a long time since we've been here in the briefing room with anybody from the Trump administration, let alone the president, but we are expecting him, well, we were expecting him about a minute ago. He typically...
From cyber threats.
I want to ask the president is, when will you be satisfied that the votes have been fairly counted? If you get to 270, will you declare victory? Conversely, if Joe Biden gets to 270, will you accept concession of defeat? And if not, then what's the plan from there? Because the president and his campaign have been making the case all day today in various lawsuits, some of which were rejected. He had one rejected in Georgia, that illegal votes are being counted. There was another one that was filed in Nevada. Of course, there have been suits filed in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and probably a lot more to come as well. So what would constitute an illegal ballot in the president's mind? Where's the evidence for these illegal ballots? When would he be satisfied that the vote would be counted? There are a lot of other ancillary questions as well. Don't forget, he's talked about the fact that Christopher Wray may not be long for his job after the election. He hinted the other day in Opelika, Florida, that Anthony Fauci may fall under the axe when all of the dust starts to clear from this election. So, Brett, we've got at least a month's worth of questions to ask the president, and we don't know if he's going to take questions, or if Joe Biden did, he's simply going to come down and make a statement and then go back to the Oval Office or the residence, but we should find out sometime in the next few minutes.
So on election morning, I guess the hours after election night, there was a teleprompter set up, and it seemed like it was going to be a formal statement. He obviously said other things. Is this likely to be a Q&A? It doesn't look like it's a teleprompter setup.
One thing I can tell you is there's no teleprompter in this room, and as you know, Brett, yep. You've got to memorize your material, know your material, and deliver it. So I expect that the president might read some sort of a written statement. And again, we don't know. Will he just walk off and walk back toward the Oval Office, or will he stick around for a while? My sense is that he probably wants to answer a few questions. He likes the give and take with the White House press corps, and he knows that there are a lot of pressing questions to ask. So we'll see if he does that and what he has to say when he does.
To several states that are obviously very important that we're all paying a lot of attention to, including Georgia. And normally 853 ballots might not make a difference, but we're talking about a race that could come down to something like what Florida was in 2000. We know that was the famous 538 votes. Are you concerned that something like that, something like the U.S. Postal Service, could wind up being
social distancing policies as they space out the reporters there? Let's bring in CBS's Weijia Zhang. She is at the White House. And Weijia, not a coincidence that the president has chosen to come out at 6:30 p.m., normally the time when we air the CBS Evening News on the East Coast.
Nora, you're absolutely right. This is a president who is extremely media savvy and who always wants to have control of the message. We know that he has been glued to the television. We know, as Major just showed us, that his lead is shrinking in many of these states. And so we expect him to come out and give his perspective of the state of the race. That is what we heard from his former senior advisor, Kellyanne Conway, who just said that that's exactly what he will do, and drill down on some of the numbers from his campaign to make the case that he still has a clear path to victory. In fact, all day today, that is what we heard from his senior campaign advisors, that it could be as soon as tomorrow evening when it would be clear to the entire country that the president has won a second term at the White House. We also learned today that the president does not plan to concede, even if Joe Biden declares a victory in the coming days. Instead, he will focus on lawsuits in all those battleground states and challenging the results. But Nora, we also spoke to legal experts who say he simply does not have the grounds to win. In fact, judges in 2 of those states, in Georgia and Michigan today, dealt blows to the Trump campaign by dismissing a lawsuit saying there was no evidence that absentee ballots were being counted that were received after the state's deadline in Georgia. And in Michigan, a judge denied the campaign's request to stop counting votes until there could be more poll workers to watch because she says there was no evidence, again, of wrongdoing. And so it is going to be an uphill battle for this president if he plans to take this fight to the courts. But Nora, I can also tell you that his son tonight said that the best thing for the country is going into an all-out war over this election. So we know exactly where their headspace is as the president prepares to talk to the country.
All right, Weijia Zhang, thank you.
At 273. All he needs right now is Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's on his way to the White House.
All right, if President Trump wins Pennsylvania, obviously they'd be happy with that, but they got to keep going.
That's right, David. It doesn't end there. Look at President Trump's number up there. He's at 237. And look at it closely. If he wins North Carolina also, it goes to 252. If he wins Georgia, David, he's at 268. He has to come out west. He needs Arizona. If he wins Arizona, it's at 279. He could also win Nevada as well. But right now, the Trump campaign is focused on Arizona. They know they need the state if he wants to get reelected.
Right, a steep climb for the president, but still possible, which is why the whole country, Trump supporters, Biden supporters, are still watching all of this very closely. And right here with us, Tom Llamas, every step of the way. Tom, thank you. In the meantime, former Vice President Joe Biden, coming before the cameras late today, he began by talking about the terrible toll of the pandemic. So many of us focused on this election, and the U.S. is now seeing more than 100,000 new cases of the virus in 24 hours, an all-time high since this pandemic began. He then said today that we have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners, urging Americans to stay calm and wait for the votes to be counted. ABC's Mary Bruce in Wilmington tonight.
In Wilmington today, Joe Biden greeted with cheers. Biden heading into a briefing not on election results, but on the coronavirus and its impact on the economy. When he emerged, he all but declared the race over, while still urging Americans to be patient until all the votes are counted.
We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So, I ask everyone to stay calm, all people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon.
In his brief appearance, Biden notably not talking about the election first, but about the pandemic, signaling to the country he's ready to move past the campaign.
Senator Harris and I just completed briefings on both COVID and the economic crisis facing this nation. And we're reminded again of the severity of this pandemic. Cases are on the rise nationwide, and we're nearing 240,000 deaths due to COVID. And our hearts go out to each and every family that has lost a loved one to this terrible disease.
That was the Vice President, the former Vice President Joe Biden, late today. Mary Bruce with us live again tonight from Wilmington, Delaware. And Mary, we were all watching with you as we were on the air, and it seemed as if Joe Biden was signaling that if elected, obviously his first priority will be the pandemic. That's where he started today.
David, Joe Biden is clearly trying to project leadership in this moment and looking ahead to the massive challenges that he could potentially be inheriting. First and foremost, how to lead the country out of this pandemic. David.
In the meantime, Mary, tell us what you're learning from your sources inside the campaign. We see the signs there behind you. We know that stage has been set up behind you. We saw people working the equipment. It seems as though they're getting ready. They want to be ready at any time here if things go their way.
And David, we have seen a flurry of activity here in the last few hours. They are testing out the stage, making sure everything is ready to go. Now, that is not to suggest
Responses that come from other sites are happy with those. Back at 2016, we have some very recent experience with this.
Game to do whatever it took.
It is hard for us who are used to election night to live in election week, but they have done a great job. But no, it doesn't sound like we're going to get anything more from Nevada, and that doesn't look like a callable margin to me. And there's still too much vote out there to make a call at this moment, obviously. So then we start looking elsewhere on the map. And it won't be North Carolina. I can't, well, never say never in 2020, but it doesn't look like North Carolina is going to ripen up at any time soon because they're slow counting and going easy. So we're looking at Georgia, we're looking at Pennsylvania, we're looking at Pennsylvania, we're looking at Georgia, and the game remains very interesting.
And you're still positive on Arizona?
Oh, yeah. Arizona is doing just what we expect it to do, and we remain serene and pristine.
Even though those numbers did come in a little bit stronger for President Trump than you had anticipated.
The way this works, you're going to get a little here and you're going to get a little there, and you're going to see the needle move inside of a bandwidth. But this is still within the expected range. We are careful about making calls because we act with confidence when we make a call because we're careful because there's a bandwidth. And whether it's at the high end or the low end of the bandwidth, that's why we have those protocols in place so that we make good calls and that they stand up.
All right, Chris, thank you. Let's bring in our panel. Bill Bennett, former Education Secretary, host of the Bill Bennett Show podcast. Mara Liasson, national political correspondent of National Public Radio. And Bill McGurn, columnist for the Wall Street Journal. Bill Bennett, let me start with you. Your thoughts as we wait on the president here about where we are and where we may be going.
Well, big picture, I am not a conspiracy theorist. I tend not to be hysterical. I follow the philosopher's oath. That's my profession. Tell the truth. But just a few facts. You know, you look at Philadelphia, and after they stopped counting on Tuesday night, one tranche of votes was delivered, 23,277, all for Joe Biden. All for Joe Biden? Doesn't that raise a question? And this was, by the way, according to Nate Silver at 538. In Milwaukee, they had 89% turnout in the city of Milwaukee, which was 30 points higher than Hillary Clinton had, and 10 points or 15 points higher than Barack Obama. What does that mean? It's circumstantial evidence for sure, but it seems to me to suggest that the inquiry needs to be pushed. Courts can look at circumstantial evidence and make inferences from it. 23,277 votes in one tranche, according to 538, all for Joe Biden. I think any reasonable person would say, what the heck is going on?
Good questions. Bill McGurn, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I have the same thing. Look, I'm not a poll watcher. I don't know if there is fraud. I hear anecdotal evidence and so forth. I haven't seen it. But I do see things with concern. You know, it seems to me that the key value should be transparency. So when the city of Philadelphia defies a court order to keep Republican poll watchers out, if that's indeed what they did, that should be very concerning to us. I think the larger picture of this is you look at all the changes we've made in election law. And the other part of Pennsylvania, frankly, that I find outrageous is the Supreme Court let stand a state court ruling that I think is unconstitutional. The law was one thing by the elected representatives, that's where the Constitution puts it, and they basically extended a deadline on their own. But these individual things add up, and I think what it's going to do is no matter who wins or loses, the loser will probably not only think, well, I've lost the election, but it was stolen from me. And that's a terrible thing for our country. And it's sort of, the more lawyers, the more disputes, the more complicated and irregular you make the voting. I don't mean illegally irregular, but the more different kinds of ways you can vote and so forth, the more you invite these kind of outcomes. And I think it's going to be very bitter at the end, and that really worries me.
You know, Mara, the Democrats and a lot of these state officials are saying we had a very smooth election for the most part in these different places. They are not seeing evidence of fraud, and they are willing to look at all of the challenges, but at least they are so far standing up. The ballots can be challenged legally, and there's a process and a recount in Wisconsin, but so far they're saying they're not seeing it.
Right, they're saying they're not seeing it. The president has an army of lawyers at his disposal, and this is what the court system is made to do. They should bring the evidence to the courts that there are irregularities that they say they've seen, and the evidence will be looked at. I mean, one of the things we've seen is the strategy of the Trump campaign, the legal strategy, is different in any state. Sometimes they're saying stop counting the votes, sometimes they're saying the vote should be counted. If the president tweeted today, stop counting the votes. Well, if that was the case, Joe Biden would win right now. So I think this process will play itself out, and I hope that whatever side contests the results and shows their evidence to the courts will accept the ruling of the court system.
By our friend Ari Melber, who happens to be our chief legal correspondent. In addition to the normal host of this hour, he is standing by for us. Hey, Ari.
Hey, Brian, great to see you and Rachel and Steve and everyone. Let's get right to it. I'm joined by the top elections official in Arizona, Secretary of State Katie Hobbs. I know it's a busy time. First of all, Secretary, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I'll mention to you and viewers, we are awaiting something potentially from the White House. If that comes, we'll go to it. But I want to begin with Arizona. As you know, multiple news outlets have called the state. NBC has not. What is your response at this hour to outlets who have determined they believe there's enough votes to make a call?
Well, I'll tell you, 2 years ago, I was sitting in the position 44,000 votes down, and the AP called my race for my opponent. And 10 days later, I was declared the victor. So I'm not in the business of calling races, thank goodness. And I don't know what goes into those calculations, but I would always advise caution. And I think when those calls were made, we didn't have the whole picture of how many outstanding ballots there were here in Arizona. And so, you know, we are where we are right now. I'm on the side of advising caution.
Understood. We've all gotten used to listening to our expert, Steve Kornacki, walk us through these numbers on the board. Of course, we remind viewers his numbers come from people like you. Is there anything you can add for us tonight about these numbers, the ballot?
Good evening. I'd like to provide the American people with an update on our efforts to protect the integrity of our very important 2020 election. If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late. I've already decisively won many critical states, including massive victories in Florida, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio. To name just a few, we won these and many other victories despite historic election interference from big media, big money, and big tech. As everybody saw, we won by historic numbers. And the pollsters got it knowingly wrong. They got it knowingly wrong. We had polls that were so ridiculous, and They got it knowingly wrong. We had polls that were so ridiculous, and everybody knew it at the time. There was no blue wave that they predicted. They thought there was going to be a big blue wave. That was false. That was done for suppression reasons. But instead, there was a big red wave. And it's been properly acknowledged, actually, by the media. They were, I think, very impressed. But that was after the fact. That doesn't do us any good. We kept the Senate despite having twice as many seats to defend as Democrats, and in a really much more competitive states, we did a fantastic job with the Senate. I think we're very proud of what's happened there. We had many more seats to defend. They spent almost $200 million on Senate races in South Carolina and Kentucky alone. National level, our opponents' major donors were Wall Street bankers and special interests. Our major donors were police officers, farmers, everyday citizens. Yet for the first time ever, we lost 0 races in the House. I was talking to Kevin McCarthy today. He said he couldn't believe it. 0 races, very unusual thing, 0. And actually won many new seats with, I think, many more on the way. This was also the year of the Republican woman. More Republican women were elected to Congress than ever before. That's a great achievement. I won the largest share of non-white voters of any. The Republican woman. More Republican women were elected to Congress than ever before. That's a great achievement. I won the largest share of non-white voters of any Republican in 60 years, including historic numbers of Latino, African American, Asian American, and Native American voters, the largest ever in our history. We grew our party by 4 million voters, the greatest turnout in Republican Party history. Democrats are the party of the big donors, the big media, the big tech, it seems, and Republicans have become the party of the American worker, and that's what's happened. And we're also, I believe, the party of inclusion. As everyone now recognizes, media polling was election interference in the truest sense of that word, by powerful special interests. These really phony polls, I have to call them phony polls, fake polls, were designed to keep our voters at home, create the illusion of momentum for Mr. Biden, and depression polls, everyone knows that now. And it's never been used to the extent that it's been used on this last election. To highlight just a few examples, the day before election, Quinnipiac, which was wrong on every occasion that I know of, had Joe Biden up by 5 points in Florida, and they were off by 8.4 points, and I won Florida easily. So they had me losing Florida by a lot, and I ended up winning Florida by a lot. Other than that, they were very accurate. They had him up 4 points in Ohio, and they were up by 12.2 points. And I also won Ohio, great state of Ohio, very easily. And the Washington Post said Biden up 17 points in Wisconsin, and it was basically even. They were up by about 17 points. And they knew that. They're not stupid people. They knew that. Suppression. There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. And they wouldn't allow legally permissible observers. We went to court in a couple of instances, and we were able to get the observers put in. And when the observers got there, they wanted them 60, 70 feet away, 80 feet, 100 feet away, or outside the building to observe people inside the building. And we won a case, a big case, and we have others happening. There are lots of litigation, even beyond our litigation. There's tremendous amount of litigation generally because of how unfair this process was. And I predicted that. I've been talking about mail-in voting for a long time. It's really destroyed our system. It's a corrupt system. And it makes people corrupt even if they aren't by nature. But they become corrupt. It's too easy. They want to find out how many votes they need, and then they seem to be able to find them. They wait, and then they find them. And you see that on election night. We were ahead in vote in North Carolina by a lot, tremendous number of votes. And we're still ahead by a lot, but not as many, because they're finding ballots all of a sudden. Oh, we have some mail-in ballots. It's amazing how those mail-in ballots are so one-sided, too. I know that it's supposed to be to the advantage of the Democrats, but in all cases, they're so one-sided. We were up by nearly 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I won Pennsylvania by a lot, and that gets whittled down to, I think they said now we're up by 90,000 votes, and they'll keep coming and coming and coming. They find them all over, and they don't want us to have any observers. The judge said you have to have observers. Likewise in Georgia, and they're appealing. Actually, they're appealing. We won a case that we want people to watch, and we want observers, and they're actually appealing, which is sort of interesting. I wonder why that appeal, that all we want to do is have people watch as they do the vote tabulations. Likewise in Georgia, I won by a lot, with a lead of over, getting close to 300,000 votes on election night in Georgia, and by the way, got whittled down, and now it's getting to be to a point where I'll go from winning by a lot to perhaps being even down a little bit. In Georgia, a pipe burst in a faraway location, totally unrelated to the location of what was happening, and they stopped counting for 4 hours, and a lot of things happened. The election apparatus in Georgia is run by Democrats. We also had margins of 300,000 in Michigan. We're way up in Michigan, won the state. And in Wisconsin, we did likewise fantastically well. And that got whittled down. In every case, they got whittled down. Today, we're on track to win Arizona. We only need to carry, I guess, 55% of the remaining vote, 55% margins, and that's a margin that we've significantly exceeded, so we'll see what happens with that, but we're on track to do okay in Arizona. Our goal is to defend the integrity of the election. We'll not allow the corruption to steal such an important election, or any election for that matter, and we can't allow anybody to silence our voters and manufacture results. I've been doing a lot of public things for a long time. I've never had anything that's been as inspirational, by people calling, talking, sending things to us. I've never seen such love and such affection and such spirit as I've seen.
Out probably about 15,000 votes here. So if Biden is...
The Republicans have lost 0 races in the House. Is that true?
And this is a case where they're trying to steal an election. They're trying to rig an election. And we can't let that happen. Detroit and Philadelphia, known as 2 of the most corrupt political places anywhere in our country, easily cannot be responsible for engineering the outcome of a presidential race, a very important presidential race. In Pennsylvania, Democrats have gone to the state Supreme Court to try and ban our election observers. And
this day, he tweeted early this morning at all caps.
Tell your healthcare professional.
Beautiful plants and flowers.
Count the ballots, and I can't imagine why. There's absolutely no legitimate reason why they would not want to have people watching this process, because if it's straight, they should be proud of it. Instead, they're trying, obviously, to commit
expertise. Attention to when the
have been kept far away, very far away, so far that people are using binoculars to try and see, and there's been tremendous problems caused. They put paper on all of the windows so you can't see in, and the people that are banned are very unhappy and become somewhat violent. The 11th Circuit ruled that in Georgia the votes have been in by Election Day, that they should be in by Election Day, and they weren't. Votes are coming in after Election Day. And they had a ruling already that you have to have the votes in by Election Day. To the best of my knowledge, votes should be in by Election Day. And they didn't do that. Democrat officials never believed they could win this election, honestly. I really believe that. That's why they did the mail-in ballots, where there's tremendous corruption and fraud going on. That's why they mailed out tens of millions of unsolicited ballots without any verification measures whatsoever. And I've told everybody that these things would happen because I've seen it happen. I watched a lot of different elections before they decided to go with this big, massive election with tens of millions of ballots going out to everybody, in many cases totally unsolicited. This was unprecedented in American history. This was by design, despite years of claiming to care about the election security. They refused to include any requirement to verify signatures, identities or even determine whether they're eligible or ineligible to vote. People are walking in there. They have no idea. They're just taking numbers. They're writing down things, the workers, and doing a lot of bad things. And we have a lot of information coming and litigation that you'll see that will shake even you people up. And you've seen it all. The officials overseeing the counting in Pennsylvania and other key states are all part of a corrupt Democrat machine that you've written about. And for a long time, you've been writing about the corrupt Democrat machine. I went to school there, and I know a lot about it. It hasn't changed. It's a long time ago, and hasn't changed. It's gotten worse. In Pennsylvania, partisan Democrats have allowed ballots in the state to be received 3 days after the election, and we think much more than that. And they're counting those without even postmarks or any identification whatsoever. So you don't have postmarks, you don't have identification. There have been a number of disturbing irregularities across the nation. Our campaign has been denied access to observe any counting in Detroit. Detroit is another place, and I wouldn't say it has the best reputation. Integrity. Poll workers in Michigan were duplicating ballots, but when our observers attempted to challenge the activity, those poll workers jumped in front of the volunteers to block their view so that they couldn't see what they were doing. And it became a little bit dangerous. One major hub for counting ballots in Detroit covered up the windows again with large pieces of cardboard. And so they wanted to protect and block the counting area. They didn't want anybody seeing the counting, even though these were observers who were legal observers that was be there. In Detroit, there were hours of unexplained delay in delivering many of the votes for counting. The final batch did not arrive until 4 in the morning, and even though the polls closed at 8 o'clock, so they brought it in, and the batches came in, and nobody knew where they came from. We've also been denied access to observe in critical places in Georgia. In multiple swing states, counting was halted for hours and hours on election night. With
Savannah, Georgia, we're talking about here. So,
video on election night, as you
appeared, and they all had the name Biden on them, or just about all, I think almost all, they all had the name Biden on them, which is a little strange. I challenge Joe and every Democrat to clarify that they only want legal votes, because they talk about votes, and I think they should use the word legal votes. We want every legal vote counted, and I want every legal vote counted. We want openness and transparency, no secret count rooms, no mystery ballots, no illegal votes being cast after Election Day. You have Election Day, and the laws are very strong on that. You have an Election Day, and they don't want votes cast after Election Day, and they want the process to be an honest one. It's so important. We want an honest election, we want an honest count, and we want honest people working back there, because it's a very important job. So that's the way this country is going to win. That's the way the United States will win, and we think we will win the election very easily. We think there's going to be a lot of litigation, because we have so much evidence, so much proof, and it's going to end up perhaps at the highest court in the land. We'll see. But we think there'll be a lot of litigation, because we can't have an election stolen like this. And I tell you, I have been talking about this for many months with all of you, and I've said very strongly that mail-in ballots are going to end up being a disaster. Small elections were a disaster. Small, very easy to handle elections were disastrous. This is a large-scale version, and it's getting worse and worse every day. We're hearing stories that are horror stories, absolute horror stories. And we can't let that happen to the United States of America. It's not a question of who wins, Republican, Democrat, Joe, myself. We can't let that happen to our country. We can't be disgraced by having something like this happen. So it will be hopefully cleared up, maybe soon, I hope soon, but it'll probably go through a process, a legal process. And as you know, I've claimed certain states, and he's claiming states, and we can both claim the states, but ultimately I have a feeling judges are going to have to rule. But there's been a lot of shenanigans, and we can't stand for that in our country. Thank you very much.
What a sad night for the United States of America to hear their president say that, to falsely accuse people of trying to steal the election, to try to attack.
Have affected this race, he said from the beginning. Also talked about several lawsuits that have already been launched and many more, he says, that are coming, challenging the handling of the ballots in various states, alleging
ahead of Donald Trump.
Registrars and secretaries of state are pushing back on that so far.
Yeah, he keeps talking about the fact that later on, more votes kept coming in. We know that the mail-in ballots were announced after the day of ballots, which was the order that we were told that that would happen in. But he says we have so much evidence, so much proof that the election was stolen. So that is what will need to be produced, if indeed it is there.
Stealing an election, corruption, leveling a lot of charges. The President of the United States, who we haven't heard from really since the early morning hours after the election. And now this battle continues with his campaign fighting in numerous states.
So to our local Fox stations, we will now return you to your regular programming tonight. Our coverage continues live on the Fox News channel, though. I'm Martha McCallum in New York. All right, very remarkable news conference this evening from the President of the United States. He did not take any questions in there. Let's go back to our chief White House correspondent, John Roberts, who is there in the room. Good evening to you once again, John.
Martha Breck, good evening to you. And I think from the 30,000-foot level, what we saw here is a president who was looking at the numbers tightening in races in places like Georgia and in Pennsylvania, and looking at the results of what's coming in Arizona, even though his campaign says that ultimately he'll prevail in Arizona, looking at the numbers in Nevada as they're beginning to expand for Joe Biden. And I believe what we saw tonight is a president who believes that at the end of the day, when all of these votes are counted, the election is not going to go his way. So he is trying to plan an alternate route to retain the White House. The president saying a couple of moments ago, I think we will win easily. There is going to be a lot of litigation, and I believe that this is going to end up at the Supreme Court. That doesn't sound like a president who was waiting for 270 votes to be allocated to one candidate or the other, then that candidate claims victory and the other one concedes defeat. This sounds like a president who is going to look at the results come in. It's quite possible that Joe Biden in the end could end up with 270 or more electoral votes, at which point it looks like President Trump is going to pull the trigger on even more litigation than we have seen so far. I told you going into this that if the president had a grievance, we were likely going to hear about it. He spent a lot of time, Brett, on your topic, what he called suppression polls, polls that showed that the president was going to lose certain states by anywhere from 7 to 15 points or 17 points in the case of Wisconsin, and that the results were anything but what had been projected. The president calling those suppression polls, designed to tell people that the cause is lost, stay home, it is not even worth coming out. And I think all of this is going to go into a big pot that the president's team is going to roll out as a way to challenge whatever election results we see later this week. Now, in terms of fraud or abuse or found ballots or whatever, the president talked a lot about that. But we haven't seen any widespread evidence that that is the case. I did forward around a short time ago a letter from the Trump campaign to the district attorney in Clark County, Nevada, in which it is alleged that thousands of people who were not legal residents of Nevada cast votes in Clark County. I mean, that could be some evidence of fraudulent voting. We don't know. It's a claim at this point. But other than that, Brett and Martha, I haven't really seen anything that would constitute any kind of flagrant fraud or abuse of the system. Perhaps I just haven't heard about it. Perhaps Fox News hasn't seen it yet.
We have not seen the evidence yet, John. And I just want to note something that was very stark, was that as the president is talking there about these various states, as he's saying that Democrats are stealing an election and that it's a corrupt system, on the other side of the screen, because of the way we have the graphics set up, literally the votes are going down in Georgia. Now a 3,600 vote spread between President Trump and former Vice President Biden. In Pennsylvania, the spread now 64,000. That was happening as the president was talking. We have not seen the hard evidence. He claims that his campaign is going forward with these legal lawsuits and they're going to produce it. But those spreads are getting much more narrow and possibly will change as time goes on.
And again, all Joe Biden has to do is turn one of those states blue, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and he gets to 270. And so when he gets to 270, clearly, I would think the Biden campaign, now Joe Biden said let's wait for it, so maybe he'll wait for the vote to be complete in all of the states. But what the question I wanted to ask the president was, oh, let's say over the course of the next 72 hours, the vote goes your way, and you end up with 270, will you claim victory? The president clearly didn't take any questions, but I don't know if Joe Biden, if he wins one more state, will come out and say, that's it, I'm the winner, we're going to start building a transition team, which I'm sure that he's already doing as well, because that would be the prudent thing to do, because if a court decision goes your way, you want to make sure that you're not suddenly 4 or 5 weeks behind. I believe that even happened in 2000.
Get violent, almost. So it's intentional and it's dangerous and it really needs to stop. The votes need to be counted and the president needs to abide by whatever that result is. He signaled tonight that he is not going to be willing to do that, and that is dangerous for this country.
It's time for some Republican lawmakers to find their spine and talk to the president about what he needs to do for the good of the country. Anderson.
Jake, thanks very much. We have never seen really, other than, well, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this from a president of the United States. And I think, as Jake said, it's sad and it is truly pathetic. And of course it is dangerous, and of course it will go to courts. But you'll notice the president did not have any evidence presented at all. Nothing. No real, actual evidence of any kind of fraud. Talked about people putting up papers in windows. He talked about things that he'd seen on the internet. That is the president of the United States. That is the most powerful person in the world. And we see him like an obese turtle on his back, flailing in the hot sun, realizing his time is over. But he just hasn't accepted it, and he wants to take everybody down with him, including this country. Laura?
You know, I think that the world is watching, and they're watching an American president undermine democracy in the United States. It's painful to those of us who love America. It is painful and dangerous what he's doing. It is not surprising, of course, because he told us early on that if he didn't win, he was going to say the election was rigged, and maybe we didn't believe he would come out and do it in this way. But it is still startling to us to just hear the president from a podium in the White House undermine democracy. And as Jake was saying before, I have to keep saying, if this was such a big plot by Democrats, why didn't they do better? Why didn't they do better in the House? Why didn't they do better in the Senate? So the president makes himself the ultimate victim here. Over and over again, it's about him, and it's not about the fact that the other Republicans did okay. It's about him, and his family is complaining, why isn't everybody coming out and defending him? Why isn't Lindsey Graham coming out and defending him? Because a lot of Republicans, it is time for them to say, enough is enough.
Rick Santorum?
No Republican elected official is going to stand behind that statement. I mean, none of them will. They will stand behind elements of that statement. They will stand behind his comment about the polling and how he could make the argument that it was suppression and dishonest. I mean, you can stand behind the lack of transparency when it came to allowing the votes to be counted. There's evidence of that, and he provided some evidence for that. There are certain things they will stand behind in that statement because they reflect reality. But much of that statement was not factual and was at times incendiary and not something that the President of the United States should say or any elected officials.
You said
unless you have evidence to prove it, and at this point in time we don't, and we won't until there is an investigation as to what happened. And I got to tell you, I sat there and I listened to him talking about the votes being taken away from him, and then he shifted to Arizona and said, you know, hey, I'd win this thing if they count the votes. well, how can you say, well, we have to wait and count the votes in Arizona and I can win this if we're making it, but if you count the votes in Philadelphia, you're stealing them. The reality is, in Pennsylvania, Democrats voted by mail and Republicans voted by in person. It's because you asked them to do so. And so I think most people, hopefully, I just encourage people to listen, because I know there's a lot of people who think this election is stolen. A lot of people think there's fraud. And you know what? There may be fraud. There may be all that. We don't know that right now. And for the president to go out there and claim that without any evidence of that is dangerous. And I just would say to the president, you know, there may be some validity in some of the things that you believe, but to go out there and suggest that this is rigged, or that counting votes in my home state by clerks all over 67 counties, and as you kept losing votes, was somehow rigged. No, Democrats voted by mail. That's why your lead went away. Had they voted in person, you would be in the same position we are right now. So it's just it's very disappointing.
Well, I think
shocking at times to hear the president say the things that he said, and I'm hopeful that that Republicans will stand up at this moment and say what needs to be said about the integrity of our election. Be tough, fight. I want him to fight. I want him to make sure that this election was held fairly, but I don't want him to draw these conclusions when he doesn't have the evidence to back it up.
Well, I just want to thank you for what you just said. First of all, it's not an easy thing to say, given the polarity in the country. But I just wanted to say, as a dad, as an American, as a Democrat, as a human being, I appreciate you saying that. I hope that other Republicans will also stand with you. You're right. You've been out all night. There are some things you guys don't like, and you want to fight on those narrow issues. But to have the President of the United States take that position that he took, I think is very dangerous. But it's comforting to me that our system is holding. People are still counting these votes. We're still moving forward, and I just want to say I appreciate you saying that.
The governor of Georgia is going to count these votes. The governor of Arizona is going to count these votes. I mean, they're Republican governors.
As is the Secretary of State in Georgia, I believe.
Yeah, and the Secretary of State. So, look,
so what do other Republicans do? What does a Mitch McConnell come out and say? What does...
Mitch McConnell's going to say what Mitch McConnell said today. We're going to count the votes. And that's what every Republican is going to say. The votes in Pennsylvania need to be counted. People voted. You have to count their votes. And if there are instances in which we find some sort of fraud or some sort of shenanigans that are being played, you investigate them, you get to the bottom of them, and if they're substantial, I mean, there's this claim running out there that there's 130,000 votes, and the president referred to it, that came out of nowhere in Michigan. Okay, if that's true, prove it.
And it will continue
to be counted in the state, but a bit of news, Judy. She said that only a fraction of them are in-person ballots cast on Election Day. Those are the ones that have favored President Trump. The majority of the...
Many of these states where you've got 80, 86, up to 90% of the vote. So the whittling down that happened over time is, what we expected as these mail-in votes started to come in. If there's fraudulent behavior, if there are, chunks of these ballots that were all dumped together with one person's name on it, we do need to, obviously, we would want to report on that, and we need to see if that is the case.
Some counties do a separation, I'm told, and they sometimes put those into the system as they're counting them for each candidate. So that's also part of the system. Listen, we're looking into everything that we've come across. We just haven't seen, besides the specifics out of Nevada, of the people who've moved out.
Right.
We haven't seen the specific allegations.
Which is interesting.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you all. So if you are just joining us, welcome back to our continuing coverage of Democracy 2020. I'm Martha McCallum, and I believe we have...
Oh yeah, and I'm Brett Baer.
And you are Brett Baer.
President Trump was speaking from the White House moments ago, once again alleging Democrats try to rig the election, he said, through fraud and dishonest counting practices.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly.
Let's get reaction now from Byron York, chief political correspondent at the Washington Examiner, and a Fox News contributor. Byron, you watched along with us the president speaking there. Obviously, he's disappointed with where things stand right now, and he feels maligned. He feels like this is being stolen from him. He made that perfectly clear. Your thoughts?
Well, he basically repeated a number of themes he said Wednesday morning at that 2:30 in the morning appearance at the White House. I think one of the reasons to come out was that Joe Biden has been coming out and in public inching closer and closer to claiming victory, even though no victor has been declared. So a couple of things, you were just discussing the Florida recount 20 years ago, and there was one big thing about that. It was all in Florida. Florida was the big prize. It was the whole ball game. So the entire political world descended on Florida. Here you have so many moving parts. You have Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada. And one more thing. When last week when I was in Pennsylvania, a Republican strategist who was working on behalf of the president, not for the campaign, said, look, if Trump has made a mistake in this, it was in denigrating mail-in voting. All those weeks went by when Democrats were banking votes every single day. People could mail them in. They could early vote at their convenience. They were doing it on Saturday and Sunday. And Trump was saying, we're going to vote in person. We're going to wait for this big, dramatic election day turnout, and there will be this red wave that will swamp all that came before it. Meanwhile, Democrats already had so many tens of millions of votes in the bank. So I think in retrospect, when this is all over, if he does lose, I think that's what the president will regret doing.
Yeah, Byron.
Television from the White House that he does not accept the results as he's seeing them come in. The results are coming in because of the kinds of things that Republicans did. In Pennsylvania, there's no one leading. It's just what's been counted. And what was counted was day of election day vote, and then what's being counted is absentee and mail-in vote. And that's the way the Republicans wanted it. No one's ahead or behind it. It's about what has been counted and what has not been counted. The voting is over. But Donald Trump has pushed a years-long stream of really dangerous propaganda. And I monitor the Trump boys on Twitter, and they were raging against the machine today that no elected Republicans were at war with them. It strikes me that Joe Biden ran a campaign against Donald Trump. Donald Trump has run a war against the truth for 5 years, and that is sort of the battlefield that I think we're playing on in these days.
Just real quick, to the very point, if I might.
Sure.
Earlier tonight, Lou Dobbs, to the point that Nicole just made, went on and said, Philadelphia looks like a cesspool electorally. Why in the world wouldn't Republicans surround that thing? And if you will, at least apply a little, what would you call it, some sort of scent, some sort of observation, and a real rigorous demanding presence in those counting rooms and the polls themselves. Like sort of threatening that people need to go in there. And I don't know what murky thing he was calling for. You had Mike Levin, who's also very influential, because Nicole was talking about this other universe that's even beyond Fox.
The talk radio guy?
The radio guy, right. He's very popular, and he says, reminder to the Republican state legislatures, you have the final say over choosing the electors, not any board of elections, secretary of state, governor, or even court. You have the final say, basically saying, be faithless electors. That's actually not legal. Like, Elie Mystal, thank God for him, tweeted out, hold on a second, the Supreme Court has already said that states can enforce that electors have to vote like the voters tell them. If they wanted to change that, they should have passed the law already. It's too late, ex post facto, to go and say, oh, you know what, do what you want. Yeah. It doesn't really work that way, but they're feeding people this fantasy that somehow either violent people or state legislature, Republican state legislatures can change the outcome of this. But as Nicole said, the vote is the vote.
Yeah.
It can't be changed.
And the question no longer is going to be how extreme are they going to be in terms of trying to undercut the lawful the lawful completion of this election process. We know exactly how extreme they're going to be, including from the White House podium. The question is going to be whether anybody listens. Yeah. All right, but there is more vote to talk about.
Early. The ballots that came in early. Explain how then it's taking so long to count.
Yeah, they had some time. They had a couple of weeks in advance of the election, and it's not as big a number as you're dealing with in, say, Philadelphia. But what happened was a lot of people, frankly, waited to the last minute. There was a huge arrival of ballots right up before the election and on election day. And of course, election officials on election day have other things to do. So we've had to wait for that. So they didn't really get busy till Wednesday. You go through the process of signature verification. The ballots must be scanned. And then about 2 to 3% of these hand-marked ballots have these ambiguous markings on them. And that requires a bipartisan panel to adjudicate, to go through and try to determine voter intent. So it's a relatively laborious process. The folks here in Georgia want to make sure that they get it right. We spoke a little bit earlier with Gabriel Sterling. He's in charge of the implementation of the voting systems here for the Secretary of State.
Fast is great, and we appreciate fast. We more appreciate accuracy. Accuracy is going to be the bedrock upon which people will believe the outcomes of these elections, be they on the winning side or the losing side.
So the dates to keep in mind here are the counties have to certify their elections individually. Their deadline is Friday the 13th of November. The state has to certify statewide by November 20th. After that, if the margin is inside 0.5% between the two candidates, it's all but certain there will be a recount. So there's still a long road ahead here, given the closeness of this race in Georgia. Judy.
Certainly sounds like there could be a long stretch to come. And even as I'm asking you about why it's taking so long, of course, our attitude is it should take as long as it needs to, because every vote needs to be counted. All right, Miles O'Brien reporting from Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you. And now that we've heard these state updates, our Amna Nawaz and Lisa Desjardins are here to offer some critical context on where the race stands. Amna.
Thank you, Judy. It's a good chance to remind everybody where that race for 270 stands right now. Take a look at the totals for Mr. Biden, 264, for President Trump, 214. And we should remind folks that total for Vice President Biden includes Arizona. If you take a look at Arizona right now, those 11 electoral votes went to him yesterday, rather on Wednesday in the early morning hours when the AP called that race for Mr. Biden. Just a reminder, the NewsHour relies on the Associated Press for those calls. You may see that that call has not been made by other news outlets, and here's why. There are still about 450,000 votes outstanding there. The majority of them are over here in Maricopa County, that's Phoenix and the surrounding suburbs. Another 30,000 or so in Pima County, just south of that. It is a very tight race, and that's why some outlets have not yet made that call. Now, the AP says they stand by their call. They said they're going to continue to monitor the vote count. The votes are still very much being counted, but they say the facts will lead the way. Lisa, this is obviously a race both camps are watching very closely.
Right, and just to mention, of course, Arizona also has a very hot Senate race, which the AP has called in favor of Democrat Mark Kelly. But speaking to sources with the McSally campaign, the Republican Martha McSally, they're not giving up yet. She's not conceding. So we need to watch everything in this state closely.
Very closely. About 89% of the expected vote in so far. So we'll continue to watch that. But there's another state we're looking for a call. That is the state of Pennsylvania. Lisa, 20 electoral votes at stake here. What is the latest?
Keystone State is key. You knew I would say it sometime this election season. I had to. What's interesting about this red and blue map here, Amna, is that there are very few changes from 2016. One of them is up here on the New Jersey border, right here. These two counties, actually. Monroe County, red, now Northampton, blue. This is a new pickup for the Democrats right here. These are very close counties. And one thing I want to say that is probably on most people's minds, these are two counties that have finished counting, including their mail-in vote. They expected to be finished today. They should be finished today. So the big question is, I know Dan Bush was talking about this, where are all these votes that still are left to be counted? As he said, mostly we know when they are, that they were early votes, absentee votes. But we do know that Philadelphia County is still counting, and we expect around the state, Allegheny over by you, Pittsburgh, they do have those 30,000 outstanding votes.
With a news bureau in here.
Absolutely.
Facts, not opinions.
This is not my chronological diary. You can watch me on
can cast more than one vote. To save money and get additional.
The trends that we've been talking about for the last couple of hours, the trends that have been established now in dozens of counties around Pennsylvania, where Biden, no matter the political sort of shade of the county, is dominating in the mail vote. If he's dominating everywhere, there are more than enough votes here for him to overtake Trump and take a sizable lead.
Steve Kornacki, those are very clear trends that we're seeing both in Georgia and in Pennsylvania. But we should reiterate to our viewers that while those trends that Steve is talking about are extrapolations from the data that we've seen come in thus far, you don't know what it is until you see it. And we really do not have advice from Georgia or from Pennsylvania as to when that vote is going to come in. And so the math is starting to point in Joe Biden's direction in both of those states. Clearly, the way that Steve just explained it, and I could run through it again, but he said it clearer than I ever could. But again, we don't know when we're going to get the actual votes that we're expecting from both of those places. It looks like the Biden campaign's enthusiasm and confidence in both of those states is backed up by what the forthcoming numbers of those states look like they're going to be. That leaves Arizona and Nevada still on the board, of course, and North Carolina. In Nevada, there's been some very interesting news in terms of when we are expecting vote numbers, vote totals out of there. We're going to be checking in with Nevada with John Ralston and other reporting when we come back. Stay with us.
Go to Vroom.com to sell your car and get an offer in minutes.
Meanwhile, the vote counting continues, and it does not look good for the President of the United States. He only has 213 electoral votes. Joe Biden has 253, you need 270. Biden is getting closer and closer to winning this election. Let's get a key race alert right now. All right, take a look at these two states, in Georgia and Pennsylvania. It's getting so close. In Georgia right now, with 99% of the estimated vote in, but plenty of votes outstanding, Trump's lead, which was once so significant, is now only 3,486. He's 3,486 votes ahead of Biden, 49.4% to 49.3%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Trump's lead has shrunk so dramatically. Look at how close it is right now. In Pennsylvania, Trump's lead has also dramatically shrunk. 94% of the estimated vote is now in, so there's still plenty of votes outstanding. His lead now is only shrunk to 64,266. At one point it was 600,000. Biden is just behind, 49.8% to 48.9%. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over. He becomes the next president of the United States. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. John, these are dramatic moments right now because it looks increasingly like Biden is getting closer and closer to winning this contest.
Dramatic is an understatement. Movement toward Joe Biden in both Pennsylvania and Georgia. Joe Biden does not need to win either one of these states. He can be president just by winning Nevada and Arizona, where he now leads. Donald Trump, the president of the United States, must win Pennsylvania and Georgia. Must win. He cannot get to 270 electoral votes without these two states. Let's start here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. What we have seen just playing out recently is just more than dramatic. You see the lead now down to 64,266 votes as votes come in. Just in the last hour or so, Erie County, up here, northwest corner of Pennsylvania, has flipped from red to blue. Lehigh County, right here, Allentown, Pennsylvania, has flipped from red to blue. More votes coming in. The president's lead is shrinking. Additionally, some votes here in Philadelphia coming in as well. Let me come in right here, the city of Philadelphia. This is where most of the outstanding ballots are still coming from, the largest population center in the state. And again, as they come in, just watch what happens here. About 12,000 ballots came in, a little more than that. Joe Biden, of those, got 10,839, right? Donald Trump got 467. 87% of the ballot in Philadelphia. That is what's happening. Time and time again, when you see these ballots coming in, you see right here, and you come up here, 49.8 to 48.9 right now, 64,000. We know there are enough ballots. There are enough ballots for Joe Biden to overtake this lead. Well, if you want to see some of the drama of this is what the president is mad about. What we just heard from the president of the United States, is just plain wrong. I'm sorry, but it's just plain wrong. Yes, in the Election Day count, he pulled well ahead. We all knew they were going to count the mail-in ballots last. Legally cast ballot. There are Republican observers in every one of the rooms. The president keeps saying that's not true. He was talking about Philadelphia. They won a lawsuit to move a few feet closer. They were in the room the entire time. It's not that they can't see this, but let's watch this play out. Midnight, Tuesday, as we went from Election Day into Wednesday, 548,000, so more than 500,000 votes. It grows to more than 618,000 votes. Then you start moving later. It starts to come down. Wednesday, 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Thursday morning, midnight. Thursday at midnight as we change days. Then you see it come down to 164. You see it come down there. And you see it come down even more. And here we are in real time. 64,000 votes. And you saw Erie County flip. Allentown flipped as well. Still votes to count in Philadelphia. The president's lead is shrinking. Will Joe Biden overtake him? We have to keep counting the votes. But the trend line is dramatic. Let's move down to Georgia. Again, the president cannot win re-election without Pennsylvania's 20 electoral votes. Nor can he win without also adding Georgia to that. And look at that. Just look at that. 3,486 votes. While the president was on television, forgive me, lying about how the process works, votes came in here in Chatham County, and it swung the race dramatically closer. Joe Biden now making up a lot of ground here. And again, let's do the same thing, and let's just play out how this has happened in recent days. The president calls this a fraud. If you think about what it's really called, it's called democracy. Let's go back to the beginning here. Let me bring out the state of Georgia for you down here. Make sure we have Georgia loaded so we get the right numbers, and there we go. This is Wednesday, midnight, Tuesday, election night. We're shifting into the early morning hours Wednesday. The president, yes, he's well ahead. By Wednesday morning, though, as they start to count more votes, the lead shrinks. You see it shrink more now, 79,000 votes. Continues to shrink to 31,000 votes. Comes down to 18,000 votes and change. Gets to 12,000 votes. And then we come back to real time, we're at 3,000 votes. So the trend lines here have been unmistakable. As they count the mail-in ballots, ballots that are legally cast by registered Georgia voters, the president's lead is shrinking. And we know, again, that there are enough ballots left in Georgia. There are 18,936. That's from a few minutes ago. A little bit of that could have changed. Joe Biden can win as long as he needs to get around 53% of those ballots as it comes through the rest of the count. Will he get that? We don't know. We need to count the votes. But what is happening is called democracy and vote counting. There's a Republican governor here. There's a Democratic governor in Pennsylvania. The officials, the Democrats and Republicans in these centers, again, they're counting votes. The president's lead is slipping. That's what he's mad about. And Wolf, just for the big picture, he absolutely, the president must win, must win. Joe Biden does not have to.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania for a moment.
Someone who is retiring, and the other 3 are new positions. These new positions will make it easier for deputies to respond across all of Lincoln County in a timely manner. The sheriff's office is offering a $5,000 sign-on bonus to anyone who is already a South Dakota certified officer.
Here in Arizona. And so I actually called the president Wednesday morning and I told him, listen, I talked to the top lawyer here in Arizona and he's looking at the trends and what's happening, and he really believes that President Trump can win Arizona, and so do I.
Congresswoman, and I know you've been very vocal, and there have been people all over the place who have been very vocal about our decision desk and the call that they made on election night. They stand by that call as of right now, and they say that the votes will not, the remaining vote will not go to the percentage that he needs it to go. We're going to get to the end of this count eventually. Do you know when that's going to be?
The last I was told, it might be Saturday or Sunday. I think there's over 400,000 ballots that still have to be counted. And the thing is that this is really a different turnout than in prior elections. So we had a lot of Democrats turn in the early ballots. Those have been counted already. But then we saw it really swing towards Republicans. And you know that a lot of Republicans were worried about mailing in their ballots, and so they show up at the polls. And in Arizona, I was at a number of the polling places, and there was just thousands of people showing up with their sealed ballot, dropping it off at the poll, and those haven't even been counted yet.
And you're saying that that's what that vote is that's remaining, and the president has to get basically 60% of that outstanding vote. You know, we've done this story many times. We've been very transparent about that decision and their defense of it. So you think it's there, and we're going to wait for the count, Congresswoman. Last word, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, well, no, I just thought it was you guys named it too early because we had hundreds of thousands of ballots out, but we'll see what happens. You know, I think he's going to win Arizona, but nobody really knows until we count the votes, and that's what I want to happen.
And that's what is happening. We're watching them come in along with the rest of the country. Thank you very much. Good to have you with us, Congresswoman Lesko.
Thank you. Here now, the man behind that call, director of the Fox News Decision Desk, Arnon Mishkin. Arnon, you just heard the Congresswoman, her concerns. I'm sure you've heard a few other people express concerns over the past couple of days. Where are you now on this Arizona call?
We remain confident, the entire team remains confident in this call. We believe that at the end of the day, when the count is concluded, Joe Biden will finish ahead of Donald Trump. The former vice president will finish ahead of the President Trump. We have taken into account the fact that there is, that President Trump is likely to get, I think he said, 55% of the outstanding vote. Even if you take that number into consideration, he still does not get enough votes in order to close the gap with the former vice president.
Up on the screen, we have the split, the number of votes, the differential, with President Trump leading now in Georgia, a lead that has really gone down to 3,486 votes. Where are you on the next state that you think is going to close or change based on the count that's coming in?
Well, we're looking at all four of these states, Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. As you can see, the Georgia margin is very, very slim for the president. There is a likelihood, given that and given the way the vote is currently coming in, that former Vice President Biden might take over in the coming days or the coming hours. The only question there is that there are a large number of provisional ballots and a large number of overseas military ballots, which make that conclusion there a little more challenging. In Nevada, right now, the former vice president is ahead. It's not yet in the distance between the former vice president and President Trump is not yet large enough, given the amount of votes outstanding, that we feel comfortable making a call in that state. But again, the vote is still coming in. It's been a little slower than we anticipated. We thought there'd be a bigger dump of ballots today. By dump, I mean data dump. North Carolina, the president has a fairly healthy lead, but the count is sort of very, very slow. We actually checked. I don't think the number of total ballots counted has actually gone down by about 28. Don't quote me on the number, but it's in the last 24 or 48 hours, so it's not been moving. Pennsylvania has been moving. There are a large number of ballots outstanding, particularly in the Philadelphia area, where obviously the former vice president has strength because of the urban area of Philadelphia. That count we thought was going to go faster. It hasn't gone as fast as I think everyone would like in order to sort of determine who the winner is. And right now our models are showing the potential for the former vice president to take the lead from President Trump, but it's not clear that it's in what we would call the call status. It's actually nowhere near that in our various models.
Arnon, before we let you go, you hear these suggestions about a dump coming in of votes that are largely for Joe Biden or all Joe Biden in some of these cases, and there's been suggestions about this in Milwaukee. Can you explain, how you interpret that, and is it true that in some places they put in all the Biden votes at one time, all the Trump votes at one time? Can you clear that up for folks?
Like an A-B thing.
That is not what happens. They put in. The reality is we live in what we say we live in a very divided country. We actually live in very unified communities, and so I mean Philadelphia is an area that has gone 80% or more from the former vice president. There are other more rural areas of America that go almost by the same margin for the president. And so it's not surprising that when you put in ballots from a precinct or all the ballots from a precinct to be counted, it's not that surprising that either President Trump or former Vice President Biden wind up with getting the bulk of that count. It doesn't mean anything nefarious. It's unfortunately the way we live as Americans, and we don't live with people we disagree with politically, economically, what have you, and that's just the reality of America.
Speaking of that, I just want to end with this, Arnon. The Trump campaign is very upset about the Arizona call. They've actually mentioned you specifically, your politics, your past donations. Can you talk about, dealing with that, and also your team is Democrats and Republicans, statisticians, political people. Just talk about the whole thing.
Essentially, everyone on our team is very interested politically, and so they all vote. I don't ask them specifically how they vote. I do know that many of them have professional experience that's Republican. Other of them have professional experience that's Democratic. The Trump campaign is correct. My professional experience includes political consulting for Democrats when I worked in political consulting. I have, over the past 12 years, given a total, and it's out on the internet, in the past 12 years I've given a total of $800. 500 of that went to a classmate of mine who was a congressman, a Republican congressman, and another $300 went to a friend of a classmate who was a Democrat. So $500 to the Republicans, $300 to the Democrats. Some more money back before I was the head of the decision team here. The team totally agrees with the call. The team, when we come to Fox, we basically check our politics at the door and focus our statistical or political analysis on the computer and what the numbers show, and that's it.
We promised when we started this that we were going to be fully transparent, and we were going to lift the curtain and talk to you guys about decisions every time there was something that we had questions about, and that's what we did over the past 2 days.
Arnon, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Arnon, thanks.
Decision Desk.
Thank you.
So Democracy 2020 coverage continues. I don't think it will end at any point.
I think
soon.
it continues.
I think it goes on and on. So we'll see you right after this break. Stay with us, everybody.
We made USAA insurance for members.
And tens of thousands who improved their online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
America continues to count the legal vote this election day thus far without end. And on that road to 270, we're monitoring the vote one by one as they come into us. We are joined tonight by the governor of the great state of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. Governor, thank you very much for being with us. I'd like to ask you for two things. Number one, a report from inside Team Biden on the degree of optimism and urgency, and number two, an acknowledgement of the danger of the president's remarks, tone, tenor, atmosphere, threatening the mistruths, and one of his assertions touched your state. It was that cities like Detroit and Philadelphia, not the first time we've heard this from him, are too corrupt to count the votes.
I think he's growing increasingly unstable and unpatriotic, and I think it's very troubling. The difference that you heard out of Joe Biden in the last couple of days is confidence and encouraging people to be patient. This is our system. It is not always easy. It is not always fast. But we ensure that every vote gets counted, and we abide by the will of the people, and that's what we need to do here as well.
Joy Reid has some questions, apparently. Joy?
Hey, how are you, Governor Whitmer? So, I'm sure that you're quite relieved to not be one of the states that's still outstanding at this point. Given the way that we've seen, Trump supporters behaving in places like Arizona, in places that are still counting and sort of converging, and with, sort of public figures on Fox and on the radio encouraging people to converge on these polling places. What does the campaign feel about how they manage this aftermath? Because at some point, there's going to be a call. The Biden campaign is very confident it will be for Joe Biden. But given what's happening around the country, given what you yourself have dealt with threats to kidnap you and death threats and what you've seen in your state, how is the campaign planning to manage the announcement whenever it comes and to ensure that people are safe?
Well, I think that throughout this campaign, the rhetoric has been incredibly dangerous and volatile, and we see that to this moment. Joe Biden has been focused on really closing his campaign with a call to unity, that we can and must join forces. We have a virus that is raging out of control in the United States. We have posted over 100,000 new cases the last couple days in a row, the highest by far since the beginning of our experience with COVID-19. And instead of focusing on bringing us together and rallying against our common enemy, this White House has been focused on sowing the seeds of distrust and hate, American against American. And Joe Biden's task is large, there is no question. But if there's anyone who's up to it, I know that it's him and the group of people that he will surround himself with. It is going to be so important that we heal the divisions in this nation, and so that we can rise to this challenge that threatens every single one of us in our economy as well. And I know that he can do it, but we have got to get through these next couple of days, and we've got to give grace to our incredible clerks and all of the volunteers that are helping counting votes. These are tough jobs. I am glad Michigan's count is done and that Joe Biden had a convincing victory here, but we've got to extend patience and grace to those that are still counting.
I think Nicole's got
Governor, it's Nicole. Yeah, hi, Governor. It's Nicole Wallace. I want to ask you, you're governor of a swing state, which means there are Trump voters who live next door to Biden voters whose kids go to school in the same school bus, and there is some ability to put aside the rancor of our politics. What Donald Trump did tonight makes those efforts all the more difficult, basically accusing the media and the pollsters and Democrats of a conspiracy against him. What is the remedy for that belief system? How do you do it in Michigan, in a swing state?
Well, I do think that we are going to have to do a lot of healing, and we are going to have to seek to understand. It is something that real leaders put a lot of energy and time into, is to understanding what are the anxieties that are fueling some of this. There's certainly some of it that we'll never be able to mend, but I think by and large that there are a lot of good people in this country who are on opposite sides of this presidential election, but are willing and able and eager to find some common ground and to get the vitriol out of our dialogue. We recognize that as Americans, we are the strongest nation in the world when we stick together, when we seek to find that common ground and not scorched earth. And Joe Biden speaks to that. Joe Biden lives that. Joe Biden's whole experience has been about that. And I think he is the right man at this time and up to this challenge. But we got to get through these next couple of days. And it certainly is incumbent on all leaders on both sides of the aisle to call to our better angels to bring down the heat so we can get through this election and have confidence in the outcome.
Michigan.
Ballot results. And that ballot result will be very important on how the president is doing here in the state. We don't have an exact number of how many ballots will be coming out, but that is going to tell us which direction the president is going. So a lot of eyes here in Arizona on that. And meanwhile, we've been talking about those protests, very calm protests out here. It is fenced off, this area, just to separate and bring some distance between the elections department and the people who are here, but it has been exceptionally peaceful throughout the day. A lot of families, a lot of flags, but this is what they wanted to see here if this was going to happen, that they were able to gather outside, have their say, and then hopefully and peacefully go home.
All right, Kyung La on the seat for us out in Arizona. John, it's interesting. When the numbers shrink in the president's favor as they are in Arizona right now, that's legal and that's totally acceptable. That's very, very good. But when the numbers shrink in Georgia or Pennsylvania, that's a fraud, according to the president of the United States. He makes no sense.
No, a polite way to put it would be it's intellectual inconsistency. The right way to put it would be it's just all politics and it's a sham. And you're right, it makes no sense. The president says, keep counting votes as long as I'm doing well. Stop counting votes if it's taking away my lead. That's not the way it works. We count the votes everywhere. And if the president catches up, I just want to show you some numbers here. This is what happened. This is why the lead shrunk a little bit. We did get more votes in Maricopa County. And Biden got 3,040. The president got 9,266. So essentially a 6,000 vote pickup for the president there. And guess what, Mr. President? We're going to count the votes. And if they favor you, we're going to show that. And if they don't, we're going to show that. That's how democracy works. We're just counting votes. We're doing math as the honest people in all these voting states. Where Kyung is here, where Martin Savage was in Chatham, where all of our correspondents are. We just talked to Sarah Murray. They're just watching people. And that's the key point about this. If you're a Trump supporter, go online. Most of these places have cameras. All of them are posting their results. This is happening transparently. There are Democrats and the Republicans in every one of these rooms. If they see something wrong, they have every right to challenge it. But you have to prove it. You can't just say it. And what you heard from the president was reckless. And again, He said earlier, stop the count. If we stop the count right now, Joe Biden would be the next president of the United States because he's leading in Arizona and Nevada, and the president would stop, but possibly would be a Trump comeback. We don't know yet. We're still counting votes. Biden thinks it will stay, but this state right now is trending in the president's direction. Would he like us to stop the count? Just give it to Joe Biden? I think not. It makes no sense, but I'll just leave it there. It makes no sense, and it is completely contrary of what he is saying here and here. And I just want to check, because this has been changing, it stays the same right now. Again, Joe Biden has been making up ground at a very steady pace. The president's still ahead in Georgia. Jump in, please, anytime.
Yeah.
And I just want to check on Pennsylvania again. It's the same. We're watching just to see, these counties are counting votes, and they report them when they can. And we never, in these places, out here in the West, Arizona and Nevada, they tend to do it more on a schedule. In Georgia and Pennsylvania, they're just doing it when a county has enough. They pop them up and they head up to the website.
Those 15 minutes, that 15-minute speech that the president delivered in the briefing room at the White House, wasn't at a hotel, it wasn't at a campaign rally, it was at the White House speaking as president of the United States. You and I are former White House correspondents. Do you ever remember a time, John, when a president would walk into a briefing room like that and make a statement that was so full of lies and so very, very dangerous that only America's adversaries, whether Russia or China or North Korea or Iran, they would say, look, there's great political dissent, there's chaos in the United States. That's what we've been trying to achieve all these years, to weaken the American democracy, and that's what we saw.
Right. Look, we covered the Bill Clinton White House at the same time during the impeachment. There were times when Bill Clinton walked into official rooms at the White House and lied about his personal conduct and his personal behavior. We can't put that under the rug. That's true. That he was the president of the United States. He was a Democrat. He said some things in those days that were flat-out lies. They were about his personal behavior and the investigation of him. So Republicans out there will say he was trying to undermine an investigation of him. It's a fair point. But consistently attacking the institutions of American democracy, no. Even as Bill Clinton was criticizing the investigation, he did ultimately, after resisting for a while, testify. This president of the United States is attacking the most sacred institution of American democracy, which is voting. That's all we're doing here tonight, is counting legally cast votes.
And America's adversaries can sit back and smile. We're expecting new votes to come in from key battleground states very, very soon. Stay with us. Election night in America continues.
It's easy.
Out of here.
Those poll workers jumped in front of the volunteers to block their view.
Shingles. Oh, Dios mío, so much pain. Maria had...
Is this a new Buick? I Secret Santed myself.
I shouldn't have. I have been very good.
To protect and block the counting area. They didn't want anybody seeing the counting, even though these were observers who were legal observers that were supposed to be there. In Detroit, there were hours of unexplained delay in delivering many of the votes for counting. The final batch did not arrive until 4 in the morning, and even though the polls closed at 8 o'clock, so they brought it in, and the batches came in, and nobody knew where they came from. We've also been denied access to observe in critical places in Georgia. In multiple swing states, counting was halted for hours and hours on election night, with results withheld from major Democrat-run locations only to appear later. And they certainly appeared, and they all had the name Biden on them, or just about all, I think almost all. They all had the name Biden on them, which is a little strange. I challenge Joe and every Democrat to clarify that they only want legal votes, because they talk about votes, and I think they should use the word legal votes. We want every legal vote counted, and I want every legal vote counted. We want openness and transparency, no secret count rooms, no mystery ballots, no illegal votes being cast after Election Day. You have Election Day, and the laws are very strong on that. You have an Election Day, and they don't want votes cast after Election Day, and they want the process to be an honest one. It's so important. We want an honest election, we want an honest count, and we want honest people working back there, because it's a very important job. So that's the way this country is going to win. That's the way the United States will win. And we think we will win the election very easily. We think there's going to be a lot of litigation, because we have so much evidence, so much proof, and it's going to end up perhaps at the highest court in the land. We'll see. But we think there'll be a lot of litigation because we can't have an election stolen like this. And I tell you, I have been talking about this for many months with all of you, and I've said very strongly that mail-in ballots are going to end up being a disaster. Small elections were a disaster. Small, very easy to handle elections were disastrous. This is a large-scale version, and it's getting worse and worse every day. We're hearing stories that are horror stories, absolute horror stories. And we can't let that happen to the United States of America. It's not a question of who wins, Republican, Democrat, Joe, myself. We can't let that happen to our country. We can't be disgraced by having something like this happen. So it will be hopefully cleared up, maybe soon, I hope soon, but it'll probably go through a process, a legal process. And as you know, I've claimed certain states, and he's claiming states, so we can both claim the states, but ultimately I have a feeling judges are going to have to rule. But there's been a lot of shenanigans, and we can't stand for that in our country. Thank you very much.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal. Every day we're taking your calls live on the air on the news of the day.
Stopped me from gardening and from exercising. Now that I take Relief Factor, I'm pain-free.
And what's really exciting, about 70% who ordered the 3-week Quick Start go on to order more because they really like being out of pain. Dad and I couldn't be happier.
I take Relief Factor every day, and maybe you should order the 3-week Quick Start too. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-500-8384.
That does it for this Thursday night special coverage of the 2020 presidential election. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum.
And I'm Brett Baer. Tucker starts right now. We'll be back tomorrow, 11 to 1, and I think 6 to 8.
I think we will. We'll see you then. Good night.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Election was on Tuesday. We still don't know the outcome. What happens next and how long does it go on? Well, if you followed the Florida recount 20 years ago, you probably assume you've got some idea how this election is going to play out. Officials in contested states will carefully count all the available votes, supervised by bipartisan observers from both campaigns to reassure all of us it's on the level. If they find irregularities or they see questions of fraud, we'll all get to learn exactly what those allegations are and how they were resolved. That's what we did in 2000. Hanging chads, remember those? We put them on TV so people could see the ballots for themselves. In the end, the dispute between Al Gore and George W. Bush continued all the way to the Supreme Court. It took 36 days to resolve, and every one of those days, if you remember them, seemed like a month. That process was excruciating. It required patience and calm, but in the end, it was well worth it. And by the way, the news organizations in this country covered every moment of it. No one in any newsroom in America even considered censoring information about what was happening in the states. That would have been regarded as grotesque and immoral. By the way, then as now, almost everyone in the media was a partisan Democrat. That's always been the case. But in 2000, they understood that preserving the public's faith in the system, our American system of government, was more important than getting Al Gore or anyone else into the White House. So they pushed for openness and transparency in the process, and thank God they did. A lot has changed over 2 decades. It's entirely possible now that someday soon the news media will decide to shut this election down. Believe it or not, effectively they have the power to do that. Let's say tomorrow officials in Philadelphia produce a large number of newly counted votes. Pennsylvania's Secretary of State hastily ratifies them, puts a seal of approval on them, and then declares Joe Biden the winner. Winning Pennsylvania would put Joe Biden over the threshold of 270 electoral votes. So Joe Biden is now the president-elect. But hold on a minute. How many of the 69 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump this week would believe that and accept it? At this point, not very many. Not that anyone cares. And of course, the fact that no one cares is the reason they voted for Donald Trump in the first place. But if you cared about the country and its future, you wouldn't force Donald Trump's voters to believe this. You wouldn't force them to take you on your word. Instead, you would show them. You would convince them. You would pull back. You would resist hasty calls. You'd make certain that we got to the bottom of any credible claim of fraud. Not all the claims are credible, Some are. And you'd care. You would air the hanging chads. You'd let the process work as we did in 2000. Maybe in the end Joe Biden would win anyway. Maybe he wouldn't. But the public's faith in the system, and that's essential in a self-governing republic, would remain intact. That's what you would do if you cared about this country. But let's say you didn't care at all. Let's say all you cared about was power. In that case, you'd go on television and declare Joe Biden the president-elect, even as other states were still counting votes and serious questions about the legitimacy of ballots remained unanswered. You wouldn't care. You'd just shut it down. The news media believe they can do that. Quote, the role of declaring the winner of a presidential election in the United States falls to the news media. That's what the New York Times declared this week. So let's say the news networks decide to do that, shut it down. What then? Well, Donald Trump and his voters would complain, obviously, but what can they really do? They're not news anchors. They don't own their own channels. And if you wanted to stop them from complaining, it wouldn't be very hard. You would just accuse them of attacking democracy. Then you would censor their social media posts. You might even pull the president off Twitter completely. It's his main form of communication, and he doesn't own it. Jack Dorsey runs it. You'd accuse the president of spreading misinformation. And so for the sake of the nation, we can't allow that. If Trump and his voters persisted in complaining, you'd consider stronger measures. Democrats have been thinking about this for a long time, it turns out. None of the rest of us have, but they have. This summer, John Podesta played Joe Biden
for Joe Biden with these remaining votes.
And Steve, just one word about the kind of work that's going on. As you keep pointing out, this is the counting that involves slicing open envelopes and flattening out ballots that may have been folded that way for weeks, and then scanning them, going through, determining the votes. If there is some disagreement over whether which candidate is circled, representatives of both parties go over that ballot. This is the painstaking work. We should also point out the thankless work of everyone we've seen counting these ballots who, for the most part, skew public-minded and earnest and decent and hardworking.
Absolutely, and I mean also to give you a measure of just the difficulty of the work they face. Again, we say there's 70,000 or so ballots to come here from Philadelphia. About 12,000 an hour, about 13,000. Working at just the scene you have right there. Yep. Everybody doing that work around the clock. What does that result in? You know, about 12,000 votes, ballots an hour get processed and reported out. And that's why, I mean, again, we keep giving you these updates from Philadelphia, and it's here's 8,000 more votes for Biden, here's 1,000 more for Trump. That's about what they can do each hour. So there's still, as we say, 70,000 to come from Philadelphia, 12,000 an hour. It may take a while to get those out. It doesn't seem like there's going to be one big drop of them. It seems like there's going to be a bunch of incremental. Here's the 12,000 we did this hour. Here's the new numbers.
Yep, standing on a concrete floor all the while. Steve Kornacki, thanks. Wave if you have anything new. Rachel, over to you.
Absolutely, and I think it's actually great to have.
South of the city, again, Joe Biden needs 60%, right? 60% of the votes. Well, he's getting 85% of the votes in this county. This is the largest batch left, 5,726 ballots right here. If Joe Biden...
Outstanding in the state right now, President Trump has just under 64,000 votes as his lead. If we extrapolate from what the ballots look like thus far and the way they've been trending thus far and where the ballots are coming from, the back of the envelope math shows potentially, at the end of the day, a 60 to 70,000 vote lead at the end of the day in Pennsylvania for former Vice President Joe Biden. Now,
can you just make a point, please, for the audience? Because I think when people hear a deeply red county and Biden wins the mail-in ballot, for people, I mean, there are probably not too many of them listening to us tonight, but for those who say, well, then there must be something wrong with that. I mean, it would be helpful to maybe walk back through that again, like how a county can be 79% for Trump and then the ballot be mostly for Biden.
It's just that the ballot that got mailed in was people who were motivated to vote for
small
Biden.
numbers of people. I mean, I think the point that people should understand is that small numbers of Democrats even live in like the reddest part of Alabama. Small numbers of Republicans don't like Trump. So for those who think, oh, this is a sign, here's MSNBC saying, aha, we caught you because, you know, this deeply red county was returning mail-in ballots and they're overwhelmingly for Biden. It's because there might be a Republican or two or a few or small or 1,000 in a really, really conservative community who just preferred Biden. You have small numbers of Democrats who live everywhere.
Yeah.
So just keep in mind, that is not saying there's something weird.
We can quantify that now. As Steve was just saying, it's basically 3-1.
Exactly.
In Pennsylvania, and this is not true for every state, but in Pennsylvania, hard-fought Pennsylvania, which everybody knew from the very beginning was going to be right at the center of the fight here.
Yes.
3-1 is the proportion of mail-in ballots that are coming in for Biden, and that
the virus, go ahead and vote by mail, and as a result, the Democrats are doing much better with those mail-in ballots.
All right, it's an excellent point. I want to follow up on it in 1 second because you make the point, and Gary just made a point about his time in Ohio. And I want to take 1 minute just to play this out to just show you that what is just ludicrous, what we're hearing from the President of the United States. Just one more, Wolf. This is Taylor County. Again, 456 votes, a much smaller number than some of the others, but guess what? Every one of those counts. Every one of them deserves to be counted, even if they're votes for the President. Yes, we should count them all. And again, so here's the test. Joe Biden needs, in the big pool of 18,000, almost 19,000 votes, 18,936, needs to get 60%. He has been, again, even in these Republican communities doing that, but that's why we're going to count. So what do we have here? 3,486. Again, the President's lead at one point was 200,000, right, in Georgia. So Republicans are saying this is an outrage. It's not an outrage. It's democracy. And I just want to pull out for a minute and go back. Oops, sorry about that. And pull out here. I want to come back to the state of Ohio. This one's done. We've called it for the President. He won it with a pretty healthy margin. If you were with us Tuesday night, early on, we were saying, wow, might Joe Biden win Ohio? Why? Because they counted the mail-in ballots first. They did it in a different order. Pennsylvania and Georgia are counting the mail-in ballots last. They did it first in Ohio because the state law allows them to do so, and they posted them first, and Joe Biden pulled out to a big lead. And we all thought, oh my God, is there a blue wave? Joe Biden's going to win Ohio. And then they counted the election day votes. And Donald Trump pulled ahead in a fair, honest, legitimate count.
Same thing happened in Florida, too.
Same thing happened in Florida. So what we're seeing in these other states is just the reverse of the process because different states do it in different ways. But they're counting legally cast ballots. In Ohio on election night, Joe Biden benefited from the early count. It looked like he was ahead. They run it well. It's a Republican state. They counted it fairly, and they got to the finish line. You make the same point about Florida. That's all we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia now. They're just doing it in reverse order. They just recipe for undermining the public's faith in an election outcome.
Yeah, particularly when then you allow ballot harvesting, which is you send all those mail ballots out, and then it's legal in many states to allow third parties to pay third parties to go round the ballots up and bring them to the ballot box. I mean, that is begging for voter abuse. It's just begging for it. That should be banned. Right. We should ban that. And again, this practice of just mailing the list when there's no ballots requested, somebody doesn't request a ballot, you just send it to them, that also, I think, has a lot of serious issues. So at the very least, let's start by banning ballot harvesting. Congress should do that immediately. Senate is back in session next week. We ought to take this up next week, immediately.
Yeah. So the left sets up a system that is guaranteed to shake the public's faith in an election outcome and then punishes anyone who questions the election outcome. Boy, they got you coming and going here, I have to say. Senator, good luck on that bill. We're rooting for you.
Thank you.
So we're going to do our absolute dead level best because we care about the country not to incite paranoia or fear. But we're going to be as honest as we possibly can about what we're seeing because that's our obligation. On election night, early returns show that the president has a significant lead in the states of Georgia and Pennsylvania. 2 days later, we are still counting votes and awaiting the results in those states. Why? Why did a bunch of different states shut down voting on election night? These aren't crackpot questions. These are totally legitimate questions, and most people have not heard the answers. Michael Anton has written a fantastic column on this topic. He's the author of The Stakes, America at the Point of No Return. We're happy to have him on tonight. Michael Anton, thanks so much for coming on. You're, among other things, a historian. I know that you care about our system more than any single politician. All of us, I think, should feel that way. It does seem like people have legitimate concerns about whether the system is working fairly. Tell us what your concerns are.
Some of the ones that you mentioned. Why was voting stopped in 5 or 6 states? I think it was actually 5 states and 6 cities for 4 hours. You know, why are ballots showing up? Mail-in voting, it has a lot of problems. Some obvious ones. You send ballots out to everyone. You never know who actually receives the ballot. And when they come back, you could be sending them to people who've died without knowing it. You could be sending them to people who've moved from the state. So that already has a problem, but there should be one advantage, right? If these things are mailed in, presumably, some of them will come in late, but wouldn't most of them be coming in months or weeks ahead of time? So why are we finding big tranches of ballots hours and in some cases even more days after the polls have closed? Shouldn't mail-in ballots already be there somewhere ready to be counted? And your point is exactly the right one. These are questions. They deserve investigations and answers, transparent answers. And when all we get back is, shut up, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're attacking the integrity of our democracy, that doesn't give anybody confidence in the integrity of the system. It makes you suspect that something fishy is going on.
Well, I mean, I would say that censorship and silencing legitimate questions is itself an effort to undermine the legitimacy of our democracy. Who's undermining the democracy? Who's destroying the public's faith in the system? It's not us.
Right. No, definitely not. And look, I would say this. I think the person, ironically, one of the people who will be harmed by this, if this continues and this plays out the way it's looking right now, will be Joe Biden, to be perfectly honest. If I were Joe Biden, and I were convinced I won, and I won, comfortably or at least handily in a number of states, and an accurate count would show that, I would be saying to everyone in my party, everyone in my campaign, I would be saying this to all the state elected officials and non-elected officials who are in charge of vote counting, be transparent, be open. Let both sides examine this process and see what's going on, because I want the American people, the whole American electorate, including Donald Trump's 67 million voters, I want them all to be convinced that this was fair and that I won legitimately so that I can govern with the full confidence of the American people in the system. That's what I would want if I were Joe Biden.
Well, because you care about having the confidence of the American people, because you believe in democracy. But people who believe in ruling by force don't really care what voters think, because they're going to make them obey regardless. And that's maybe the difference between you and them.
It suggests...
Go ahead.
I may be wrong, but I think my understanding, what is widely viewed as the only substantive challenge that the Trump campaign has brought in Pennsylvania is this issue about whether or not ballots postmarked before Election Day but received thereafter will be counted, and whether that will go to the Supreme Court. Worst case scenario for the Biden campaign and the Democrats, that would be a few thousand ballots. Again, they are mail-in ballots. As Steve just explained just moments ago, mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania right now are coming in 3-1 for Joe Biden. If the back of the envelope math that we're doing tonight suggesting at the end of the day it's going to be a 60 to 70,000 Joe Biden lead in Pennsylvania once all the ballots we know of are counted, that will be moot. And as the Attorney General just said there, briefs aren't even due in that case for 2 weeks. All right, Nicole Wallace, over to you.
Thank you, Rachel. I get to bring into our conversation former Obama campaign manager, our friend David Plouffe. So, David Plouffe, I've talked about this on TV, and anyone who covers the Biden campaign knows that this is a pretty disciplined campaign. They are not... There's no hubris there, and so they are in character, very cautiously optimistic. You can't get them to say they have anything in the bag, but I'm going to try to get you to say it. Does the Biden camp have Pennsylvania in the bag?
Listen, Nicole, if you look at the trend line, and it's not just Philadelphia. I mean, Biden now has taken the lead in Erie County. His leads in all the suburban counties outside of Philadelphia are much stronger than Hillary Clinton had in 2016. And he's obviously going to dominate the mail vote. That's a trend we've seen all over the country. So I think where we know that's heading, I think where Nevada's heading, if you listen to John Ralston, he's extremely confident in that. And I never argue with John Ralston. My suspicion is the Arizona lead holds up. And, Georgia's going to be close, but you'd rather be Biden than not. So I think one thing is we're talking about what Trump is up to and lawsuits. This is not going to be a close election, okay? The battleground states that delivered Trump the presidency in 2016 are going to be much closer than they are this time. George Bush's victory that you helped produce in 2004, much closer from the Electoral College in all likelihood. This is not 2000, it's not 1976, it's 1960. So I think we should be careful about ascribing too much time and attention to what Donald Trump and his campaign are saying. This is not somebody who, the presidency is coming down to one state and it's a few hundred votes. He's going to lose this, I think, at the end of the day, pretty comfortable. And I think that's where things stand.
I think that's a great reality check, and I was admonished today to stop talking about leads, that no one is ahead.
Then he builds up. It gets to 618,840 votes. It's getting even better as we turn into the morning after the election, Wednesday morning. These are all ballots cast on Election Day. Then as the count continues, Wednesday, 3 p.m., 435,000 votes. Still a very healthy lead, but it starts to shrink. Then, by midnight, tonight, 164,000.
Poli-sci and English nerds see words and speeches, but what is it about the numbers? What do the numbers tell you in the exit poll data about the way voters process the coronavirus pandemic? It would appear that Trump had some success in creating this false choice between protecting our health and reopening the economy. And I hear Joe Biden constantly work, and it's unclear whether it's been successful yet, but I imagine this will be a focus in a transition to knit those things together. What do you think that task looks like, and how important do you think that is to Biden?
Yeah, well, I think we should be careful about, drawing too many conclusions from the exit polls because, I'm not sure how accurate they were. But here's just my sense, like yours of having worked in politics. I think that clearly, the way Trump mishandled the coronavirus hurt him in the suburbs, and I think Joe Biden helped himself by the way he talked about. By the way, the CDC's in Atlanta. I'm sure Joe Biden overperformed there even more because people are concerned about the way that Trump has waved the white flag. But I think Trump's messaging about, and it seemed crazy at the end, but, Joe Biden's going to, we won't have Christmas and we won't have Thanksgiving and no one will ever go back to school and no one will ever work again. He's going to shut down America. Even though Joe Biden was saying, I'm not going to shut down the economy, I'm going to shut down the virus. That might have worked with some people who were kind of at the end of their rope here. So I am eager. One of the nice things about elections is really for the next year or two, we're going to learn about what just happened this week and we'll get new revelations, every month or so. But I think that's probably a smart analysis. So I think that's job number one is Joe Biden's got to continue to give people confidence that he's going to lead us out of this in a responsible way, in a way that will allow our businesses to continue to grow, people get back to work, but in a responsible way. And I think at the end of the
So they have, about 72,500 still that they are trying to work through. And look, this is a big pot of ballots. As you've noted, the lead in Pennsylvania is shrinking. It's a big deal. They're continuing to work through the night because they want to get through this, I think, just as much as we want to get through this, but they want it to be accurate. And the Secretary of State earlier was talking to reporters, and she said she felt like they were moving at a good clip, that there was potentially a way where we could see, overnight or later this evening, who is going to be the leader of Pennsylvania. Obviously, that depends on how close the race is. We're still monitoring that, but I think it's very important to note that we are under this 10% threshold of mail-in ballots across the state, and just over 72,000 here in Philadelphia.
72,000. All right, thanks, Sarah. Go ahead, John. I interrupted you.
I just want to just do the basic math. There's 72,000 votes still in Philadelphia, right? 72,000 votes here, where the former vice president is getting 80%, and actually in these mail-in ballots, he's getting higher than that. The most recent, twice in the last couple hours, we've gotten more ballots out of Philadelphia, and both times Vice President Biden has come in above that 80%. And again, in Pennsylvania, he needs 62.7. Every time you come in at 80 or 85 or 87 here, you lower the overall number. And that's what's happening as they count the votes in Philadelphia. And so you see that 60,000 vote lead right there. The former vice president can catch up pretty much just out of the city of Philadelphia. And then we know tomorrow they're going to count 35,000, 36,000 ballots in Allegheny County. And again, he's already getting 59% in all ballots count, including Election Day ballots. And so when they count just mail-in ballots, the metric goes up, and Biden overperforms the 58, and he's been getting in 70 and 80% of these ballots as we count them throughout the day. So the trajectory right now is toward Biden overcoming that lead. Trajectory is one thing. We need to do the math and keep counting them, but every time we see more votes out of Pennsylvania, out of Georgia, every time throughout the day today we get more votes, those leads are shrinking. And again, the flip side is the president has cut a dent into Joe Biden's lead out in Arizona a little bit too. So we're counting them both ways. We're just counting votes. And we will follow them wherever they lead us.
and we're following the votes in Georgia. Let's take another look.
Sure.
In Georgia right now, what's going on there? Georgia, this is since this morning. Let's take a look at how it's changed. Right now, Trump is ahead by 3,400 votes.
So let's go back in time. Let's make sure on Georgia we are, and let's go back again. We're using as our starting point Tuesday's election day. We get to midnight. The counts are progressing in all these states, and you see in battleground Georgia, the President of the United States is up by 372,000 votes because remember, just like in Pennsylvania, what they counted first was election day turnout. People who showed up on Tuesday and cast ballots at polling places. That's what they counted first. So then let's move on. We get to 9 a.m. Wednesday, the lead comes down a bit as they start counting additional ballots, as the counties kick in with their count. Then you get to Wednesday at 3 p.m., you see we're down below 80,000, 79,509. So then you move to midnight, right? As Wednesday turned to Thursday, it's down to 31,748 because these counties are doing what they do. They're counting legally cast ballots, and they've moved on to the mail ballots at this point. So then you move down here, 9 o'clock this morning, it falls below 20,000 to 18,588. Then by 3 o'clock this afternoon, we're down to 12,828, so below 13,000. Then 6:30 p.m., you get to 9,426. Then you come back to real time now. That lead cut significantly again. And again, there has just been a steady progression of this as these counties, and again, Gary Tuckman for us a short time ago laid it out, 18,936 left, the bulk of them in places like this, places around Atlanta where Joe Biden is getting a very healthy share of the vote. Joe Biden needs to get 59%, a little bigger than that, of the votes still to be counted, 59.2. He has been overperforming that significantly. So again, if the trajectory stays on its current path, as they count those votes, Joe Biden will catch and pass the President of the United States in Georgia. No guarantee of that, but that's the way it has played out all day long, without fail. Joe Biden has been on that trajectory. He's heading in that direction. It may change as we count the votes. That's why we're here, and we're going to keep going. But that lead has been shrinking dramatically so, which is, again, why the president is so hot, because
rally enough hate of the opponent to win an election. I think it's a sad statement about where we are in this society as it relates to politics. I think it's a sad statement on where we are in terms of our relationship. This was a country founded on Judeo-Christian values, and we are moving completely away from that. God is the embodiment of love, and we're a society that seems to be embracing and favoring hate and empowering hate. And if this election swings for Biden, it's a statement about hate and its power to conquer love if supported by what I believe is corruption.
I've thought about this election a lot. I've never thought about it in that way. That's a clarifying and very smart way to frame it. Why do you think, I can't resist asking you, why do you think Donald Trump's supporters love him in the way they do?
Because he's actually expressed a set of ideas and beliefs that he stands firm on. I think this has been the case with most popular and beloved presidential candidates. You actually know what they believe and what they're going to stand for. As it relates to Joe Biden, we just don't know. Again, President Trump stands for a wall, America, America first, bringing manufacturing jobs back. He stands for things, and he actually has expressed ideas. It's no different than Barack Obama. He was all about revamping the healthcare system. People love that. As it relates to Joe Biden, we don't know. I had to look up this morning, and I'm not trying to be facetious. I didn't know his slogan.
Yeah. I think that's such a smart point. I'm glad you made it. Jason Whitlock, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is counting votes right now as we speak. The president said today that he's being cheated. We'll take a look at why he said that. Plus, we'll talk to a poll watcher who said he was ejected from the Philadelphia Convention Center. That's not supposed to be the way it works. It doesn't sound like transparency. We'll get to the bottom of those claims after the break.
During this season of gratitude,
warming your feet.
But can it help keep me asleep?
Absolutely. It intelligently senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you both effortlessly
in rural Pennsylvania. Here's the issue. You come back over here.
Even though I said, stop.
Oh, for my sisters.
T-Mobile, America's largest 5G network.
Isolation, and it should be safe to visit them. In fact, it's probably the same.
Several different, several different films.
So you trust YouTube as a source?
Well, I trust the pictures sent in by people.
Okay, all right. Lawrence, when did you vote?
This year.
On election day, early vote? How did you do it?
I had a mail-in ballot.
Okay, you chose to mail in. How come?
I just thought it was the thing to do, the easier thing to do. But now, and I had second thoughts about it, and I was thinking about going down to the polling and voting there. But then I thought, well, that's all I need is to get arrested for voting twice.
So, Lawrence, is there a way for you to figure out if your ballot made it and was counted?
I don't know. I wish there was.
Okay. Lawrence in Maricopa, Arizona. Ballots being counted there this evening, one of the largest counties in Arizona. As the Associated Press and Fox has already called that state for Joe Biden. Let's go to Charles, Niagara Falls. Voted for Biden-Harris. Hi, Charles.
Hello.
Your turn.
Yes, I'm so glad you gave me the opportunity to come on for C-SPAN. Listen, I'm 77 years old. I've been through about 15 presidents. I've never felt more ashamed in my life than when I heard this president tonight go before the public out of the White House and condemn our voting system. It's the first time in history that I've ever heard of such a thing happening. I have 8 children and 25 grandchildren, and I'm ashamed of our president.
Charles, what in
This will go down
particular?
in history.
What in particular? What in particular about what he said tonight?
He lies. Everything out of his mouth is a lie. I can't remember him telling the truth about anything. He never had a church to go to. He's not a Christian. He doesn't have a church. Everything he says is to help him to get what he wants. And he uses all lies. How can anybody vote for somebody that lies 3,500 times in 4 years?
Charles,
I mean, what am I supposed to tell my grandchildren? That this is the right kind of a president? This is they called me up and asked me, who are you voting for? And I told them I'm voting for the next president, God help us, Biden. And if believe me when I tell you, he is the man for the job. He's been in office. He knows Washington. He knows how to run the presidency. He was a vice president for 8 years. He's the man for the job. Somebody's got to get us out of this. Here's a president who let over 100,000 people die, giving them the wrong information.
Charles, can I jump in and ask you?
Yes.
Have you been always voted for Democrats?
No, I was a Republican up until I was. My father was a Republican, and he made me sign up Republican. And I got in when I started voting Democrat for Kennedy, John Kennedy.
What made you switch?
Well, I didn't see the other guy, and Richard Nixon. I thought Kennedy was the guy. I really did. I mean, I loved the guy. I cried when he got killed. That's how much I cared for the guy. And
so would you say that it was Kennedy that sealed your allegiance to the party for all of these years?
Oh no. Now there's two things in this country. You've got the Democrats who are for the people, and the Republicans who are for the billionaires. And that's it. All they care about is re-election and getting money from the billionaires to be re-elected. They do not care about the public whatsoever. They give tax breaks to billionaires. The 1% of the richest people in the country got over $1 trillion in their last tax break. I mean, it's so ridiculous, it's unbelievable. How anybody can vote for a Republican is beyond me.
Charles, what did you do for a living?
I was in construction. I had a construction company. I did driveways, and I worked through construction all my life. I'm retired now, 77. Like I say, I have enough problems with my 25 grandchildren and 8 children.
You have your hands full. You have your hands full, Charles.
My new job.
Thanks for calling in. David in Burleson, Texas, voted for the president. Hi, David.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. What are your thoughts on this third day of the election? We don't know who is going to be the next president of the United States. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking these mail-in ballots are kind of crazy how this is going on, and it looked like the president was leading in a lot of the states, and they break it down. Some televisions break it down to county, and you just start seeing how it keeps rising towards Biden. And I hear on the radio on the way to work this morning that how can they be saying this is almost 90% of the people in that county has voted for Biden. What are the chances of that? So I just see a lot of, the conspiracy theories are abound anyway.
Well, David, what would you say, though, when you look at, ruby red counties where just as large of a percentage voted for the president? Do you believe those numbers?
Well, it's hard. It's hard to believe that everybody would be in one county would be to that. I mean, I guarantee you Burleson will look very high. If you look at Burleson in itself, it will be a very high Republican county. So,
what if it's 90%? Would you believe it?
But a large company, a large county, would very large like Dallas or Fort Worth, those large cities that have 90% would be hard to fathom that many is one-sided. But all I'm saying is I would like for it to come up with a different way for us to do this. Mail-in ballots. Why don't we assign a mail-in ballot to everyone that has a Social Security number in the United States? Mail to your house with the barcode. Everyone that has a Social Security number, they should know where they live. You do your ballot, you mail it in, you can go online, check and see that it's done. I mean, that, to me, when somebody passes away, they post to report that within a certain amount of time. So the Social Security office will know if somebody's alive or dead.
Okay. All right, David, thanks for sharing your thoughts. We'll go on to Garrett, who's in Tacoma, Washington. Garrett?
Let's to go with it. I told you.
One of the Trump attorneys, and I said, listen, we have a 50,000 square foot facility here, and we have steel barriers being set up. Let's say, for optical purposes, 1/8 of the place is free for the people that are supposed to supervise to watch the people that are counting votes, which was a complete farce, okay? You can't make this up. You can see from the videos that I've sent to Fox News. And nobody gave any direction. There were 8-hour shifts, and you can do whatever you want. And I started watching, and I said, wait a second, you can't see anything. The closest desk, okay, let's put things in perspective. The closest desk was 30 feet. The farthest desk was probably 150 feet. And you knew this was orchestrated. Everybody had yellow jackets. Okay, that's how they orchestrated it. However, nobody knew where these people went. And I started looking to the right-hand corner. And at that point yesterday, I started taking videos. I said, what are all those black trash bags in the right-hand corner of the Philadelphia Convention Center? And there was no communication. And when people asked questions, they were really, they wouldn't answer them. And at that point, you said to yourself, listen, something's wrong here. Something's wrong. So I left yesterday at 4 o'clock. I came back today, and I started taking videos and pictures inside the convention center. And the reason you and I are talking is one went viral, okay? And I really feel sorry for this individual. His name's the Philly Godfather. He's one of the biggest handicappers, and Stu Varney has him on Fox all the time. And his Twitter account's shut down right now. Because
on what grounds?
There is no ground. Because people are listening to it. Freedom of speech. And I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. And if I tell you yesterday that when you walk into the convention center, and this is, we're not talking about, we're talking about the presidential, we're talking about the President of the United States of America, okay? And I walk up and there's still barriers, like we're criminals, okay? And the closest you can see is 30 feet away. And today, Corey Lewandowski and Trump's attorneys are inside the convention center today, and they move everybody up, okay? And you still can't see what's going on. There's something wrong, man. There's something wrong. Listen, you don't have to be a Democrat or Republican. You know something's wrong. And this is really sad in America right now.
Well, I mean, if they're having you, quote, observe from 150 feet away, I'm 51, I can barely see 10 feet away. I mean, that's what, yeah. Brian McCaffrey, I appreciate your coming on tonight and telling us what you saw, or rather what you didn't see. Thanks very much. Good for you for being...
But Tucker, I also took video of what I saw. I took video of what I saw. And that's why I got thrown out.
Yeah. Of course. Too much transparency. And by the way, if I could just say the obvious point that no one wants to say, the city of Philadelphia has a long and very well documented history of corruption. Doesn't mean corruption's going on now, but it means it has a lot in the past. So the onus is on them to reassure our concerns about their vote counting. It's not...
Real estate agent described the
ballots, Democrat versus Republican. What percentage were Democrat? What percentage were Republican?
I don't know. We wouldn't know what that percentage would be. But what I can tell you is of the 300,000 ballots plus that have already been done in Allegheny County, and they're random. It could be from the city, could be from the suburbs. It's just a random sample. They ran a little over 80% for Joe Biden, and a little under 20% for Donald Trump.
And so, Rich, this is John King. Thank you for your time. I know it's a busy time. We have the county up right here. I just want to make the point to people, and I come to a question for you. So you see this 58.7, and then you hear from the administrator, Joe Biden's getting 80%. That's in the mail-in ballots. And so that's what we need to keep explaining, because people voted in 3 phases. You mail in your vote, you show up early to vote in line, or you show up on Election Day, and President Trump is winning the Election Day vote. So, Rich, to the point you were just making, the president is saying, you know, there's all this fraud going on, all this nefarious conduct going on in Pennsylvania. You mentioned some of these ballots. There's a question of just whether they went to the right address and they're being corrected. Other ballots they opened up and you're worried about, you know, they're wrinkled so they wouldn't go through the machine. When these are validated, they're in a room, and please correct me if I'm wrong. There's an election official, there's a Democrat, a Republican, independents, transparent eyes. If anybody has the issue, they can raise their hand, and those questions have to be adjudicated, correct?
That is absolutely right. And there's also cameras everywhere. These are filmed and being watched. There are people that have been watching this process really throughout in the warehouse that we were doing the counting. And yes, tomorrow we'll swear an election board in, a return board in at 9 o'clock. They will then begin the process that will all be very public. The Trump campaign, the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, the Biden campaign, the Libertarian Party, everyone's allowed in there to watch and view that process.
And so, just quickly, I'm sorry, Wolf, just one more. So this is the normal process as it plays out in every election. You're getting international attention right now because this is a presidential election, and the President of the United States just stood in the White House briefing room and said there's cheating and fraud happening in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is the normal process, and there are bipartisan eyes on it, correct?
This is absolutely a normal process, whether you're running for school board or borough council or local mayor or county executive. Every one of these processes is the same. We go through this in state law regarding the return board. There have been court cases. This is a little unusual that these 28,000 ballots were gone to federal court, and then the court ruled that we couldn't begin this process until 5. But yes, this is a normal process.
We're grateful to you, Rich Fitzgerald, the Allegheny County Executive. Thanks for everything you're doing. Thanks for everything that everyone in Allegheny County and the Pittsburgh area are doing. We're going to stay on top of this story. Obviously, the stakes are enormous right now. We're getting new members, new numbers coming in from Pennsylvania, new numbers coming in from Arizona. They're about to come in as well. Stay with us. Election Night in America will continue right after this.
I often that a judge effectively rewrote the election laws and that some ballots that were late processed are counting. We still don't know how many ballots that would be, but it's already been to the Supreme Court, and then John Roberts sort of kicked that can down the road. Well, the can is rattling back to the court this week.
Interesting. In one sentence, tell me, it is established in every state that bipartisan election observers have a right to watch counts and recounts, correct?
Correct. This is supposed to be a transparent process because it's not just who wins, it's getting people to agree that someone won.
Exactly. Exactly. Getting people to agree that someone won. That's the essence. Jonathan Turley, thank you.
See you, Tucker.
So as we told you at the outset, the media are not just observers of what's going on. They are participants in this process, critical participants. And given that, you might want to see what they've been saying today. We'll show you straight ahead.
So Biden now leads statewide in Arizona by 56,000 votes. And so again, that trend, the key here had been, we said, with the votes remaining statewide, okay, Trump needed to be winning those by at roughly a 59% rate if he was going to have a chance to erase all of Joe Biden's lead. The net effect, I can tell you, of the votes that we've gotten this evening from all of the other Maricopa counties, the net effect has not been to change that. Trump is still on that same pace that we're talking about, that 59% pace. So it makes it even more critical when we get the Maricopa results here at 9 o'clock, we think, when we get more of the Maricopa County results. That's the question we're asking. Is Trump still sitting there getting about 59% of these new votes? Is he getting more than 59% of these new votes? If the answer to that is yes, then Donald Trump continues to have a realistic chance of overtaking Joe Biden in Arizona. If the number comes in lower, significantly lower than 59%, then we could change our thinking about the possibility of Trump overtaking Biden. So it's going to be a big moment. Again, biggest county, by far the biggest share of the outstanding votes in Arizona. And that's what we're looking for, is Trump getting around 59%. That's the number we're going to be looking for Trump when those numbers are released. Again, pretty soon, we think.
All right, Steve, I want to do another round on Georgia as well. The Purdue race is now down to, he's below 50%, but I want to complete this thought on Arizona, and Vaughn Hilliard is in Scottsdale. Vaughn, you heard all that from Steve. What can you add from there?
Steve is absolutely right, Brian. We are going to be getting these results from Maricopa County. I just got off the phone with an elections official here in the county, and they said that roughly 70,000 votes are expected to drop here at the top of this hour. But also the new news is that an additional batch is slated to drop tomorrow morning around 11 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. local time here. And the big question that Steve just outlined is the Trump campaign has consistently hit their marks. What they have needed to accomplish with the ballots that have come in, they've hit those marks. Essentially, the metaphor we could use is the Trump train has moved right along here. But as these ballots come down to the Tuesday early ballots that have to be processed by the county, will those maintain the pace that the Trump campaign has seen here? Or will Democratic and independent voters have come in at a higher rate on that Tuesday and turned them in to dilute that Trump number down from that 59% number that Steve just outlined? I think, Brian, your next guest will help make that case.
Vaughn Hilliard in Arizona. Thank you for that. Rachel?
Our next guest is Democratic.
We just got the new numbers just in from Arizona right now. Let's take a look. Another key race alert in Arizona with its 11 electoral votes. You see Biden's lead has shrunk once again. It is now 46,257. He has 50.1% to Trump's 48.5%. So it's gone down a bit, 46,257, John King, the lead for Biden in Arizona. He still has a lead, but it keeps going down.
Right, and that's the point. Again, as we're watching in Pennsylvania and Georgia, the president's lead is shrinking consistently in the recent vote counts here. Joe Biden's lead is shrinking, and it's because, again, Maricopa County, we're showing Joe Biden leading in the county, but it's a competitive county. You see 51 to 48 if you round up, and these votes coming in are Republicans who dropped off their ballots. There are a lot of Republicans in Maricopa County. Doesn't mean
former vice president won't win the county. Doesn't mean he won't win the state. But as these votes are being counted consistently, last night and now today, every time we get a bunch of new votes, Joe Biden's lead has come down, A, in the county, and B, when you pull it out to look at statewide. Again, 46,000 votes, you're still ahead, but that lead has been consistently shrinking, which is why we need to get to the finish line. And just as we watch the dynamic in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, in these two states, we're seeing the opposite. In these two states, we're seeing, as the mail-in ballots are counted, the president's lead is shrinking. But out here in Arizona, which Biden still leads right now, President Trump has been gaining with every count of votes released over the past 24 hours. So we just watch it play out. If you look at the popular vote, this is not how we pick presidents, but I keep watching every time we come out to the full national map. Joe Biden now has a 4 million vote lead in the national vote. So the Democrats are making a statement when it comes to the country at large. Republicans would argue a lot of that's coming out of California and New York, and that's true. But in the popular vote, Joe Biden is pulling away. And so let's just check on this one just again. It's important anyway. Everything still left on the board is important. But if Joe Biden can hold this lead and hold his lead in Nevada, Arizona and Nevada would get Joe Biden to 270 electoral votes, even as we wait to see if he will overtake the president in Georgia and in Pennsylvania.
In Maricopa County in Arizona, about 70,000 votes, John. Write this down. Just came in. We just got the exact numbers. It's very, very interesting what's going on. Trump got 42,276.
276. Got it.
All right, that's what Trump got. Biden got 31,700. That's why his lead has shrunk. So we're seeing in Arizona the opposite of what we're seeing in Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Right, and as Bill explained last time we were there, they have a Republican history in Maricopa County. President Trump carried the county last time. This is one of the most fiercely contested states in American politics.
Yeah, once again, they got everything wrong. And by the way, now the president, he described even the credibility of our elections as in question state after state. Let's start in Pennsylvania, where something strange and suspicious has been happening. In Philadelphia, election officials, they're fighting tooth and nail to prevent poll watchers, which the law allows, from observing the ongoing vote count. Look at this summary of law. Quote, partisan observers may observe at polling locations and may still until the time that the counting of the votes is complete. Partisan observers are permitted to be present when absentee and mail-in ballot envelopes are open and when the ballots are counted and recorded. And post-election, partisan observers may be present at the tabulation or canvassing of unofficial and official returns and any recount or recanvass. That is the law, and it's in pretty much every state. It's that simple. Now, the law is clearly being broken. As we speak in Philadelphia and other locations, you have officials blocking the Trump campaign from viewing the process as they have from the beginning. And according to a lawsuit now filed by the Trump campaign, quote, election officials are intentionally refusing to allow representatives and poll watchers for President Trump and the Republican Party. Listen to how one poll watcher described the scene. Take a look.
Supposedly observing, but we can't see. We're further away than I am from you all here, at least 100 feet away from open ballots that go back out of our sight. We can't see them. We don't know what's happening to them. It's just, there's no way for us to meaningfully observe the process from where they have us.
Could you tell us how many ballots approximately went through that process that you had no chance to observe?
Based on the counts that we've heard, it's about 125,000, maybe more.
Well, so that should be deducted from the count. Those are ballots that were counted in violation of the law.
Wow. And look, what about the law, the Constitution? Quote, the times, places, manners of holding elections for senators, representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. In other words, the state legislature, they decide election law and regulations, not local or city officials. And
aware, we have vote coming in Pennsylvania that we are told in its margin favors Joe Biden. If that one's called, it's ball game. We've got a race in Georgia that's under 3,000 votes different now. We have vote coming in Arizona. We have vote coming in Nevada. What are you watching?
I'm watching Pennsylvania because that's the play. We've turned the corner in that race, where now the margin for the president is very much done. He's not going to enjoy much more after what's left to come in. So Pennsylvania's the play, which is why you're probably seeing the stagecraft being put in play for Joe Biden, because once you hit that number, you turn that corner, those 20 electoral votes, it's over. And to Steve's point, you know, Nevada and Arizona, Georgia, all of it becomes, you know, nice, but it's over at that point.
So I'm coming to you, except I'm going to take a turn off the road to go to Steve Kornacki, because we just got some raw out of Pennsylvania. Steve?
We got more votes coming in from Pennsylvania here. And again, we talked about Delaware County, right outside of Philadelphia, big Democratic area. Biden is just dominating in the mail vote, too. They reported out more of their mail vote. It just came in. And now the statewide lead for Donald Trump has fallen inside of 50,000 votes. It's 48,854. You can see it every one of these updates. This thing keeps falling by a couple thousand votes. Now inside of 50,000. Now clearly at a point where, if anything remotely like the number of votes we think there are outstanding in Philadelphia are in fact there, Biden, just on those Philadelphia votes, will not just erase the Trump lead statewide, but will take a significant lead of his own.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thanks. Keep watching it. We'll keep coming back to you. And now, Senator McCaskill, from the briefing room at the White House today, it's hard to sum up what we saw. It was dark. It was false. It was so totally unlike anything the two of us have seen over the course of our lifetime. It remains so totally unlike the way any president has ever spoken in our lifetime. Chiefly dangerous, though, because this president is trying to undermine this election in progress.
We all know he was lying, but the saddest part about this, Brian, is there are millions of Americans that are going to believe him. And him tarnishing and, frankly, really taking a pickaxe to our democracy in such a brazen and ugly fashion. I really think journalists should swarm Republican senators and Republican congressmen and make them say one way or the other whether they are down for this tearing apart of one of the sturdiest democracies in the world. And, you know, the thing that kills me about him saying about these votes magically appearing, remember, he told Republicans not to use mail-in ballots, that they were not reliable. So is it any wonder that the Democrats are using them and Republicans aren't? Now you say, what about Arizona? Let me take a stab at explaining this. I don't want to go too far into Carnegie land there, but in Arizona, they've been using mail-in ballots for many years. And they know that mail-in ballots are safe and fraud-free. And so the Republicans in Arizona really didn't listen to Trump about not using mail-in ballots because they're used to using mail-in ballots. Pennsylvania, not so much. So the reason these ballots are appearing in Pennsylvania so heavily weighted towards Donald Trump is because Donald Trump said that's what he wanted them to do.
And Claire, about these Republicans, devil's advocate, who are they and where are they going to come from? I noted in the last 24 hours, Rob Portman of Ohio exited the witness protection program, stuck his head up and just put out a statement saying we should count all the votes. We won't hear from him now for a while. Where are they? Who's going to speak up?
Well, they all should be held to account if they don't. This is a speech that tonight that was given that will be taught in history class. It will be taught for years about the lowest point in the American democracy. And if they don't weigh in, then they ought to have a couple of lines in that chapter in the history books about how they stood by and patted him on the back when he did this kind of damage to something that we should consider sacred.
Michael Steele, they don't seem to care.
Well, that's it. You just summed it up, my friend. That's it. They haven't for a while. I mean, we've had so many examples, Brian, from the very beginning. You just go back to that, that moment after Charlottesville, and this moment after moment, silence, crickets, nothing. And then, like you appropriately put it, they'll put out a press release, stick their head around the corner, say something, and dart back away from the cameras. That is not a profile in courage. It's not a profile in leadership. And it's certainly not the profile we would want from a senator or a United States congressman or woman. You represent us, and you know how the American people feel about this democracy. Why can't you speak to that in an honest, open way? It's not partisan or political or ugly to call out bad, unconstitutional, demoralizing behavior of the president. I mean, I don't understand when did we take that off the list of things that we should be concerned about? So Claire's right. The history books written about Republicans in this period of our history, it's gonna have just like a black thread that runs right through the pages, because it's a dark moment, and it's unfortunate because a lot of these folks, I know they're not like this. I don't know what they're afraid of. I just don't understand what they're afraid of.
A dicey question is, how does this end? Let's, for the sake of this conversation, for the sake of argument, let's say that the kind of the quants and the computers and all of it goes up with a call for Pennsylvania for Joe Biden. That's 270. What happens next? What happens then, do you think, if that's the president we have as of today?
Well, that will be a really, really incredibly important moment to see if Republican leaders stand up at that point in time, if the president continues to live in an alternative universe in terms of the facts. I'm hoping former presidents, I'm hoping President Bush makes a very public display of congratulating President-elect Joe Biden. I'm hoping that, people that are respected in the Republican Party, current and former office holders, people like Bob Dole, who's been loyal to Donald Trump, call the president-elect and say congratulations, and let us all know about it. If more Republicans step up and do what is the norm in terms of the peaceful transfer of power, he's going to get more and more isolated, and hopefully then he just goes away. He won't, but that's what we would hope.
No, he won't. No, he won't.
To our friends and returning veterans, former Senator Claire McCaskill, former RNC Chairman Michael Steele, thank you both.
Look at that. There's a success story right there. That's Maine's 2nd congressional district. Maine and Nebraska allocate electoral college votes by congressional district, so that would get the president one. The president is leading in North Carolina. Let me just pull this back out. Come on up for me here. Let me stay on the Republican. The president is leading in North Carolina. We expect it to go that way. The president is leading in Alaska. We expect it to stay that way, right? So now you're coming across here. The president is leading. Joe Biden is leading here, but let's just give it to the president for the sake of argument. Let's give it to the president for the sake of argument. Where are you there? Now, this would be the perfect storm, if you will, or the perfect disaster, depending on your perspective. If the president won that one, we could get a 269-269 tie. If he wins Georgia, if Joe Biden wins Georgia and the president wins everything else, 269 to 269, which throws the election in that scenario, unlikely scenario, to the House of Representatives. And so that is a constitutional crisis in the making, if it plays out that way. If it plays out that way. But remember, that's the giant if. Joe Biden right now is leading here, and the trajectory tells you he may get this one as well. But even if he doesn't, if Joe Biden holds those, he's the next president of the United States. Georgia would be icing on the case.
A Georgia window for Biden prevents Trump from getting 270.
Prevents him from getting 270. There would still be the possibility of 269.
He won everything else.
If he won everything else, and he's not leading again. Joe Biden is leading here, Joe Biden is leading here, and Joe Biden is charging here. We'll go back to where we are so people see the fair perspective. But the president's leading, but that lead is in dire danger. President leading, that lead is in even more dire danger at this moment. There are more votes actually here. If you're doing a statistical analysis, a statistician would tell you that one's probably at greater risk than that one, given the trajectory. The math at the moment tells us this one could flip quite soon.
He's got a lead right now of 2,500 votes, 2,497. That could change at any moment right now, and Biden could take the lead in Georgia.
Right. Again, this is, it's in some ways, this is just a simple math exercise. What did we learn first? Addition and subtraction, arithmetic, 57. 57-26, right? And so, Joe Biden gets 80% of those votes, then guess what? You're going to see this state, flip from red to blue. And then we count the rest of them. It could flip back. It could flip back. But just this universe of votes alone in this one county, make sure this is not on. There we go. Right here.
Clayton County.
Right here. Right, Clayton County. So we have more than 5,000 votes coming out of here right now. Joe Biden, we pull this out right here. Those votes right there, if he keeps polling, if he comes in at 80% of those votes, that's going to get him in that striking distance. And Wolf, that's not it. That's just it. We're focusing on this one county because we expect them soon. Again, this has just been a steady count, methodical build. 2,497. The count continues. We will watch it.
So Georgia is definitely within very, very strong reach for Biden. Pennsylvania as well.
Pennsylvania as well. And it's a bigger prize. It's the biggest prize left on the board. 20 electoral votes. And again, the President of the United States cannot win without it. If he loses Pennsylvania and Georgia, we're done. The President needs both of those, Pennsylvania and Georgia. Joe Biden can get there, even if the President...
And Matt Schlapp also. Thank you all for being with us. Let me start, Pam, on the matter of law. In all of these states, is it not a matter of law that partisans have a right to observe the counting?
Of course they do, Sean. It's a matter of law, and that's, it's under our U.S. Constitution, and the legislature of each state sets the boundaries for that. Yet, we have these secretaries of state who are obstructing our people from coming in to observe the ballot counting process. I've never seen anything like it in my entire career.
David, let's get your take as a lawyer for the Trump campaign. Was the law violated, and what is the remedy now?
Yeah, I'll tell you, Sean, they're telling us to trust but not verify. And that is essentially what's going on in that convention center. We have seen it for the last several days. We are being denied a meaningful opportunity to observe what is going on. That is our point. We want to count every legal vote. That is what we're there to do. We don't have any opportunity to observe, review, or challenge any of these votes.
So, Corey Lewandowski, as we speak, there are no observers allowed in Philadelphia while this counting is going on, and the president's lead is now at 51,000 when it was at 400 and some odd thousand.
Sean, what they've done is they've completely defied a appellate court order here in the city of Philadelphia from a duly elected judge. We called the sheriff to come in and enforce the order that would have given us permission to go inside that room to witness what was happening. We presented them with the court order. The sheriff in Philadelphia said, not only am I not coming down to enforce the order, but don't bother calling us back. Then the Board of Elections in the county said it will take us days to review the judge's order. They then turned around and took the case to the state Supreme Court in the state of Pennsylvania to try and get that judge's order stayed. So individuals like me or you have no ability to go in and review the ballots which are being counted right now in the city of Philadelphia. They are behind armed guards. You have to go through magnetometers if you were to go there. And there's clearly an intimidation factor even once you get inside those doors with people wearing badges telling our people you have no right to videotape or take pictures.
Guys, stay right there. Matt, we'll hear from you more from our panel in a minute. Ted Cruz will join us, and also Lindsey Graham. And moments ago, we got an update on the vote tally in Arizona. Good for President Trump. Also, we'll have the latest out of other states and other corruption going on around the country. Stay with us.
For to buy lunch, go to rockauto.com.
You are busy. Hand in hot water so she pees her.
Here's how Ladder works. Answer a few quick questions and get your personalized quote. If you're eligible, we'll cover
Union your whole career?
Well, finally when I got into the union, yeah. I spent 30
While staying in, meet freshly. We're here to help with chef-cooked meals ready in minutes. Skip the shopping, cook.
The timeline of the counting has been, if you see it this morning, over the 5-hour span, they counted around 200,000. But then when you go from 3 to 5, it slowed down. And here's why I'm told by a source familiar, that because of that lawsuit filed by the Trump campaign, that slowed things down. They had to stop for a couple hours, then they had to make some changes that has had a ripple effect in the county. But they've been starting to pick back up, and just this evening, as you can see, they've counted around 100,000 ballots. Now at 9 o'clock, we're waiting to get more numbers but things are speeding up, and I'm told that the administration there in Pennsylvania has been pushing every county to work through the night as much as they can, and one person tells me no one has pushed back in the counties in Pennsylvania. They know that they're up against the clock, that people want an answer, but they also want to do a diligent job. They want to get it right, and there are complexities involved when you're dealing with mail-in ballots, Wolf, as you know, as we've been talking about. There are double ballots, checking the signature, there are a lot of different steps. So they're dealing with a large amount of ballots right now, more than 250,000 they're trying to get through, and they're getting through them fairly quickly across the state, particularly in Philadelphia. Wolf?
Yeah, that's a very impressive job they're doing indeed, and it's such a huge prize, John King. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Biden wins that. It's game, set, match. He wins.
But, and so if you're the President of the United States, you remember, not all that long ago, a couple days, late Tuesday night, you're leading by more than 500,000 votes. And there you are right now at 48,000 votes. And again, Pam just mentioned, we're waiting again on Philadelphia. If you've been with us for a long time, we keep checking in here, but every time we're at 89%. So you've got 10, 11% of the vote still to come in the largest area of the city, 12% of the vote, largest area of the state, excuse me. The biggest pool of votes comes right here out of Philadelphia. You see Joe Biden getting 80%. He doesn't need that, but if he gets it out of here, it helps him cut into the lead. And so you just come down. There's some more votes here in the college as well. The votes out in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, those won't be counted until tomorrow because it's illegal. We talked to the executive earlier. He says they'll be counted tomorrow, but there's 36,000 votes out there. You look at that lead, 36,000 votes. The county executive told us Joe Biden's been getting about 80% of the mail-in ballots as they count them. It just tells you, when you think about the blue counties, the pool of votes. But again, to make this point, we got some votes earlier tonight from out here in Mercer County, right? So you see this on the map, 63% Republican. You think, oh, okay, when they count late votes here, they're going to be for Trump. They're not. They're not, because Democrats are voting by mail. The election day ballot is why, the next election day voting is why the president is way ahead in these counties. And again, he did rallies near this. He did rallies in Butler County right over here. The president's voters came out on election day. But Joe Biden's voters, there aren't as many of them in a conservative county. They voted by mail, and we're seeing those ballots counted today. So even here in Mercer County, Joe Biden was above the bar he needs to keep coming back to challenge that lead. So 48,000 right now. Wolf, I've done this a couple times, but I just want to go back and look at it again, because when you look at this, it is just stunning. Let's get Pennsylvania up here, and let's go back. Again, this was key to the president 4 years ago. So he sees that at midnight, Wednesday. As Tuesday, election day, starts into the next day, Wednesday, the president is up by nearly 550,000 votes. And then that lead actually grows, 589,000 votes by Wednesday morning. Then you see it starting to shrink a little bit by Wednesday afternoon at 3 p.m. Then you keep coming through here, 11 o'clock Wednesday night. Look, they're starting to count mail-in ballots in many of these counties. Thursday, this morning, it starts to shrink some more. You keep counting, 3 o'clock in the afternoon today, it shrinks some more, down to 108 and change. You keep counting, 6:30 p.m. tonight, here you are at 76,000 votes. You keep counting, you're at 63,000 votes. Then you come back live to where we are right now, and you're at 48,854 votes. As you see, it has just been a steady progression as these counties, 67 of them across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, small and large, as they count their votes, Joe Biden is overwhelmingly winning the mail-in ballots, which are the votes being counted today because they did the election day count first. The president pulled out to a big lead because they counted the election day vote first. We've seen the flip side of this in other states. As they count the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is roaring back. And again, Bucks County still have more ballots to count here. Joe Biden winning 51% in the overall count, but that includes election day and a lot of Trump votes in the votes that have come in here today. Joe Biden is up 70.
And get the right voter fraud out there. If you've experienced it in your state, you've got to report it. It's not too late.
All right, thank you both. We'll watch closely. All right, big news out of Arizona tonight. Another 70,000 votes from Maricopa County have been released, with President Trump grabbing 41,000 votes to Biden's 31. That's another gain of over 10,000 for the president, and that means Biden's lead in Arizona has shrunk to around 46,000, down from 68,000, down from 93,000, the only state where they're actually really seemingly doing it the right way. And it comes as the Trump team is continuing to project confidence that the president, in fact, will hold the state of Arizona. The analytics firm Data Orbital has been crunching the numbers all day and night, laying out the president's path to victory in Arizona. Here to explain is the president of that company, George KELO, is with us. George, you know, you kind of said in the beginning, if the president maintained in Maricopa County 57%, he would come out on top. Then there were more votes that showed up even on top of that. Do you see the president's path to victory in Arizona?
We're still confident about the president's path in Arizona, and not did Maricopa hit its goal, but Pima County, the president actually exceeded the projections that we had for him.
In other words, that's a Democratic county, and he got 52% of the numbers that came out tonight, right?
Exactly. He won those by 5%, and overall he was losing Pima County by 18% prior to that.
Okay, so at a minimum, how close do you think the vote separation will be at the end of this process? What do they got, about 350 or 400,000 more to go? How close are we talking about in terms of raw numbers will the final count be, do you think?
So we've got about 320,000 ballots left. Currently, we are projecting this to be within the mandatory recount limit. So we're talking maybe 2,000 or 3,000 vote separation in either direction.
In either direction. So the state of Arizona, in your professional opinion, if it's that close, should never have been called by anybody?
Absolutely. The call was extremely premature when it was made.
Unbelievable. All right. Thank you, George. We appreciate it. We'll watch closely. Ask yourself tonight, do you trust what happened so far? When you hear that election observers by law allowed to be there and they're not there, do you trust what you are seeing unfold right before your eyes? The Democrats, the media, do they really want a free, fair, honest election? Or are they going to support removing President Trump by any means necessary? You need to ask yourself, do you truly believe this election is the best of what we, the U.S., are capable of? We have counted that, counting here, everything being shrouded in secrecy, laws being just ignored, banning election observers, postmarks. Why are Democratic election officials against transparency? Frankly, it's causing a complete loss of confidence in the system among the American people. We were warning about this for months. The president was as well. This last-minute change, mail out tens of millions of ballots, lack of standards and safeguards to preserve the integrity of the ballot. Here with reaction, Senator Lindsey Graham won by a big margin. By the way, the polls were off in your race by about 15 points as well. Not a single poll predicted Susan Collins would win, and she won by 7.
Yeah, mainstream media polling is designed to suppress Republican votes. I won by 11, Susan won by 7 or 8, Mitch won by 21. It's a game they play with their polling to depress the Republican vote. But I'm here tonight to stand with President Trump. He stood with me. He's the reason we're going to have a Senate majority. My race was overwhelming. He helped Senate Republicans. We're going to pick up House seats because of the campaign that President Trump won. I'm going to donate $500,000 tonight to President Trump's Defense Legal Fund. I've been on your show. You've raised a ton of money for me. Your audience was incredibly helpful to LindseyGraham.com. Give to DonaldJTrump.com, so we'll have the resources to fight. The allegations of wrongdoing are earth-shattering. It makes the Carter warrant page application, Carter page warrant application look on the up and up. So Senate Republicans are going to be briefed by the Trump campaign Saturday, and every Senate Republican and House Republican needs to get on television and tell this story.
You're a lawyer also, Senator. We're hearing report after report. Election law is clear. It is clear that partisan observers can be there for the vote count. They're being denied access.
Right.
Now, if that part of the election law is violated, now we also know that the Constitution allows state legislators to serve, they're the ones that would make decisions. Should these Republican lawmakers in Pennsylvania and elsewhere, if there's corruption in the law, they don't abide by the law and they don't allow observers in as the law calls for, should they then invalidate this?
Well, I think everything should be on the table. So there's the process of observing an election that's being violated. Philadelphia elections are crooked as a snake. Why are they shutting people out? Because they don't want people to see what they're doing. But you're talking about a lot of dead people voting. You're talking about in Nevada people voting who are not legal residents. In Arizona, it's being run well. Doug Ducey's a great governor. He confirmed what your other guest just told me. Doug Ducey said this is coming down to a couple thousand votes one way or the other. I trust Arizona. I don't trust Philadelphia. I don't trust what's going on in Nevada. So everything should be on the table. Let's stand with President Trump. He stood with us. And this reminds me of the Carter Page Warren application where they're just trying to get an outcome. Damn the law. Damn the process.
All right, Senator, we'll keep watching. $500,000 you just donated to the President's Defense Fund here. Wow.
DonaldJTrump.com. $5 from 1 million people goes a long way.
Very generous, Senator. We need to get to the truth. Now joining us, Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. Senator, you're one of the smartest lawyers and best students of Alan Dershowitz. You know election law. You're allowed to have partisan observers. They're not being denied they're being denied access. What does that tell you, and what is the remedy, sir?
Well, Sean, what we're saying tonight, what we've been saying the last 3 days, is outrageous. It is partisan, it is political, and it is lawless. And we're seeing this pattern in Democratic city after Democratic city, but the worst in the country right now is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where they're not allowing the election observers in, despite clear state law that requires election observers being there, despite an order from a state judge saying election observers have to be within 6 feet of the ballot counting. They're just ignoring the law. They're defying the law. And there's a reason they're doing that. There's a reason they're defying the law. The reason you don't want observers there is because you're doing something you don't want to be observed. And I am angry, and I think the American people are angry, because by throwing the observers out, by clouding the vote counting in a shroud of darkness, they are setting the stage to potentially steal an election, not just from the president, but from the over 60 million people across this country who voted for him, all across this country. It is lawless, and they need to follow the law.
I mean, it really is that simple. How are Americans ever to have, and whatever way the election comes out, I'm for free, fair, open elections. You know, we're the home of Microsoft and Silicon Valley and Microsoft. Do you think that we could come up with a better system than this system, with last-minute millions of ballots being sent out and then no observers of the count when the law requires it? Now, tell me legally, how does this play out? Is it the state legislatures? Is it the U.S. Supreme Court? Who will make that ultimate determination with the law being violated, that in fact that invalidates the election, that the law wasn't followed?
So it's all of the above. We may well see the state legislatures get involved. We've seen the state courts. We may see the federal courts. We may ultimately see the U.S. Supreme Court. The standard should be that we should be following the law. We should be following the Constitution. We should be following federal law. We should be following state law.
It's not happening, Senator. It's not happening. That's the point.
And so, look, in my view, we need the Department of Justice in there to enforce the law, and we need public scrutiny. The media is acting as an apologist for what's going on here. Sean, how come it's just the big Democratic cities that can't seem to figure out how to count a damn vote? You know,
1,000 votes for the president as the vote continues to sort of irregularly and on a surprising non-schedule roll in from Georgia. It just seems like it's inexorable at this point, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're just looking at the list of, what we think is to come. There are votes, as I said, to come in Forsyth County, Republican County. But again, the mail ballots we've gotten from there so far, Biden was leading it very close. It's not like Pennsylvania where Biden's getting to 70%, 80% with the mail, but Biden was even leading those. So, yeah, I mean, the big thing here, I think this is now the biggest outstanding source of votes in Georgia is Clayton County. We had a small update there from there a few minutes ago, and that was what brought Biden within 2,500. Many more, again, many relative to what's left statewide, to come from Clayton County, where Biden is 85% of the vote right now. So, yes, you can clearly see a path here for Joe Biden to get into the lead in Georgia. Now, again, if he does get into the lead, you're at such a point here with the votes that are left that it seems, very likely that the leader at the end of the night is going to be well within that 0.5 point range where the loser could, if they want, request a recount. So you've got that issue in Georgia. But yes, you could see Biden, you could very much see Biden moving ahead in this. And if we get another report if we get a big report from Clayton sometime soon, that would be a moment when I think it would happen.
Steve, I'm going to ask you a blasphemous question, and I know you're not going to answer, but I'm just going to ask you anyway. Are we, as vote continues to come in tonight in Georgia, are we conceivably coming to a point where the decision desk, which is not you and is not me, where the decision desk could be starting to talk about an apparent winner in Georgia?
Well, so I can explain the term apparent winner, and you could decide if you think it might apply. It's basically when we think, we as a network, the decision desk thinks that every vote in the state has been accounted for and there's no other source of it that could even theoretically change the outcome. If it's very, very close and a candidate is a recount possibility, something like that, that's when you'll get the term apparent winner. Like the term apparent winner was thrown on Wisconsin the other day. Wisconsin, when all the votes in the state were tallied up and Joe Biden was ahead by 20,000 in Wisconsin, and you couldn't look at the map and say, oh, wait, County X still has 21,000 votes, but it was within the recount parameter, the decision desk said, okay, that is the apparent win there that Joe Biden's just put on the board. So yeah, Georgia, it's similar in terms of what the recount situation would be in Georgia to Wisconsin. So, you know, yeah, if you could get all, again, in any state, I don't want to, you're right, it's like being in church. You don't want to offend the church elders here, but it's but yes, in general, that's what the decision desk will always tell you, that if they get them all accounted for and somebody's ahead and there is still something like a possible recount looming over it, that's when they'll use that term, apparent winner.
If you burst into flames, both Joy and I will put you out.
Thank you.
All right. We got much more on the latest out of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We are watching that vote come in Georgia. Again, unpredictable vote delivery times at this point, but we are seeing the leads there get telling. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Georgia of cheating and fraud, it's going to be hard. Georgia of cheating and fraud, it's going to be hard when you got a Republican governor and a Republican secretary of state.
Right, and as the president says that if he or any candidate for any office at any level across the United States of America has a legitimate case to make, you can go to a court and you can file the documents to try to prove it. But what they're doing here in the state of Georgia is what they're doing in all 50 states, and different states are doing it in different order. So you saw, again, I'll say this, in Ohio on election night, Joe Biden jumped out to a big lead. They counted the mail-in ballots first. That was the process in the state. Then the election day vote was counted. President Trump caught up, won the state quite convincingly. Here, they counted the election day vote first. Republicans, by tradition, and because of the president's rallying, to his credit, he traveled the country and he turned his base out and they came up. They counted those votes on election day. The mail-in ballots in Georgia, they decided they would count after. That's their process. That's what they've been doing today. And again, by the hour today, that lead, and starting at the yesterday, but by the hour today, that lead has been shrinking, and we're at 1,900 votes away, and there are more than enough votes in play for the president to catch up, without a doubt. There are 16,000 votes still outstanding. Joe Biden needs about 57% of those. He has been surpassing that bar, leaping that bar by a significant margin throughout the day.
Getting new votes in Pennsylvania that are just coming in right now. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. All right, let's take a look at, here's the state of Pennsylvania. Right now, Trump is ahead by 42,142. All right, take a look at Scranton. You can see where Scranton is.
Sure,
blue.
up here.
Right, the county right below Scranton. I think that's Monroe County right there.
There you go.
Monroe County. It's a small county of about 1.3%. Bring out the blackboard. We got some new numbers just coming in from Monroe County.
Do it.
Biden, take a look at this. He's got 10,841. All right, Trump in Monroe County has 4,129. Biden wins by 71.6%.
So in class, they tell you to round that up to 72. But again, consistently, Joe Biden needs a smaller percentage than that. He does not need that many votes. I just want to check to make sure we get this right. We don't want to mislead anybody. This number is actually high because Joe Biden keeps exceeding it. An hour ago or so, Joe Biden needed 63%, 62.7% of the outstanding votes. Every time we have counted them since I checked that number, he has exceeded it, which means the percentage now is actually lower. But let's hold him to the higher bar. Hold him to the higher bar. That, again, is more proof that every time we count votes, Joe Biden is cutting into the math. And so let's just...
for hair loss. What laser therapy does, it reboots that blood supply.
to handle anything. We're your neighbor.
Vote. And you know, it seems shocking, especially if you're a Trump supporter. How do you go from 600,000 votes ahead to 42,000 and change votes ahead? You do that by counting votes.
We're waiting to see if Georgia flips for Biden. We're getting more numbers coming in. We'll take a quick break. Much more right after this.
Introducing Schwab stock slices. For as little as...
So that's the other thing here. These are, we may get all of the votes that were cast by mail, but the military and overseas ballots have until tomorrow to get in. So we are going to be, you know,
I think there's about 8,900 of those. There's a lot in Georgia.
Well, there is as many as. We don't know how many of them will make it back in time. This is ironic. This is one of those where they kept a tighter deadline. One might argue that some of those, that the Republicans now wish they had a longer deadline to get those military overseas ballots. And by the way, as this race has tightened in Georgia, there's another race that tightened. As those votes came in, David Perdue, who had been running a bit ahead of the president, but we had seen this come down, and he's now below 50. We haven't officially said this is going to be a runoff. David Perdue just sent out a fundraising email saying, runoff in Georgia, let's be prepared to fight. So he is acting as if he knows he's going to be in a runoff. But again, haven't officially called that.
All right, so we'll keep an eye there. Pete Williams is keeping his eye on the lawsuits, the legal moves that are going on already, some taken by the Trump campaign as recently as today. Pete, bring us up to date. What's the bottom line here?
Well, I think one of the bottom lines is the mismatch between the president's rhetoric tonight and what these lawsuits actually allege. Most of them are about the process for counting the votes. There have been 10 lawsuits that have been filed in the last couple of days. 2 of them have been thrown out. 1 of them has been withdrawn. There's basically the ones that have been that are no longer active are in Michigan, Nevada, and Georgia. The complaint dismissed in Georgia. The challengers, the judge found in Michigan, didn't have sufficient evidence that the people weren't being allowed to watch the votes. But if you look at most of the lawsuits have been filed now in Pennsylvania, and there's still a lot of them working through the courts. And unquestionably, the Trump campaign has succeeded in both state and federal court by saying we're not getting enough access in Philadelphia. The state court seems sympathetic to that. A federal judge tonight listened to lawyers for the Trump campaign and the city duke it out and said, look, can't you just agree? Let's let more people in. And both sides said, okay, we're going to do that. We're going to let more people in for the whatever remaining time there will be to count votes in Philadelphia. But most of the lawsuits in Pennsylvania have been about a question that strangely has not been resolved after all these years of having elections in Pennsylvania, which is, what is the law on whether people get to be in the room when the votes are counted? Sort of sounds like Hamilton, in the room where it happens. The state Commonwealth Court said today it's ambiguous. We're not quite sure what it means, but it must mean more than just being on one corner while they're doing the thing in the other corner. There has to be some meaningful opportunity to watch it. Doesn't mean you can challenge ballots, and that's a curious thing about Pennsylvania law. There's no provision in the law for the observers to say, wait a minute, don't count that vote, it doesn't have a signature on it. So they have to be able to observe, and the Trump people have been pretty successful in making that point. But in terms of what might make a difference, it's still that question we have to ask ourselves. If by Friday you know how many votes came in during that extension period when the state court said you have to let votes come in between Tuesday and Friday, how many votes will there be? Will that be worth going to court on? Now, one other point I would make is that the closest thing we've seen today to somebody claiming that people are committing fraud is a statement tonight from the Nevada Republican Party saying they've written a letter to the Justice Department saying we want you to look into a possible fraud in Nevada. They say they have compared the list of change of address forms filed with the post office with the list of people who voted in the election, and they've come up with 3,062 names of people who filed a change of address but still voted in the election, and they say that's potential fraud. A couple of points about that. First of all, to be fraud, you have to vote knowing you're not entitled to vote. So you have to have an intent like with any criminal law. Secondly, merely because you don't live in the state, now this may sound strange, doesn't mean you can't still vote there. Military people, for example, they might file a change of address, students, and so forth.
All right, Pete, thanks very much. Joining us now in his first interview since Election Day is someone who knows all about waiting for results of a disputed election, former Vice President and 2000 Democratic presidential nominee Al Gore. Vice President Gore, thank you for spending some time with us. Good to see you.
Thank you for inviting me, Lester. Good to be here.
A lot of us who were veterans of covering that 2000 race have thought about you in the last 2 days and wondered how you're processing all this. I know the circumstances not exactly identical, but give us your thoughts about what we're watching and from the perspective of your race 20 years ago.
Well, first of all, this is a completely different election from the one 20 years ago. Joe Biden has multiple pathways to secure his victory. Of course, I'm for him, and I'm hoping that will be the case very soon. But the most important principle that I defended 20 years ago, that Joe Biden and many others are defending tonight, is let's count every legally cast vote and obey the will of the American people. You know, I looked at the people standing in line to vote in the middle of a pandemic, some of them waiting in line 10, 11 hours in some cases. And the determination of the American people, in spite of what they were facing, to have the largest turnout in the entire history of our country, they're heroes, and they're redeeming the promise of America.
Mr. Vice President, it's Savannah Guthrie, and before I ask you a question, I wanted to give a disclaimer. My husband, my now husband, worked for you 20 years ago and has continued to work for you over the years, so I just want our viewers to know that. But let me ask you what you thought of the President's presentation today in the briefing room. You know, we just had a discussion with Hugh Hewitt about it, and I guess the question is whether you think it is fair grounds for him to say, look, I think there might be vote fraud. I think there might be an issue with the integrity of the election. In your mind, is it legitimate for him to make those allegations right now?
No, and not without providing any evidence. I was disappointed in his statement, but you know, we're now, the election is over with. The campaign is over with. All that remains is to count the votes. I was thinking as the president was speaking in the White House of the advice Mark Twain once gave to a group of young voters. He said, do right. You'll gratify some and astonish the rest. If Donald Trump does face a situation where the votes are all counted and he turns out not to be successful, I would urge him to do the right thing. And yes, it would astonish a lot of people, but it would be good for our country. And I'm not being joking about this. We are in some ways divided, and we absolutely face the need to try to come together. In his statement earlier today, Joe Biden emphasized that imperative. Look, we face the COVID-19 pandemic. We have got to get on with solving the climate crisis. We've got to lift the economy in a sustainable way to get the things moving again. And that requires pulling people together. I'm very happy that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are really focused on that task.
Mr. Vice, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was wondering, how important is imagery in all this? You talked about, you know, Joe Biden's been out a couple of times, 3 times now, I believe, since this election, and giving this aura of leadership and being in charge right now. Do you look at that and think about, you know, how you handled your circumstances and things you wish you had done or things you would advise him to do?
Oh, I don't think he needs any advice from me, Lester. I think he's been terrific. And I think back during the last part of this campaign, you take the speech that he gave at Gettysburg, the speech that he gave in Warm Springs, Georgia, and several others. This is really world-class leadership from Joe Biden. I know I'm a partisan, and you can discount that if you want, but I'm genuinely impressed with his focus, with his messaging to the entire country. He says over and over again that he's running as a proud Democrat, but he will be an American president. And I think the way he's been handling this short period since the election on Tuesday is in keeping with that vision of what he wants to be as president. And of course, by contrast, Donald Trump has come out and, without any evidence whatsoever, alleged that because he's losing it must be fraudulent. I wish he wouldn't do that, but I will say this to those who share my political views. The time for, criticizing Donald Trump as if the campaign was still underway, that's past now. We need to find a way, and I surely hope the president will find it in his capability to join in this process. I don't know if he will, but I hope that he will find a way to fall in behind those of us who are trying to bring the country together.
Mr. Vice President, you don't often talk about what happened in 2000. It's not something you do a lot of interviews about. Your former running mate, Joe Lieberman, wrote an article talking about that moment when the United States Supreme Court came back and decided that the recount was over. And Joe Lieberman said, at that time, I said to Al Gore, we should go forward. We still have legal recourse. There's more to do here. And you said, no, for the good of the country, we got to end it. We got to end it right now. Can you talk about that moment, what your thinking was, and how difficult a moment that was for you 20 years ago?
Well, first of all, I don't remember there being any good legal recourse left. The governor of the state in question, where the ballots were not being counted and recounted, had an interest in this. There is no intermediate step between a final Supreme Court decision and violent revolution. And the Supreme Court interprets the laws. They issued an opinion, and to run the risk of violence in the streets without any change in the outcome seemed to me to be not in the best interest of the country. I've heard the president say that if he doesn't win, there may be this, that, and the other. Nobody should be inciting violence. That's dishonoring the mandate of the American people to make this choice. You know, the foundation of our country is the principle that all just power is derived from the consent of the governed. These elections are the way that we give that consent. And there's something majestic about listening to the will of the American people and then respecting the will of the American people when their decision is fairly tabulated and announced. We're on the verge of that moment. And I would urge all Americans, including especially those who might be tempted to follow the direction that Donald Trump pointed in the White House earlier today, to reject that approach and focus on what's most important, and that is the best interest of the United States of America.
And with that, we'll leave it there. Vice President Al Gore, good to see you. Thank you for taking some time with us tonight.
Thank you.
You've got to talk. It's about your food. It has spray on.
New Advil Dual Action.
A good and peaceful and productive transfer of power. It's more important right now than ever because we're facing a COVID crisis. We have deep economic problems, and you know, I mean, again, my prayer for the country is that there is a good, solid transition. The auguries here are not very positive.
Yeah, it was
going to be.
It was 102,000 new cases yesterday. More than 120,000 today.
So
staggering numbers
COVID,
in the world.
COVID isn't going to go away. It could be a joint project if you had two people who wanted to work together on. I mean, all of this, what you're talking about, reminds me. I just looked it up. When Bill Clinton became president, you know, they leave each other notes in the desk there in the Oval Office. And Bush 41 said to him, "You will be our president when you read this note. I wish you well. Your success now is our country's success.
Yeah.
I am rooting hard for you."
Our coverage continues in just a moment.
Telling me about how they're treated
when they go in.
100 feet away? You can really do a lot of observing from that distance.
Yeah, a lot of intimidation going on in those rooms to try to push people out of the vicinity. We got to start winning.
It's in the law. Partisans can observe the vote counting.
Every state legislature matters. We got to elect great state legislators across the country and rectify this entire process.
How do you rectify
absurd.
it? They've already counted votes and didn't allow the observers that are legally allowed to be there.
Well,
that's
it's up to the lawyers to figure that out. But Hannity, we have a packed show. Loved your show tonight.
All right.
Ted Cruz was on fire, by the way. Loved him. All right. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingraham Angle from Washington tonight. Well, one GOP leader has been out in front and defending President Trump as the election still hangs in the balance. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is here. He's going to tell us why. Also, the Angle's going to speak to two folks who experienced suspicious activity from poll workers in two swing states. Their stories in moments. And the unexpectedly strong result for House Republicans has the Dems pointing fingers tonight. Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy is here on Nancy Pelosi's diminished standing. But first, why we fight. That's the focus of tonight's Angle. We're the United States of America, the country that has developed the most advanced technology in the world. Like from a laboratory in Texas, we can control the Mars rover that's 140 million miles away. You can drive it around Mars. But you're telling me we can't count votes in a timely fashion? Now, some of you are wondering whether it's worth it for the Trump campaign to launch legal battles in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, Nevada. After all, courts are generally very reluctant to interfere in state vote counts. And then Democrat-run states always seem to be able to find new batches of votes to swamp any Republican advantage anyway. So what is it going to achieve? Won't lawsuits just delay the inevitable? Isn't it time to just move on, lick our wounds, and regroup? Well, that's exactly what the Democrats are hoping for. Oh, and Mitt Romney. That we just move on and have the same process repeat itself every election. But my friends, that would be a huge disservice, not only to Trump supporters, but to our entire system of government. Mail-in ballots have been a concern from day one. I raised this issue with Vice President Pence months ago. Mail-in ballots, sir, are a looming disaster. I foresee a scenario where President Trump could actually be ahead in key states on election night, but those states couldn't have counted all the mail-in ballots.
The one person, one vote right is at the very center of our democracy. And the president's made it very clear that we're not going to stand idly by while you see Democrat states and Democrat governors use the backdrop of the coronavirus to send millions of ballots all across their states and all across this country. But this universal mail-in voting where you're going to see literally ballots showered all across the state, it is ripe for fraud, and we are headed straight to the courts to put a stop to it.
And straight to the courts they went. Now, look, we've all heard the stories. Friends who received multiple ballot applications, others receiving ballot applications from multiple states where they used to live, or applications for dead relatives. I know.
Gave in Pennsylvania, he'd be sitting at 234. Again, his campaign feels good about North Carolina. I think there may be good reason for that. That would put him at 249. If he holds off Biden in Georgia, that's a huge if, given what we're seeing there. But if he does, that would put him at 265. Then you'd be looking at, okay, Alaska. That's not called. Remember that one? If Trump gets Alaska, 268. That would leave a Nevada or in Arizona. He'd have to pull off one of those. And certainly you see and you've heard tonight about what we can expect in Nevada tomorrow. That really probably means Arizona. Arizona's the one there where Trump seems to have a shot. So he'd need Arizona, he'd need Georgia, he'd need North Carolina, Alaska, and he'd need Pennsylvania. It's interesting because you could look at these states right now, certainly Alaska, certainly North Carolina. I think you could still make a case Trump could pull out Georgia somehow, and you could certainly make a case he could pull out Arizona. But Pennsylvania is the one, when you start looking at these votes, you're right. something dramatic would have to change in these remaining results in Pennsylvania, because the trajectory right now is not one the Trump campaign wants to be on in that ballot counting.
One more scenario, Steve, and I'm sorry to do this to you like you are my human calculator,
No.
but give Georgia to Biden.
Yep.
And then if Georgia goes to Biden,
right,
and Trump gets Pennsylvania,
right,
then what happens?
Then, well, so we've got, and we're giving Trump Arizona 2, and then if Biden does get Nevada,
I got it. Then Nevada would be actually,
there it is.
It would be for either one of them.
Exactly. And that would be, and if Trump got Nevada, that would be...
Oh, that's the tie.
Yes,
oh, that's the thing we don't speak of.
Welcome to the House of Representatives election for president. What a great way to end 2020.
I keep running us into that brick wall. I do not, and it's not like a trick that I'm trying to do.
Now it's you bursting into flames.
Yes,
right?
exactly. Please put me out. All right, Steve, thank you very much. Over to you, Brian.
Thank you. And if those viewers who were watching earlier tonight saw a uniquely 2020 moment, the President of the United States entered the briefing room at the White House, started to speak, and we chose to cut away because he wasn't telling the truth. And more than that, he was attacking the veracity and integrity of the electoral system in his country. This is all a way of bringing in our friend Lawrence O'Donnell, whose hour this normally is. Lawrence has a special guest who might speak to the moment we witnessed earlier tonight. Lawrence?
That's right, Brian. Joining us now is Mary Trump, President Trump's niece. She is the author of Too Much and Never Enough, How My Family Created the World's Most Dangerous Man. And Mary, when I was watching the president make his statement this afternoon, I was thinking of you, as I so often do, wondering what was going through your mind. What were you seeing?
Well, we're seeing a man who is in a unique position. Donald has never been in this place before where there's nobody to bail him out, there's nobody to buy him out. He's desperate, he's flailing, and there's literally nothing he can do legitimately except to watch this play out helplessly. And I think based on what he said, that's a pretty good indication of what we could potentially be in for, especially if Republican leadership continues to do nothing. This wasn't just Donald, obfuscating or lying. This was Donald talking about an attempted coup. The leader of a country trying desperately to delegitimize an election. It's obscene, and somebody's got to step in and stop him.
We have reporting in the Washington Post tonight describing your uncle's condition in the White House as a downward spiral. It is strikingly similar to the kind of reporting that Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein did on the final days of Richard Nixon in the White House, when Nixon was literally wandering the halls late at night with Henry Kissinger, some of that time drunk. Very detailed kind of downward spiral for Nixon is already in our history books. What would be your imagined view of what your uncle's going through in the White House now?
Oh, he's in an uncontrollable rage, I would imagine. The difference, however, is that privately, Nixon, Donald, it's bad. I mean, it's never good to know that the person in the Oval Office is decompensating. However, it's Donald's public statements that we really need to be worried about. The damage that he just did is incalculable, and we're going to be dealing with it for a very long time, especially, again, as I said, nobody in the Republican Party steps in because Democrats can't do anything about this. Only the Republicans, only the people in his administration can do something about this. So I think that the public statements is a pretty good indication of how bad things are privately.
I have to ask you quickly about one word, and that's the word loser, and how it will fit in Donald Trump's life and in his psyche as Joe Biden approaches 75 million votes. Those are votes against your uncle, rejecting your uncle, firing your uncle, to use his term. It's going to be the largest number of votes against a president running for re-election in history. How will your uncle live with the word loser if this trend continues and Joe Biden closes in and finishes it off in the Electoral College?
You know, it's interesting. Unfortunately, and again, I think this is a terrible indictment about where we are as a country. Donald also will have been the person who received the second most votes in American history in a presidential election. But that will not comfort him, because what is going to exacerbate his loss is the fact that the Republicans, at least it looks like, they may keep the Senate and they gain seats in the House. So essentially, he cannot avoid but experience this as a repudiation of him, as a rejection of him. And he is not going to get beyond that. And it's going to be a very dangerous couple of months.
Mary Trump, thank you very much for joining us once again tonight. We always appreciate it.
Great to be here. Thank you, Lawrence.
797. The trajectory seems crystal clear. Let's assume that Joe Biden passes the president in Georgia. Well, guess what? There could be within grounds for a recount, number one. There are 8,000 possible military and overseas ballots. They mailed out, I believe, 8,800 was the number. That's the universe. They don't all come back. Not everybody sends them back, but they have to wait. They have to wait. So if this is, a race that's within a few thousand votes at the end, no matter who's in charge, they're going to wait for those ballots as well. So we're not going to be definitive in Georgia, but we have seen just a undeniable trajectory. And again, the places where the votes are out, Martin mentioned, Clayton County, look at it. The votes that have come in so far, 85% for Joe Biden. There were 5,700 votes still to be counted. They expect to have those by midnight. So we should see those within the next couple of hours in this one county. Then he mentioned it was going to come up here. He mentioned DeKalb. He didn't mention DeKalb. We're done there. But he mentioned Gwinnett. He said they're going to wait till tomorrow now. The last time I checked, there were 4,800 ballots there. And Joe Biden, in the county-wide vote, has just shy of 60%. But again, when they count these mail-in ballots, the numbers have been consistently much higher than that, because the election day vote includes the president's vote there, and in the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has been getting consistently 79, 80% or higher. That doesn't guarantee it happens again, but 4,400 ballots here that they're going to count tomorrow tells you that wherever we get by the end of the night, that's a reserve of most likely more votes for the former vice president, the Democratic nominee, tomorrow. So we wait, and where Martin is, this was a big piece of it here. We were waiting earlier in the day, but they had more than 17,000 ballots here, and when they came in, you see they're up to 95% now. So this is one of the smaller counties, as Martin mentioned. These people, bless them, they're working incredibly hard in overtime. They may have a few left that they're going to count tomorrow, but they did most of theirs, and this was one of the counties, when they reported them, that really started the exponential decline of the president's lead. And that's what they're doing, county by county across Georgia, counting the votes. As you noted, they have a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State. There are 2 Senate races playing out in Georgia right now. If there was widespread fraud, trust me, people on the ballot, this is personal. You're running for Senate, you're running for House, you're running for County Commission, you're running for anything. We would hear it. We would hear it. And again, there's a...
Here, than where we were at this time in 2018. Maricopa County does have new equipment. It speeds up the adjudication process. And so things are going faster than they were 2 years ago.
Secretary Hobbs, do you know what the nature of these ballots that are outstanding are, whether they're provisional ballots, whether they're walk-in ballots? You know what we want to do with that information. The political analyst Chuck's over here doing math. He wants to analyze what that might mean for the candidates. So do you have an answer to that, what kind of ballots we're talking about?
Yeah, the bulk of them are still regular early ballots. And for Maricopa County, I don't have the breakdown on how many of those are provisional ballots, but it's not a large portion of them. And the provisional ballots are going to take a little bit longer. Counties have up to 5 business days to rectify those and determine their eligibility to be counted. So they won't be able to start counting those until Wednesday.
All right. We eagerly await. So thank you to the worker bees in Maricopa County and across Arizona who are counting votes as we speak and pulling an all-nighter. Thank you so much.
I'm happy to do the math real fast for you.
Oh, Chuck's doing math.
Happy to do it. Look, to judge by what she just said, 285,000 ballots, he needs to make up, approximately 50,000 votes, so he's got to win.
The president.
The president has to win 58.5% of those ballots, assuming they aren't provisional or anything. He's got to win at that clip, which is actually a point higher than the clip he won that the ballots came in last night. So look, it's not impossible based
Some
on
of the
what we
batches
see,
that have been coming in the last
have gotten
day,
to about that
he's been at
number,
that
but he
margin.
hasn't been over that margin. And here's the problem: you need to average that over all of it, so we don't, you know, we don't see it. We'll see. Look, if they're coming a lot from Maricopa, then, and it's in the Republican parts of Maricopa, that could be helpful. One thing to remind people of, though, just because the vote-by-mail vote did break heavily for Joe Biden in Georgia, it broke heavily for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania, Arizona votes by, everybody votes by mail.
It's 85% in Arizona.
Exactly. There is a comfort level here. It is just as easily possible that 60% of those folks are Republicans that chose to do this. So you cannot sit here and make any presumptions about who chose to vote by mail this year in the state of Arizona.
And I will say very briefly, my Democratic sources that I'm talking to in the state are still saying that while it's going to get closer, they're confident Biden can pull this out with about a 20,000 vote margin. So that's the number I'm looking for. If your board starts to say that the difference is lower than 20,000, then I'll say, okay, we've got a problem here that deviates from the status quo that they've been expecting.
Did you hear Saturday? Sounds like it's a working weekend for us. Okay?
Saturday.
That's when all the votes will be counted in Arizona. Yes, okay, good.
We can wear jeans if we come out on a weekend. That's the rules. With us now is Robert Gibbs, former press secretary to President Obama and a political contributor for NBC News. Robert, I'm just curious your take. You've heard all this conversation. What is standing out in your mind tonight?
Well, I keep hitting refresh on my computer screen around Georgia. It's been kind of stunning to watch that vote, just that trickle in, maybe 1,000 at a time, but to watch President Trump's lead there dwindle, now under 2,000 votes. I think, as was just mentioned by Casey, I think the Biden campaign expects that Arizona will continue to get closer. But I think it's going to be interesting. Again, I think Biden, he'd still rather be Vice President Biden at this point because you've got some multiple paths here. And I think the real interesting thing, obviously the big prize that sits out there is Pennsylvania. And so I think continue to watch that, continue to understand just how many votes are still left to count there.
If this thing goes the Vice President's way, can President Trump still do damage? We heard him tonight with these false claims of conspiracies with the polls and illegal votes. If he's defeated, can he still do damage?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think, there's no doubt that his supporters, which we know is, a significant amount of the country, he got more of those voters to come out in 2020 than he did in 2016. So they're going to watch and listen, and many will act and believe exactly what he tells them. So there is significant damage that he can do. I was struck by just listening to former Vice President Al Gore and to remember what that election was like 20 years. To lose an election by less than 600 votes nationally and to do it in the way he did it, I think speaks volumes and hopefully can be a model for not just Trump or anybody that loses an election, because the magnanimity that he left the office so close to being President of the United States.
Robert, thanks.
Thank you, Robert.
By the way, just to be also, it's politically better to be conciliatory because it puts you in a position. I mean, Al Gore was certainly in the position to run for president again by the way he handled himself there. There was a lot of positive vibes. So there's an argument. If the president is serious about wanting to run in 2024, how he handles this moment is actually perhaps helpful to his future political standing. So it's not just the long-term, the right thing for the country. And I think Al Gore, to this day, it's the single most important concession speech in this country, modern history.
People should just look it up.
Yeah.
Look that speech up and read it.
But again,
think about it.
Again, even looking at it from a crass political perspective, it doesn't make any sense for the president to behave this way if he actually has aspirations in 2024.
Well, so if I can just add one thing to this conversation, I mean, since we're talking with Hugh Hewitt, and since the president came out, we have started to see this start to change among Republicans. You had Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, both speaking on Fox News, buying into the president's frame for this. And I just got a note from an operative out in Kansas. They're saying that there's a groundswell coming in from voters who are saying that members should start to call out fraud. So I think that's some direct evidence of just how directly this president speaks to his base and how they react to it.
Here's the bottom line. If there's fraud, then they should file a lawsuit and prove it. And that's the bottom line. If there's fraud, everyone should want to know about it. But they have to file a lawsuit, they have to present evidence, and they have to get a federal judge to believe it. And if they can do that, then the conversation is worth having. But until that moment, I think that's the issue that folks are having with what the president is saying, is sort of throwing out these big accusations. If you have evidence of it, you come to court, you prove your case. That's the way we do it.
The problem is that his supporters are going to believe him, regardless of that process. And so that's why it is so important to point out exactly what you just did.
And that's what Al Gore was saying, that this is a really damaging message to people. Look, Rick Grinnell and company were in Arizona last night. Wasn't that Arizona? No, Nevada last night.
Former ambassador in the Trump administration.
And the acting director of national intelligence. And we had two correspondents chasing after him, demanding, where's the fraud? You made these charges. What are you alleging? And he got on the bus and rode off. They won't put up what their evidence is.
Look, Matt Schlapp, who runs, it's called the American Conservative Union, they're the ones that put on the CPAC conference. CPAC is a big gathering of conservative activists, and it's evolved over the years. Sometimes it's been more of mainstream conservatism, like sort of to shorthand it, the Chamber of Commerce wing. Al Cardenas is somebody who used to run the American Conservative. Matt Schlapp, who runs it now, and he put out a tweet. He says, "Dear GOP Republicans, if you ever want to be featured at CPAC or grow this movement, get out now and defend the counting of every compliant ballot with full transparency. We need every one of you. Hashtag America versus socialism." And you've seen, now it's interesting, I want to read the governor of West Virginia, Republican. This is somebody who is a Trump ally. What's interesting, some of them are trying to walk a line. Listen to this comment from Governor Justice. "We must stand up for transparent, fair, free elections. President Trump is right to demand every legally cast ballot be counted with full transparency and accountability. This is critical to instill trust, confidence, and integrity of America's elections." I give him credit. It sounds like he's supporting the president, but he's not saying anything that I think anybody else on the Democratic side of the aisle would be saying about what you want to see happen.
Let's not forget in 2016, the president launched a
Well, that was an election he won, too. So let's remember that as well. We've seen this theme from the president for a long time. So we'll see if they can produce evidence and prove their case. And we'll continue to watch it. Our Special Decision 2020 special coverage will continue in just a moment. We're back right after this.
How vulnerable they are.
Deborah thought she...
For the support of Congressman Lewis. I've also just talked to Attorney General Shapiro, Congressman Boyle, Senator Casey in Pennsylvania, and I'm optimistic that we will get final numbers by early tomorrow in Pennsylvania that'll put Joe over the top in the state of his birth. You know, Joe's never forgotten where he's from Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware. He's never stopped fighting for the middle class, for the hard-scrabble manufacturing towns that he grew up in, and I'm excited for him, and he's optimistic. One thing that really struck me today, Rachel, yesterday and today we had the all-time high number of COVID cases, yet when President Trump spoke, we heard nothing about that. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris went to get a briefing about the pandemic and their pandemic response plan today. We have someone in the White House who is acting like he's president, and then Joe Biden getting ready to actually be president.
Those numbers that you just described, Senator, I don't want to brush past that too soon. I mean, 120,000 new cases in the past 24 hours is not only a new record for our country, but the previous record was set yesterday and was the first time that we had crossed 100,000 cases. And so for us to blow past that by 20%, it is terrifying. And I remember in 2008 when President Obama and Vice President Biden were first elected, when the economy was going off what at that point was the highest cliff that we could imagine. The cliff that it's gone off this year turns out an even higher cliff, but it does seem like, you know, you win this election and what you win is the worst job in the world, at least the job that is the hardest work in the world. But it sounds like you think that Joe Biden's the man for that job.
Very much so. I've supported Joe from the day he announced. I've always believed he's the person with the character and the capability to lead us forward. It's going to be harder if we don't win these two runoffs in Georgia. But I think Joe's exactly the right leader for our moment.
Tell me about those 2 runoffs in Georgia. I know the campaign has been such a sprint, and it's been so strange to do it in the era of the pandemic with all the accommodation needed for that. Nobody knows what the behavior of President Trump is going to be like if, in fact, he loses the White House and is in a lame duck position, if he's going to continue with defying the results of the election and trying to rile up some sort of, I don't know, in terms of trying to get the American people to reject the results of the election. It seems like it's going to be a handful. And on top of that, 2 Georgia Senate seats up at once within 5 days of New Year's Eve. Has the campaign and the Democratic Party started thinking already about what it might take to mobilize Georgia again in very short order to try to win those 2 seats?
Well, Rachel, I'm just reminded of how grateful I am for Stacey Abrams. She first brought to me a plan that she was working on for how to turn Georgia blue years ago. I think this was 6 years ago, where she's been tirelessly working before and after her race for governor on voter registration, on pushing back on voter suppression. We've got a very strong ground game in Georgia because of the leadership of Stacey Abrams and many others she's brought along with her. And so I'm optimistic that every Democrat in the country will contribute to those races, will be engaged in those races, because control of the Senate will likely hang on the outcome. I also think that means there is some chance we'll get a COVID relief package done in the lame duck, because we're going to both be in such a mess nationally. Donald Trump's failed leadership, his bungled mishandling of this pandemic, as you just noted, 120,000 new cases today, is going to put a lot of pressure on the Republican majority in the Senate and the Democratic majority in the House to get something done. But then all eyes will turn to Georgia right after New Year's, and we'll see what the outcome is. But I'm hopeful we're going to have a fully engaged Democratic community from all over the country focused on helping John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock.
Senator Chris.
The President worked his heart out for us, really for 4 years, but particularly the tail end of that campaign coming off COVID. And we need to see this through. We need the law followed. We need people to be able to observe when the law allows that. And this has got to be on the up and up. So I would just urge everyone, donate to the President's legal relief. I know you've talked about a number of suits, and I think some of those have promise. But I would also tell them, especially if you're in those states that have Republican legislatures like Pennsylvania and Michigan and all these places, call your state representatives and your state senators. Under Article 2 of the Constitution, presidential electors are done by the legislatures and the schemes they create and the framework. And if there's departure from that, if they're not following law, if they're ignoring law, then they can provide remedies as well. So I would exhaust every option to make sure we have a fair count.
I mean, this idea that standing up and saying, wait a second, we're days after the election. We found out in Georgia they're not going to have the full vote until November 12th. Governor DeSantis?
Laura, in Florida, we have the votes have to be in on Election Day, a mail vote. We do have absentee voting, not mass mailing. You have to request it. But all the votes are in. And then you know how many votes are there. We track as every voter comes in to vote or submits a mail. We know the universe. Then you count it, you produce a result. A place like Pennsylvania, they can accept ballots after the election. It doesn't even have to have a postmark on it, and they can still accept them. So a lot of these places don't know how many ballots are out there, and as you mentioned, you'll get like a 4 a.m. dump of massive votes for one candidate and almost none for the other, and people look at that and they just scratch their heads. So people need to have confidence in the process, and I think the way it's been done in a lot of these states has been incredibly chaotic. And when you ban observers, which should be there, you know, what are people supposed to think about that, Laura? What's so wrong with having someone there just to ensure the integrity of the process?
Yeah, I mean, we're checking out videos now where poll workers are actually filling in ballots. Now, maybe there's some reason for that. I can't think of one, but we're not going to put it on the air until we verify it. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons to not trust the results as they're being counted in the way they're being counted. If people lose fair and square, they lose fair and square, but not this way.
But we also saw just the way it was covered on election night, Laura, they would not call Florida, even though it was so blindingly obvious he won it big. But then Fox called Arizona very early. Now the president is closing in. There's over 300,000 ballots outstanding. He's down only 46,000, and yet that is called for Biden. Meanwhile, in North Carolina, the president's up 76,000 votes, and there's at most 150,000 votes outstanding, and probably not even close to that much. And yet that's not called for the president. So there's been a double standard, and there's been more of a rush to call states for Biden and to create a narrative that Biden is the rightful winner.
If Romney and Ben Sass and other middle-of-the-road Republicans start urging the president in the next 24 or 48 hours to drop out, would you say, would you recommend the president do that? Or would you say fight on?
That's right. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. Fight on, exhaust all options. There's a lot of options available. We want this to be a fair and credible process, and we want the law to be followed.
Absolutely. Governor, thank you so much. Wonderful to see you tonight. And while some, like Governor DeSantis, are actively fighting for our elections and our future, other so-called GOP leaders are kind of sitting idly by as the country hangs in the balance. And conservative voters won't soon forget this abdication. Joining me now is Victor Davis Hanson, Hoover Institution Senior Fellow. Victor, I said this last night, and I believe it, Donald Trump is the present and future leader of the GOP. Until someone else with more charisma, more energy, and more of a following comes along. Why do so many of the party's leaders seem to be missing that?
I don't know, but they wouldn't be where they are right now with gains in the House and keeping the Senate if it wasn't for Donald Trump. And Donald Trump redefined race in this country. He's redefined it as class. So he's saying to America, if you're a black truck driver, or if you're a Mexican-American plumber, or if you're a white mechanic, you have more in common than the truck driver does with Oprah Winfrey or LeBron James. That's a very dynamic concept, and it's just starting to pay dividends, and because people see that race is really incidental to who we are. It's not essential. Trump, of all people, taught America that, and that's why they hate him so much. And this idea that all these Republican people are going to come back on the ashes of, there's no ashes of the Republican Party. It did very well. Trump was not an anchor. He was a buoy to all the down-ballot candidates. And the idea that they're going to come back in and reconstruct it like a phoenix rise, it's not going to happen. No other Republican. Mitt Romney would have conceded this election. He would have conceded it, 2 days ago. Just like he didn't do anything. He would have conceded it during the Mueller investigation. He probably hijacked it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Nikki Haley did send out a tweet today supporting the president, saying we all owe Donald Trump for his leadership of conservative victories, Senate, House, state legislatures. We want fairness, and the votes are counted. The law must be followed. We have to keep the faith that truth will prevail. Someone said it sounds more like a eulogy for President Trump than a call to exhaust all legal remedies. Victor.
Well, he has the side of the people, because this wasn't Florida 2000. One state. This is state after state after state. This wasn't projections of 3 or 4 points. This is Wisconsin's 17 points, and it was just too much for people to process, Laura. That it was just too egregious. That it was every blue state. Ohio can do it, but not Michigan. Iowa can do it, but not Wisconsin. Utah can do it, but not Nevada.
And then the pausing. Victor, didn't you also love the pausing of the votes? They all seem to pause at near about the same time at night. They're like, we're not going to count anymore. This is like, I mean, Price Waterhouse can count, right? Can you bring them in to re-examine all these questionable ballots? Victor, as the left and the media rail about Trump's refusal to concede or admit that he's been beaten, I think it's worth reminding people what Hillary Clinton was saying just last week.
There's an air of illegitimacy that surrounds Trump's presidency, and that just infuriates them. Because I was the candidate that they basically stole an election from.
So she and Stacey Abrams are seen as martyrs for saying that, but Donald Trump comes out today, and you had Jake Tapper say, that's just sad. That's so sad and pathetic. So I guess Hillary's not sad and pathetic.
Yeah, I think we should remind everybody that the Constitution says the state legislatures adjudicate the voting unless Congress chooses to intervene. I think we really need something like the 26th Amendment about 18-year-old voting, just saying no vote shall be accepted after 12 a.m. on Election Day. It's things like that. Congress has got to get involved to override this madness.
Yeah, pathetic. It cannot happen again. There will never be another Republican president. Victor, thank you so much. And in a shocking twist, House Republicans will be adding seats this election, weakening Pelosi's hold on the chamber and putting her own leadership at risk. In moments, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy tells us how this happened and what's next. Stay there. Now more than ever is the time to celebrate America, and you could do that with us by streaming Fox Nation. From the people who brought you Fox News, get original, exclusive shows and documentaries with some of your favorite Fox News personalities, as well as a great series like Duck Dynasty, Crime Stories with Nancy Grace, and a lot more. And it's all available now on your TV, on your phone, or on your tablet. Join now and start celebrating America with Fox Nation. Take a look.
America's most courageous canine companions.
He's definitely the hero dog.
The epic tales of how these dogs serve their communities and their country.
Nice job, good boy.
Told by the heroes who served by their sides.
If somebody can listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I can say.
A new season of Hero Dogs available now on Fox Nation. Subscribe now and we'll make a donation to the Independence Fund. Plus, Patriot Plan subscribers will receive a copy of Pete's new book, Modern Warriors.
In the